Right, I'm going to listen to some stuff in the background whilst we're doing this. Yeah, there we go. Right. Onto the game. Now, I don't know if people ever sort of rewind the streams and watch them again. Because. Alphabet cap. This is the planet orbiting the black hole.
Dark fog clusters launching an assault.
And it is my dark fog farm. So everything here is set up to automate the harvesting of dark fog elements, as you can see. And these things called the dark fog matrix, we use them for secret technologies. They unlock after a while. And so, what have we got? Digital analog computation, blah blah blah, words. But anyway, do this and it unlocks a self-evolution lab, which is faster than the other lab. And then you do this research, which unlocks the super recomposing assembler. So it's like a factory, but faster. So, cool, I guess. Right, so now that is done, let's press play on the research. It has to be done by hand. So yeah, we'll do this. And I'm going to press play on Windows in the World. Yes, welcome live from the Gulag. I haven't had a knock on the door yet. I'm expecting to be, joining everybody else in Gulag soon. At least all my friends will be united. So, yeah.
Show for you tonight. First of all, I'd just like to let you know
I feel like shit, by the way. I really feel run down. I'm going to put it down to the weather. It's absolutely terrible.
Platform very much longer. You can actually download podcasts from Podbean, and the links are on the homepage and the live shows page, where you'll find the full archive of all our Sunday shows. The links are there to Podbean, where you can download the shows. It's been an enormous inconvenience, and Spreaker are also...
Oh yeah, Interdimensional Lizard, there is a star system named after you. We'll go and visit afterwards. This is the one.
I got a very interesting email
What have we got?
from one of our listeners, Sarah.
Oil.
A photocopy
And
of declassified CIA
a factory of some sort.
with some writings about the UN
And deuterium and hydrogen. So yeah,
perceived global problems,
useful stuff, I'd say.
including overpopulation. And within this bundle,
But the Conan system,
the Adam and Eve story by Charles
devoid of most... It used up most of its coal as well.
Earth's cataclysms, one
Yeah, so,
500 years ago.
no coal there, very little copper.
It uses the book of Genesis and relates
And then this one, we got copper and silicon, which is kind of cool.
to give it
And that, we just got copper and a tiny bit of coal left.
Beaumont, the book does not give a specific area where this catastrophe happened, but that it spread out, and it came from within the Earth, unlike the theories of Beaumont, where we're looking at
So,
catastrophes which happen through...
we're doing research. Oh yeah, matter reconstruction.
The theories, though, again, unlike Beaumont's, are that the cataclysm came from inside the Earth. That's the important point we need to make here. There are references to Velikovsky, Charles Hapgood, Albert Churchwood and others throughout the book. What makes it interesting as additional research is that it compares...
So as you can see, my FPS value is about 12.
After a cataclysm.
Let's set it 1 to 4, so the FPS will take a tank, but that will improve the UPS. So the game speed will go faster, but the game will just be more choppy. Or I could do it the other way around, where the FPS is good, but the game is just slower. So that's all the research done. Well, now it's just back to white science. So if I put that there, it starts ejecting them.
This book is very short, it's not heavy on detail, but it's got a lot of great information in. And it starts with the next cataclysm. In other words, as we've said in previous shows, this will happen again. And it says, like Noah's
Minerals depleted.
6,500 years ago, like Adam and Eve's 11,500 years ago, this
So I'll go to the White Science Facility,
with a rumble
and
so low as to be inaudible, growing, throbbing, then fuming into a thundering roar, the earthquake starts. Only it's not like any earthquake in recorded history. Now it goes on to say, from an American perspective, what happens and how through it rips through the mountains in California and wreaks
So that's,
havoc around the world. But
Warp engine
basically,
activated.
it happens very, very quickly, and a few lucky ones who manage to find shelter from the screaming wind.
oh man, I really feel like crap.
Pipes being watched on the sea, fire
I don't think
breaking
it's
away.
hay fever. I think I've got probably just aluminium oxide in my sinuses.
Steaming over molten earth and rising almost to their feet. Only great mountains such as this one can withstand the cataclysmic onslaught. It goes on. But then it gets into this idea that on the seventh day, the horrendous rampage is over. The Arctic ice is ended, the Ice Age finishes, and a new Stone Age begins. The oceans, the great homogenizers, have laid down another deep layer of mud over the existing strata in the Great Plains, as exposed in the Grand Canyon, Native Desert, and the Badlands. The Bay of Bengal Basin, just east of India, is now at the North Pole. The Pacific Ocean, just west of Peru, is at the South Pole. Greenland and Antarctica, now rotating equatorially in the torrid zone, find their ice caps dissolving madly in the tropical heat. Massive walls of water and ice surge towards the oceans, taking everything from mountains to plains in gushing, heaving paths, creating immense seasonal moraines. In less than 25 years, the ice caps are gone, and the oceans around the world will rise over
Warp engine
200 feet
deactivated.
with the newfound water. The torrid zone will be shrouded in a fog for generations from the enormous amounts of moisture
Cruise ended.
poured into the atmosphere by the melting ice caps. New ice caps begin
We're,
to
lack,
form in
we're
the
lacking
polar areas.
purple. Okay.
Greenland and Antarctica emerge with verdant tropical foliage. Australia is now a new unexplored continent in the northern temperate zone, with only a few handfuls of survivors populating its vastness. New York lies at the bottom of the Atlantic, shattered, melted by earth fire, and covered by unbelievable amounts of mud. Of San Francisco and Los Angeles, not a trace is left. Egypt emerges from its Mediterranean inundation, new and higher, still the land of the ages. The commonplace of our time becomes the mysterious Baalbek of the new era. A new era, yes. The cataclysm has done its work well. The greatest population regulator of all does once more for man what he refuses to do for himself, and drives the pitiful few who survive into a new Stone Age. Once more, the Earth has shifted its 60-mile thick shell, with the poles moving almost to the equator in a fraction of a day. Again, the atmosphere and the oceans, refusing to change direction with the Earth's shell, have wiped out almost all of life.
Great.
So then he goes on to compare these cataclysms. Remember, we're talking about 6,500 years ago and previously 11,500 years ago. He says we join Noah, Adam and Eve, Atlantis, Mu and Olympus.
So now
Jesus
I have
goes
the
Osiris,
self-evolution
Mara,
labs
Zeus,
and recomposing
Zeus,
assemblers.
and Vishnu. And then we get into the great floods. And he says Noah, Adam and Eve, Vishnu, Osiris, what do they have in common? Well, he says that they represent eras, ages apart, and yet somehow they all join in the next cataclysm and walk with us. So what he's doing is taking these old Hindu tales, which do go back a long time, and he's running them alongside the Bible. And this has been done before, but I think this volume, because of its simplicity and it's very concise,
Mineral depleted.
makes this interesting, because, as I said, it's taking us away from the Cummins-Beaumont theory, which again, we've got to remember, was 3,000 years ago.
Colvin in
So this is much before
Conan
that.
3, yeah, so that's the starting
Being
planet.
part of Earth's past. So he says there are others who walk with us too, men of science long forgotten, those who first saw that these tumbles, these cataclysmic catastrophes or revolutions of the Earth's shell have happened before countless times. J. Andre Luc in the Swiss geologists, also J. Andre Jr. and von Busch, they all agreed that cataclysms were caused by the sudden revolutions of the surface of the Earth. Cuvier, in his theory of the Earth, first published in 1812...
So, what he's saying is right. From my understanding, and I guess we'll find out whether or not it's a flat. Well, then again, on a flat, a moving world, the poles shifting, no, it wouldn't support that. But in the globalist cataclysm, what would happen is that the poles, eventually they become top-heavy with ice, and then that causes a wobble in the Earth, which eventually, very quickly, results in too much precession, and then they become the new equators.
On the contrary, most of the catastrophes which occasioned them have been sudden, and this is especially easy to be proved with regard to the last of these catastrophes. So he agrees, he says, with Deluc and de Romagneau in thinking that if anything in geology be established, this is that the surface...
You know what, all this crap, I don't need any of it.
Revolution, the date of which cannot be much earlier than 5,000 or 6,000 years ago. Also, one preceding revolution at least had put the continents underwater, perhaps 2 or 3 eruptions of the sea. These alternations now appear to me to form the problem in geology that it is of most importance to solve. In order to solve it satisfactorily, it would be necessary to discover the cause of these events. These ideas haunted, I may almost say, and tormented me during my researches on fossil bones, researches which embrace but a very small part of this phenomena of the age preceding the last generation.
Great, so now we can upgrade these.
Yet intimately connected with all the
But they require more power.
attempts have been made to answer the charge made to the geological
And we
profession
don't have
by
more
Cuvier
power,
to explain these sudden revolutions.
because that research hasn't been done yet.
Others, Velikovsky, tried it through his study of myths and legends. Hapgood tried it, Brown attempted, and in the process amassed a tremendous library of geological data. Well, this is, of course, the important thing. Every time a cataclysmic concept has come to life, the beast has been stoned, burned at the stake, beaten to a pulp, and buried with a vengeance. But the corpse simply won't stay dead. Each time it raises the lid of its coffin and says, in sepulchral tones, "You will die before I." The latest of the challengers is Professor Frank C. Hibben, who in his book The Lost Americans said, "This was no ordinary extinction of a vague geological period which fizzled to an uncertain end. This death was catastrophic, all-inclusive, what caused the death of 14 million animals. The corpus delecti in this mystery may be found almost anywhere."
Hello Alphabet Cat, we started off with being on Your World, which was a farm for dark fog products, and we have now researched 2 new items of dark fog technology, being the new factory, okay, apparently it's not there, but yeah, there it is, the new factory and the new lab. So we can build these, and in order to build them you take existing structures and then you combine them with other bits, which I should probably do. Oh, I'm feeling very shit today. Just feeling very run down and tired. Yeah.
Preservation by deep freeze. Any good solution to a consuming mystery must answer all facts, challenges hidden. Well, the challenge wouldn't leave me alone, says the author. The first step was to gather all of the knowledge, accepted data, everything I could find from as many Earth-sized...
Yeah, it could be hay fever, but my other theory is it's not hay fever, and what it in fact it is just poisoning from stratospheric climate remediation, or whatever the term for it is now. You know, they're spraying us like bugs, basically. And I just feel bunged up, and I just feel shit. I feel really fucking shit. I do not feel healthy in the slightest.
Positions, the shell of the Earth has been for the last 35,000 years. So after years of research, beginning in 1949, Cuvier's challenge had an answer. Yes, indeed, the cataclysms do happen, and the last one, 6,500 years ago, was Noah's flood. All right,
Right.
so they happen. What is it that happens each time? The challenge was really twofold: find the process that happens in a cataclysm, and trigger. The trigger what causes the cataclysm to start. And what a dramatic story of the Earth is.
They use drones to do it. Well, they also use aircraft, and they also use ships. They're sucking up water from the sea and spraying it into the skies just to make more clouds. Either way, I just I feel like going back to bed.
Vishnu came alive, a man who lived through a cataclysm 70,000 years before our time.
Upgrade.
Actually, 10 cataclysms ago. Now he is known as the Hindu god of 10 resurrections from the
Extraterrestrial
water.
dark fog is assaulting.
Osiris too was rediscovered. He was the Jesus of his time, a man of Egypt some 15,000 years ago.
Flight mode.
Noah smiled at us from the pages of the Epic of Gilgamesh. He actually was a Sumerian named Ushpanipton, who lived 6,005 years ago. The ark he built is more than legend. Well, actually,
Yeah, and the place he landed in Turkey is Göbekli Tepe. That's where they built the altar, and that's why the WF are holding it ransom, so that the rest of the world can't see that, yep, here's where Noah landed. Everything they say in the Bible, it is true. It did happen. It's not make-believe. It's not just, you know, like the very disparaging things that the you-know-who say about the Bible and the Bible stories.
60 miles thick, that's the Earth's surface, which is between 60 and 120 miles down below the surface of the Earth. Thick, deep molten layer starting 1,800 miles down at the bottom of the mantle and extending 30,000 miles deeper is the outer core. Now, both molten layers are liquid. However, the inner magnetic and electrical structure of the Earth makes these layers act as if they were near solid or plastic. As long as the magnetic and electrical structure maintains its orderliness, this old Earth keeps on rotating on its axis in a normal manner. The growing ice caps, Antarctica and Greenland, are not centered on the Earth's axis, and because they rotate around the poles, are trying to swing down to the equator. The only way they could do it would be to pull the whole 60-mile thick shell around.
So it's not an audio book.
It's
Windows on the World, and I just want to hit because it's called Genesis of the Earth, so I thought it'd be interesting to listen to.
which it was.
I feel like shit. Just want my liver back.
In a quarter to half a day,
Oh well.
poles move
I had a
almost
good
to the
innings.
equator and all hell lets loose. The atmosphere and the oceans don't change
Right.
with the shell, they just keep on rotating west to east. And at the equator, that speed of 1,000 miles per hour has to be normal to make one rotation per day. So while the shell shifts with the poles going towards the equator, the winds and oceans go eastward, blowing across the face of the Earth with supersonic speeds, inundating continents with water miles deep. Now what about the trigger? This turned out to be the most elusive piece of the whole puzzle. It could rely on some supernatural application, like sometime happenings in the heavens of a big character which actually violated the laws of nature. Well, of course, those are what go into legend, aren't they? They go into the old legends, but it's the sky gods that did it. This is the very ancient part which has stayed there. And what's interesting is he's relating these to the Nagas, the Indian tales. He says it had to be something natural. a part of nature's ordinary structure which disrupts the
45 a minute, that's pretty cool. So that's doing 15 a minute. Let's upgrade it and see what number we get.
They do disrupt the Earth's electrical and magnetic structure, but we were wrong. We found out that
30 a minute, so it doubles the output of a Mark II. So that's making 2.5 a minute. Let's upgrade all that.
The energy structure of an atom is identical to a rotating planet, to a blue-white star, to a galaxy, to a supergalaxy, to all levels of supergalaxies.
So now it's going to make, I don't know what, because
As a neutron,
we don't have enough power.
atom's neutral zone will separate into particles. A star through a sunspot gives off neutral matter, which explodes as it becomes energized. So a galaxy gives birth to an exploding star when a dead star escapes from its neutral zone in the center. And as a dead galaxy explodes when it escapes from the central neutral zone of its parent supergalaxy, a planet therefore must act the same at its energy level. Wow, this is quite dense, isn't it? We've been going for 19 minutes now, so I'm going to take a short break. I'm finding this very interesting. This book is quite unique, I think, because I've never heard of it, and that's what I like to do, to bring the listeners things that they probably wouldn't be able to find, because they do get sent to me. I also do a lot of research that brings up books, and I just store them. This is coming today, 1961.
You know what the most frustrating thing is? It's just some days I accept, like, yeah, you know what? I don't have the energy today. I don't have the energy to do anything. I'll have to do it on a day when I have got the energy. Oh, by the way, this music that's playing now, he made a film called The Smithfield Martyrs, and I've not seen all of it, but I've seen clips. And The Smithfield Martyrs is basically this thing about the forming of the Church of England, or the Reformation of the Church of England, to give it its proper title, because the fact is, there was a Church of England before the Roman Catholic Church, and King Henry VIII reinstated it. The Smithfield Martyrs were ones who were burned at Smithfield Marketplace for doing their thing. Their thing being, no, we disagree with the king. This is heresy, and the rest is history. It's very interesting, and I'm doing it a disservice. So. The Smithfield Martyrs, Windows on the World. Let's see if I can find it. The Smith.
Explosion in a high energy layer of the outer core disrupts completely the electrical and magnetic structure in both the molten outer core and the outer core.
Heretics of London, the Smithfield Martyrs. Yeah, here we go. There's the
you can see then that ice ages are not a matter of treating ice.
No, I'm okay, Alphabet Cat. I need to be up. If I just lay in bed, I'm going to waste time playing TikTok, so at least this way I can occupy my mind and feel less shit, actually. I know it doesn't sound like it, but I genuinely feel better doing this than the alternative.
The southern end of the Laurentian Basin ice cap in Canada, about 11,500 years ago. The uninterrupted years of evolution on the Galapagos over 11,000 years ago. The geological datings in the Murrumbidgee.
Let's have a look at these. Well, they're not producing enough, but these ones that are producing. So it was producing 2.5 a minute, it's now producing 7.5 a minute. So that's 3 times the output of a matrix lab.
So it carries on with many more of these examples, and he even goes into the Egyptian water clock, showing a agreement with the Piri-Reis map, which was the Piri-Reis map was discovered in I think 1600s by a sailor, and it shows Piri-Reis.
And these ones, they're lacking the production because of copper. And copper, it's being produced. I mean, 120 a minute is pretty good, but it's not enough to satisfy the beast that is all of this.
So it says the overwhelming evidence, when put in order, gives a dramatic picture of which areas.
They are getting some.
North Pole, when they moved to the pole, and how long they were there. So he goes into these different time scales now. North polar areas, the Arctic Ocean, 6,005 years ago started. They say then basically, but there is no end or duration still with that one. But the Sudan Basin, 11,500 years ago, and it ended 6,500 years ago. That's a duration of 5,000 years. Hudson Bay, 18,500 years ago. This was the beginning of where that was formed, and then 11,500 years ago was the end of it. The Caspian Sea, 29,000 years ago, ended 18,500 years ago. Wisconsin, 35,000 years ago, ended 29,000 years ago. That's a duration of 6,000 years. So, yeah, what's interesting about this is he backs up the story with these dates, and again, we're talking about cataclysms 11,500 years ago and 6,500 years ago.
Right,
So
let's do a bit of warfare.
Two time periods. So he says Noah, Adam, and
A
Eve,
little bit of
Cyrus,
warfare.
Horus,
Not much, but a little bit of
Vishnu have much
warfare.
deeper meanings now, and as they join hands and walk with us, we hear Adam and Eve.
So
say,
one of the reasons why the frame rate is so
"Share
low
our words with you." So then it goes
is...
to the story, which is
I'll get there
taking us
eventually.
into basically
We need more purple sites as well, so I'll make sure to make that.
record of legend. Years of data correlation in studying
So
the Earth,
we have
cataclysmic concepts of this.
Sphere 1, here it
Shown
is.
the last one to have occurred about
And as you can
6,500
see,
years ago.
it's more or less it's done.
Napishtim, or whatever
Are
the
there
name
any
was,
areas here which aren't done?
particular cataclysm.
Yeah, there's a few panels here which are missing stuff. But this is pretty much done. Like if I go here, this is the launch site. Let's go fly over. It's not so much that I feel tired, it's more that I feel shit. Like my entire body is tired. Still, I did some good and I cleaned my keyboard and it's still working. Oh, excuse me. I had the problem. Problem? Yes. When I cleaned my keyboard, I decided to use some isopropyl alcohol and some cotton buds to clean the crap in between the keys. And I think what happened was, it was still damp when I plugged the keyboard back in, and temporarily the keyboard was malfunctioning and certain keys weren't working, and I just thought, oh god, I've scuppered it, it's buggered. And fortunately, as it dried out, that was no longer the case.
42 questions of Osiris for entry heaven. Now, I don't know whether this is accurate or not. I'm not really too interested in a lot of ancient Egyptian mythology. I know the
So I'm going to recrest solar cells back here again.
versions of that, and they all seem to be wildly allegorical and pretty far-fetched. If they are based on any form of reality, it's up for question. I don't know.
Because
Moses did write.
if I go here, we see only 93.6% sufficiency. I'm demanding more from this than what there is. So by filling in these panels, that will hopefully ameliorate this.
11,500 years ago, priests of Egypt are supposed to have told Solon during his 10 years in Egypt, about 600 BC, that 9,000 years before that time there was a cataclysm which buried Atlantis beneath the ocean, and up to 9,000 plus 600 BC,
I can put these numbers in my phone, can't I?
11,550 years ago. So it goes on then about Moses, his brother Aaron, and the priesthood, which we don't really need to get into. And then it goes now, through Ezra's reconstruction of Genesis, we are told many things. One, because of the usage of tree, fruit, serpent, cherubim, and other words which were glyphs in the picture language of prehistory, it is evident that the creation and Adam and Eve stories were probably originally written in the glyphs of Naga, the predominant Eastern Hemisphere language of 11,500 years ago. This language is nearly identical to ancient Mayan and the progenitor of many
Mineral
languages,
depleted.
including Oriental and Polynesian tongues, Egyptian, Greek, and Yakut. Moses and possibly Aaron may have had access to these tablets or Egyptian versions of them. Neither Moses nor Aaron knew how to read the ancient language.
So, I had 90, 75? No, 60.
In addition to reading them literally, Moses and Aaron, and possibly Ezra, read into the Adam and Eve story the social and religious attitudes of their day. In that time, woman was regarded as the root of all sin, a lowly creature, her birth recorded only as an exception and basically being the cause of man's downfall, a daily potential. This attitude persists in some religions even to our time. Is it any wonder that Eve was
And then,
with the responsibility for the downfall of all mankind, a result of interpretations read into the Naga by Moses and into Moses reading by Ezra?
So I've done 90, 60, 30 degrees. Yep, I think that's the way to do it.
Priests long before Moses' time passed on to him as history. The fusing of two stories into one to make the story of Genesis 1, 2 and 3 may confuse the man with Adam. It is possible that Adam, being only 9 generations ahead of Noah, with the time span of the Sudan Basin polar era covering 5,000 years, was not the man referred to in the creation, but his name and later experience were merged with the man's story. Remember, however, we are informed that Ezra dictated the entire history to 5 scribes from memory, and this work contains Genesis as we know it today. For him to recall from the archives of his mind what he did, as well as
I'm creating all of these orbits because they're fun, if you're wondering.
It is evident that he had no knowledge of the fact that 5,000 years transpired between Genesis 1 and Noah's flood. It is clear from 2 Esdras 3:9 that Genesis 1 and Noah's flood represented 2 inundations. However, for while speaking of the 2 occasions, he says of Noah's flood, and again in process of time, thou broughtest the flood upon those that dwelt in the world and destroyest them. So, we'll move on a bit, and it says, in the light of the fact that in addition to overwhelming scientific evidence, there are countless legends in the Asia-Pacific area handed down from the inundation of 11,000
So now these are firing again.
of a creation much like that of Genesis 1 and 2. Is it not possible that the man
And we see that there are solar cells attaching.
thousands of years
So all of these go here and see that, yes, there is places in the Dyson Sphere shell they can attach themselves to.
story of creation and of Adam and Eve
And the advantage of a Dyson Sphere of a swarm is it's permanent, whereas the swarm is temporary. And after a while, the solar cells begin to lose their life.
because of the lack of resolving information, the man and Adam are kept as one in this translation interpretation.
And oh, look at that, 76% efficiency.
Given to us by Ezra through Moses directly.
Why is that? I mean, it's 197 gigawatts.
And the symbolism is cherubims, rib, Adam's sleep, man, woman, tree, fruit, serpent, flaming sword. Our knowledge of Naga glyphs tells us that the tree of life.
I find it fascinating that you can see there's clearly pulses where they fire, but then you have ones which are slightly out of sync.
Serpent represented water or the ocean. The serpent entwined about the tree signified that the mother continent was surrounded by water. Genesis 3:15 actually describes Eve's heel on the serpent's head, showing her victory over the oceans.
Eventually what will happen here
Not pretty plum
is the amount attaching will reach 0, and that means that all of these shells have been absorbed. But I mean, look at this. This is a vastly complicated structure. After a certain point, you get too close to it. Well, I suppose if I want to have a good close look at it, I could just fly into the damn thing.
Which is the molten layer below the Earth's 60-mile thick shell breaking through to the surface during a tumble, a literal hell. It is most probably the origin of man's concept of hell, as a matter of fact. So then he goes back to the tree of life and the eating of the fruit and the symbolism there. And he says they realised that in order to survive, they had to leave and never try to return, for the motherland was to be destroyed by a cataclysmic invasion. They left. This is Adam and Eve, of course. And afterwards, the continent, the tree, was subjected to a fiery earthquake, a flaming sword, during which it lost its foundations, cherubims, and sank beneath the ocean, the serpent, which forever afterwards walked over the top of the continent on its belly. Well,
there we go.
I think this
is what the inside of the Dyson Sphere looks like.
That the correlation here of the 6,500 years ago and the 11,500 years ago is very interesting and very, very credible. So let's review the event. 2 cataclysms ago, and then apply our knowledge toward a representative translation interpretation of Genesis 1, 2, and 3. It may be the most accurate reading of the story written 11,500 years ago. So then he goes into the...
Now we have an overview of what's in the star system.
Look at a globe of the world. Pick out longitude 90 degrees west, latitude 60 degrees north. This point is in the western part of the Hudson Bay. Now hold the globe so that 90 degrees west to 60 degrees north is at the North Pole on the axis of rotation. This was the configuration of the world between 18,500 years ago and 11,500
Yeah, there's a fair bit of power being absorbed from those panels.
Ice cap formed the Laurentian Basin in Canada. The continents, however, were not quite the same. There was a huge continent in the Atlantic Ocean area, which stretched from Iceland and England across the Atlantic to the Bahamas. The Gulf of Mexico and the Caribbean Sea did not exist. They were land at the time. There was another continent in the Pacific, covering an area now ringed by the Hawaiian Islands, the Galapagos, Easter Island, Tahiti, the Solomons, and Caroline Islands. The provinces
So those are the outer orbits.
India, Egypt, and the Holy Land.
So anyway, let's go to the new one. The O-type star in the system, therefore the brightest in the sky, and this is the reason why the frame rate is tanking so much. You can see here that it's really... let me change that name.
And then a wide seagoing connection between the Atlantic and the Xeraxes. The western coast of South America was not mountainous.
So let's go to that.
Of Tiahuanaco, Peru, now at 12,000 feet above the Pacific, was then at sea level. It was a metropolis seaport with a canal system.
What does purple science need? Ah, what do you need for those? Oh, you need a bunch of various materials, okay. And that needs silicon and copper. Cool.
The 60 miles thick shell of the Earth shifted its position once more in a quarter to half a day, 7,000 years after the previous shift. The North Pole moved southward, and the Sudan Basin in Africa shifted to the North Pole. This was the time of the Talmud stage, or the setting of the Pleiades below the horizon, when the Holy Land was moved into a region of terrible cold for many generations, actually for 5,000 years, until Noah's flood 6,005 years ago. Now,
I'll turn that volume up a bit so we can...
This stretched as far as England, and of course, with the Collins-Beaumont theories, we have the idea that, of course, the Shetlands going up as far as the Hebrides, these were all part of the landmass, along with Scandinavia, of the continent, which was previously there before Collins-Beaumont's estimated cataclysm time of 1322 BC. So This, I think, is really fascinating and such a short book. And let's carry on with just summing up now. Of the great continent in the Atlantic, only a large island was left in the west, while the ocean between there and Gibraltar to the east was left shallow, muddy and impassable to ships. A thread of a clue concerning the great knowledge of that time came out when Captain Cook discovered the Polynesian Maori tribe in New Zealand in the 1700s. They told him of ancient legends of Saturn's rings, and they hadn't even heard of telescopes. Now you try to see those rings with your naked eyes and you'll find out that it's impossible. Now, this ties really nicely into the Saturn theory. In other words, that Saturn was in a very different position in the sky. Now, of course, scientists will not accept this, that the planets have actually shifted.
Venus is ejector from Jupiter's core. It is the youngest planet in the night sky.
And Troy McLaughlin did a great book on it.
And Mars, a cataclysm occurred on Mars, and that's why its northern hemisphere is so damaged and lower than the rest of the southern hemisphere.
And it was much more visible to the naked eye. And these legends rose up around it because people could see it. So that explains what he's saying here about the Maoris being able to see Saturn's rings. So the evidence in Tiwanaku shows that their great civilization was wiped out so suddenly that people were caught in the middle of their normal daytime activities by catastrophic inundation. Further evidence shows that this fabulous city suffered the same fate as Easter Island. Although the Rockies and the Andes were started in this cataclysm, Tiwanaku was buried under the Pacific.
Barbecues 1800 meant no alien tech.
Years, then to be heaved up to its present altitude of 12,500 feet.
Universal Buildings Factory Purple Science version.
500 years ago. So the cataclysm
Remesh from raw early purple jello.
Hudson Bay and the opposite polar area just southwest of Australia, both down to the equator on opposite sides of the Earth, and the Sudan Basin region would roll to the North Pole to remain there for the next 5,000 years. While this shift was occurring, taking only a quarter to half a day to complete itself, the Earth's oceans and atmosphere through angular momentum kept rotating in their normal direction during most of the shift, with the oceans violently inundating most of the lands of the Earth and the atmospheric bringing unimaginable hurricanes of supersonic wind velocities. Whole continents were subjected to tremendous upheavals and earthquakes. The molten layer below the Earth's 60-mile thick shell broke through the shell in places all over the world and was thereafter called Earth Fire by the pitiful few who survived. The oceans and winds took 6 days after the start of the cataclysm to resolve their holocaustic wars on the surface of the Earth. On the 7th day began to settle down to 5,000 years of normal complacency. So he goes then into Genesis, and he talks about the genesis of the Earth, the accepted 4.5 billion year old Earth, and this regenesis 11,500 years ago, stating that both of these are what is talked about in the Bible. And he says a translation interpretation of Genesis 1, 2 and 3 from a reconstruction of what the Naga must have been to give us the chapters as we have had them in English, then retranslating directly from Naga to English, bypassing Greek and Hebrew. And he goes into the book of Genesis, which finishes it off. In the beginning, 4.5 billion years ago, he says, the universe was created in God's great design. Included was our sun and our planet Earth. Now, this is if you go for the 4.5 billion years. I'm starting to believe that the Earth is not as old as we're being told. And there is a theory that it's only 10,000 years old, which would have... I mean, it's, we don't know. This is the whole point. We don't know. And with history being erased by the day on the planet, it's a good time to be looking into this sort of information, I think. He says that during one of the many cataclysms that occurred during the Earth's history, this one being 11,000
He's rummaging for a vitamin tablet.
By horrendous winds, and the oceans were all dark.
So I'll just
and
let that fizz away.
Also,
And
yeah,
that should make things better. Oh, well, let's just copy this purple science thing.
and the sunlight was daytime again.
I'm sure it's good
Darkness
enough.
at nighttime in accordance with God's design, and evening and morning made one day. Again, God's original design was that there be a sky between the clouds and the oceans. And in accordance with God's design, the heavens were re-established, and the sky again stood between the clouds and the oceans as the onslaught of the great storms abated, and God's heaven and indeed re-established, and the evening and morning were the beginning of the second day. And God's design was that the lands would not be entirely covered by the oceans, as they were immediately following cataclysm, so the disrupted oceans, now settling, drained off.
So we'll save
The
this
higher
in
land,
science.
in accordance with God's design,
As
the dry land was earth,
per
and the waters ocean. And once again, it was re-established and good as God intended. And he goes on with the rest of the Genesis story, which is quite long, and I'm sure most people are familiar with it. But I think that these documents are really fascinating. I've come to the conclusion that the Earth has had many cataclysms, and I think the timescale of these is very, very strongly supported by the evidence. So 11,500 years ago to 6,500 years ago, and we have Collins Beaumont's more recent theory, which starts
Right, that hides
1322
all of the
BC
things.
at Fingal's Cave in Scotland, and smashed apart the continent which was Scandinavia, Scotland, the British Isles were what was left after the cataclysm, which is why Britain's an island, of course. But this story that we're told here, and the evidence is quite compelling, and obviously been looking at a lot of research just to come up with this very short volume. So the book is called The Adam and Eve Story by Chan Thomas. It was published in 1961.
I mean, yeah, I can build that, but then what do I do about extra stuff?
And it says declassified in part, sanitized copy approved for release 2013. What's that? 24th of the 6th, 2013. So
Like,
I don't know what
take
any of
that.
that's about, and
No.
the book is actually in with a load of other documents, which are, as we said, really about global concerns,
do that.
concerns of the globalists. So quite interesting, and I hope you found that useful and a basis for further research. So until the next show, and there will be many coming up, that's it for this show. Watch out.
We got
for a new
iron on this
interview
planet,
with Stephen
so
Strong, and
I
some
can do this.
other interviews which are a little
Shouldn't have left the other star system without my
our
splitters.
recent shows.
Make it all visible. No, it doesn't work. So, what if I go here? Will I be able to do it? Well, let's go to this other planet first, because I can see there's... Oh, actually, you know what? Yeah, you're still here, actually. So, if I turn these on, and I tell them to engage the relay station, there they go, they kill it.
Dark fog clusters launching an assault.
And then, now they're engaging the relay station. Go on, Conan the Defender.
With the guards and raised an inquiring brow. As planned, the soldier said quietly, all men standing guard this night are loyal to me, my best. Good, Albinus said. And Conan? In the dungeons. Garion shouted so about invoking the ancient penalty that I could not kill him out of hand. The alarm had wakened others by then. His red-crested helmet bobbed as he spat disgustedly.
End it.
But he can go to the same unmarked grave as Garion. The hawk-faced lord laughed
That's it.
softly.
Wipe it all out.
Yes, I find the ancient ways a fitting end for this barbarian. better to kill him straight out. Vegetius groaned,
Dark Fog Spaceport.
but pursued it no further.
So I need 2 splitters,
Under the hood of the man-shaped behind
and
Albinus.
that will do for the starters. Oh, I even have a depot, so...
Let us go, Albinus said, and strode forward, Ariane and the simulacrum at his heels. Vegetius could do no
Let's just
further.
absorb all of that.
The Dark Lord hurried over
Got
the
some
drawbridge
gears,
and
got some
into
copper.
the palace. Often had his
Hey.
feet trod these halls. Yet now it was tread of
Do I have enough to build? I've got enough.
when a shadow moved and resolved
Yes,
into Solaria,
I can
he
do
turned
it.
at her with imperious fury. Why are you here, woman? I commanded you to remain in your apartments until I sent for you. Her gaze met his without flinching, and even in the dim light the eager glow of her eyes was apparent. I want to see him fall before you. Albinus nodded slowly. There would be pleasure in that. But make no sound, he warned. Shoulders back and head high, as a king in his own palace, he moved on. Before the door to Garion's chambers, 4 guards stood, stiffening at the party's approach. Vegetius stepped forward. He sleeps? One of the 4 nodded. Who else is with him?
I wonder, right, because this is like, you know, it's getting slow to the point of
Slay
unplayability.
her, Albinus said.
So let me go exit, yeah.
You said you could make her remember nothing, Albinus. Questions may be asked if the girl disappears.
Oh, I didn't mean to do that, never mind.
One person at a time, Albinus replied, fingers absently stroking the pouch that held the white gem. Slay her. Vegetius nodded to the guard who had spoken. He slipped inside.
Artificial
With
sweeteners.
the bloody blade to resume the pose. Albinus led the others, sparing not a glance for the crumpled form of a woman lying across an overturned stool. The second room, Garion's sleeping chamber itself, was dim, the lamp wicks trimmed low. Garion lay on his bed amid rumpled blankets. Turn up the lamps.
Yeah, that looks fine.
Albinus commanded quietly, not taking her eyes from the man in the bed. The
And that's
blonde
creativity
who
on
lay.
well.
To the
So we
two
unlock
figures,
technology,
the Lord said,
technology, requiring you to
remove your cloaks.
build instantaneously
Yes,
and navigate
as the
between
symbol
planets,
obeyed.
allowing you to gain unsc-
'Tis Garion's very image. Solaria turned from a golden lamp, but her exclamation at the sight of the king's double was cut short, as, with narrowing eyes, her gaze caught Ariane. Who is she? The blonde demanded. Ariane looked straight ahead, unmoving, until another command was given. The simulacrum peered about him curiously. On the bed, Garion suddenly sat bolt upright. Growing more amazed by the instant his
So
eye jumped
this is
from
the
Albinus to
see,
Solaria to
nice
Vegetius.
and smooth, lovely, lovely, lovely.
What? Began, but the words died.
60 frames a second is what I cap it to.
Himself. Unperturbed, the simulacrum gazed back inquisitively. Albinus felt like
Click on the infinity icon, Mechas core engine bar to unlock the
Garion,
Mechas
he
core
said
engine.
mockingly, this is he who will sit on the dragon throne for the last days of your line. For your usurping lineage now ends. Guards! Garion shouted. From beneath his pillows a dagger appeared in his hand, and he leaped from the bed. Guards! Take him, Albinus ordered the simulacrum, as I told you. Growing more amazed by the instant, his eye jumped from Albinus to Solaria to Vegetius. The duplicate moved forward, and Garion's dagger struck with a fighter's speed, to be caught easily by an inhumanly powerful grip on Garion's wrist. Astonishment was replaced on his face by pain as those fingers tightened. The
So
dagger
do
fell
this.
from nerveless fingers. Before that blade clattered on the floor, the
Now,
simulacrum's
how do
other
I
hand
give
seized
myself
the true
Infinity
king by the
Foundation?
lifting him until his toes kicked frantically above a handspan of air. No sign of strain was on the construct's face as it watched that other, like its own, turn slowly purple. Garion's struggles weakened,
Right click
then
to split
ceased.
item, hold shift to...
Casually, the replica opened its hand and let the limp body fall. Albinus hastened to bend over the
I
king.
don't have the technology
Swift
research,
thrust
so...
encircled his neck, and another darkened his cheek. though Albinus did not
Yep,
remember
unlock
seeing
all.
the simulacrum strike.
Research.
But the broad chest rose and fell, if faintly. Garion yet lived. Vegentius, who had stood staring, sword half drawn, since the instant...
So there we go, there's the
slammed
start
his
of
blade
it.
home in its scabbard and cleared his throat. His eyes never left the simulacrum. Should you not let him... It kill him now? I am King Garion, the creature said to Vegentius. The soldier...
I'll magic myself up some,
Be silent, Albinus commanded, straightening. This, he prodded Garion's form with his foot, will acknowledge my right to the throne before I let him die. But the danger, Vegentius protested. He was to die now. Enough, Albinus snapped.
there, so now we've got
Bring
some
him in
hydrogen
to the
fuel
dungeon
cells
beneath
in
my
there.
palace. I'll hear no more on
Yeah.
it. Vegentius nodded reluctantly and turned to go.
But
And Vegentius, the faced man added, see that those who do this task are disposed of after.
now, how do I want to power
Your
this?
tongues to waggle loosely. The big soldier stood rigidly in the door, then left without speaking. But he would do it, Albinus knew, even to his beloved golden leopards. Who is this woman? Sularia asked again. Albinus looked at her in amusement, wondering if there were room for two thoughts at once in that pretty head. All that had happened before her eyes, and it was Ariane that concerned her. Do not worry, he told her. In the morning you will be proclaimed Lady Sularia. This,
So let's go and visit the
Ariane's
first one, which is over
expressionless face,
here.
is not but a tool to build a path to the dragon throne, and tools are made to be discarded once used. His gaze swung to Solaria, a reassuring smile on his face. Tools, he repeated to himself, are made to be discarded once used.
We're going to do a bit more,
20. Conan awakened, hanging spread-eagled in chains in the center of a dungeon.
oh. So,
At least he assumed it was the center. Two tall tripod
no,
lamps
we'll
cast a
need
yellow pool of
research
light
to
around
do
him,
that.
but he could see no walls in any direction. The chains that held his wrists disappeared into the gloom above. Those holding his ankles were fastened to massive ring bolts set in the rough
So
stone
now let
blocks
me
of the
think.
floor. His
We are
tunic
going to
was
have
gone.
mining
He
on this
wore
planet.
naught but a breech clout. Without real hope of escape, he tensed every muscle, straining until sweat popped out on his forehead, beaded his shoulders, and rolled down his broad chest. There was not slightest give in the chains, nor in himself. He had been stretched to the point of joints cracking.
So there's only 1, 2, 3, 4. That's it. And then there's water and the other stuff.
He is awake, my lady. There was a pause. Very good, my lady. Two
Insufficient
men
materials.
moved into the light, burly, shaven-headed, and bare-chested. One bore a burn across his hairless chest, as if some victim had managed to put hand to the hot iron intended for his own pain.
So what I'm doing now is I'm just doing a sandbox because I want to try and establish what's causing the slowdown. I mean, you can do a thing here. You can go to performance test. You can see that.
Who was this lady?
Get oh yeah, you do the real-time test, that saving test, and you get all sorts of interesting things. So you see, we can do, if this wasn't capped, up to 231 VPS. And the main logic is what's taking up most. Production lines taking up a bit as well.
The muscles of Conan's jaws were knots with the effort of not yelling. He would not even open his mouth to suck in the lungfuls of air his great body demanded in its agony.
So let's go
To open
ahead.
his mouth would be to make some noise, however slight, and from there it would be but a step to a yell, another to a scream. The woman watching from the darkness wanted him to scream. He would make no sound. The two men continued
no,
until Conan hung as
that one's
quickly as
cool.
the chains would allow, head down on his massive chest. Sweat turned to fire the welts that covered him from ankles to shoulders. Here and there blood oozed. From the darkness he heard the clink of coins. and the same man's voice. Very generous, my lady. We'll be just outside, and you'll meet us. Then silence, until hinges squealed rustily, stopping with the crash of a stout door closing. Conan lifted his head. Slowly, a woman walked into the circle of light and stood watching him. The woman veiled in grey.
Just about getting enough sufficiency, just for the first bit.
Are you the one who has been trying to kill me, then? Or are you the one who uses those fools at the Festus? The one who put me here with lies? I did try to have you killed, she said softly. Conan's eyes narrowed. That voice was so familiar. But whose? I should have known there were no men in Nemedia capable of slaying you. Where you hang, though, is your own doing, though I joy to see it.
So we'll do
I
that.
joy, Conan of Samaria. Who are you? He demanded. Her hand went to her face, pushed back the veils.
Don't I
No
have a thing that
disease
does
or
instant
skin was
blueprinting?
revealed, but creamy ivory beauty. Tilted emerald eyes regarded him above high
I
cheekbones.
can do courage.
An auburn mane framed her face in soft waves. Corella, he breathed. Almost he wondered if he saw a vision from pain. The Red Hawk, fierce bandit of the plain of Zamora and the Turanian steppes in Belverus, masquerading as a woman of the nobility. It seemed impossible. That beautiful face was impassive as she gazed at him, her voice tightly controlled. Never again did I think to see you Sumerian. When I saw you that day in the market district, I thought I would die.
I can
on
unlock the research.
Did you see Hordo? He asked. You must know he is here, still hoping to find you. He managed a wry smile. Working with the smugglers you now command. Learn that much, she said wonderingly. None but a fool ever
Yeah, let's
accounted
unlock
for
those.
Hordo surprised me almost as much as you did, turning up in Port Shemesh while I was there. Still, you would not let him know who I am. He was the most faithful of my hounds, yet others were faithful too, and even so remembered the gold on my head in Zamora and Turan. Think you I wear these veils for the pleasure of hiding?
That's maximum.
It has been a long time, Corella, Conan said. It is likely they've forgotten by now. Her calm facade cracked. The Red Hawk will never be forgotten. Emerald eyes flaring, she faced him with fists on hips and feet apart. Almost he could see the jeweled tulwar at her hip as it had been. Now that you're no longer being the Lady Tiana, he said grimly, why in Xandru's nine hells do you want me dead? Why? She screeched in furious astonishment. Have you forgot so soon, leaving me naked and chained, on my way to be sold to whatever man bid highest? There was the matter of the oath you made me swear, Corella. Never to lift a hand to save Dirkito blast you in your old Sumerian. Besides which, I had 4 coppers in my pouch. Think you to have gone for so paltry a price? You lie, she spat. I would not heed with your command, so you let me be sold. I tell you, liar, liar! Conan
Your
snarled
pants,
wordlessly
they are
and
on
clenched his
fire.
teeth on any further explanation.
Insufficient materials.
He would not argue with her. Neither would he plead.
Insufficient
That last he
materials.
had never learned to do. Pacing angrily, Corella hurled her words as if they were daggers, never looking at him directly. I want you to know my humiliations, Sumerian. Know
Where
them and
is it?
remember them. So
Feel.
the memory will be a blade to prick you constantly when you are in the mines,
There it
ever
is.
reminding you that when the king proclaims pardons for all who have served a certain time, I will be there to place gold in the proper hands so that one prisoner will be forgotten.
14.
I knew you would escape, Conan muttered, as you obviously did. Her emerald eyes squeezed shut for a moment, and when she opened them, her tone was flat.
Best I can do is 30.
I was bought by a merchant named Hafiz, and placed in his zanana with 2 score other women. That very day did I escape, and that very day was I brought back and given the bastinado, the cane across the soles of my feet. I would not cry, but for 10 days I could only hobble.
Right.
I was free for 3 days. On being returned, I was put to scrubbing pots in the kitchens. Despite his position, Conan chuckled. A fool he was to think to tame you so. She turned to face him, and if her words were soft, her eyes held murder. The third time I was taken while still climbing the wall. I spat in Hafiza's face, told him to slay me, for he could
So
never
far,
hurt
it's nice
me.
and fast.
Hafiz laughed. I thought I was a man, he said. I must be taught differently. Henceforth I was to be allowed no waking hour that I was not dressed as if about to be presented to a master's bed in the sheerest silks and the finest fragrances, kohl on my eyelids and rouge on my lips and cheeks. I must learn to dance, to play instruments, to recite poetry. Failure in any of these, failure to be pleasing at all times, would be punished immediately. But as I was like a young girl learning to be a woman, no punishment would I receive, not suitable for a child. How he roared with laughter.
Insufficient materials.
Conan threw back his head and roared as well. A child! Raising a fist as if she wished it had strength to knock him senseless, Corella raged. What do you know of it, fool? Having my backs turned up for the switch 10 times a day? Spoons of catine oil forced down my throat. 100 more too shaming even to think on. Laugh, you barber oaf. For a year was I forced to endure, and how I wish I could make you live a year in the mines for every day of it. With an effort he managed to control his mirth. I thought you would escape in half a year, perhaps less. But the Red Hawk turned to a thrush in a silver cage. Day and night was I watched, she protested, and I did escape, with a sword in my hand. Because you tired of being sent to your bed with no supper? Chuckles reverberated in his massive chest. Turquito, blast your eyes, Corella howled. She raced forward to pound her small fists against his great chest. Ehrlich take you, you Sumerian bastard! You... Abruptly, she sagged, clutching him to keep from falling. Her cheek was pressed against his chest. He was astounded to see a tear at the corner of her eye. I loved you, she whispered. I loved you. The muscular Sumerian shook his head in wonderment. Did she act like this when she loved him? He could not imagine anyone surviving her hate. Pushing herself away, she stepped back.
It's now
from him,
request
refusing
space
to acknowledge
walkers.
the tears that trembled on her long lashes.
Now require
There is
fluid
no fear in you,
filters.
she whispered. You are not trembling. Nor will you think, if she suffered so, what will she make me suffer? I have no blame for what happened to you, Corella, he said quietly. She did not seem to hear. But if you have no fear, still you are a man. A strange smile played about her lips. Abruptly, her fingers went to the brooches that held her robes. In an instant, the gray silk lay in a pool about her slender ankles. Gracefully, she stepped toward
Yeah,
the
we can
robes.
request them from here.
As he remembered, full breasts and rounded thighs, long legs and a tiny waist. Corella was a sensual delight for the male eye. Slowly, on her toes, she spun, arms raised, head turning to let her silken tresses caress now creamy shoulders, now satin breasts. With a gentle sway to her hips, she walked to him, stopping only when her breasts touched him, just below the ribs as he hung in the chains. Touching her full warlip with her tongue and looking up at him through her lashes, she began in a sultry tone. When you are taken into the mines, only death can bring you to the surface again. You will live your life in dank, foul air and the dim light of guttering torches. There are women there, if you want to call them women. Their hands are as calloused as any man's. Her fingers stroked across his iron-hard chest.
So now, what do I
Their hair
do?
and skin are filth and
Power.
crusted. Their stench foul.
No,
Their
not
kisses. Her slender arms stretched up, her hands hooked behind his neck. and she pulled herself up until her face was level with his.
I could do that. Yeah.
This, she whispered, and pressed her lips to his. He met her kiss savagely, until at last she broke free with a whimper. Her emerald gaze was tremulous, his the blue of windswept northern skies. You will never have a kiss like that again, she said breathlessly. Abruptly, she dropped to the stone floor.
I don't like this Red Hawk woman. Red Falcon.
There was sudden
Red
uncertainty in her
bitch,
green
more
eyes.
like.
Insufficient materials.
Now,
Bitch,
I
bitch,
will be the only
bitch.
woman in your mind for the rest of your life, she said. The only woman for the rest of your life. And snatching her robes from the floor, she ran into the darkness. After a time, he heard the door squeak open and clash shut. She had not changed, he thought. She was still the Red Hawk, fierce and hot-blooded as any bird of prey. But if she thought he would go meekly to the mines, or whatever the ancient penalty Garion had spoken of, then she was also as wrong-headed as she had ever been. Conan eyed his
Can't
chains,
make with
but did not
replicator.
again attempt to break them.
Alright,
Among
72.
the
Simple.
lessons
So
taught
it's
by the
10
treacherous
times.
snow-covered crags of the Sumerian mountains was this. When action was not possible, struggle only brought death sooner. Waiting, conserving strength, brought the chance of survival.
Oh, I've just got strange matter in
Sumerian hung
me.
in his chains with the patience of a hunting beast waiting for its prey to come closer. 21. Creaking, the chains that held Conan's arms began to rattle down, lowering him to the stone floor. He could not suppress a groan as his position shifted. He had no idea how many hours he had hung there. The pool of light and the dark beyond were unchanging,
Right, so that's
giving
done.
no sign of time's passage.
So plenty of power.
His feet touched the floor, and knees long strained gave way. The full length of his
Let's have a look.
body collapsed on
Yep,
the
slowly
stone.
producing.
Straining, he tried to get his arms under him, but the blood had long since drained from them. They could only twitch numbly.
So what if I have...
The two men who had wielded the whips hurried into the light and began removing the chains. His weakened struggles were useless, as they manacled his hands behind him and linked his ankles with heavy iron chains. The man with the burn scar was as silent and expressionless as before.
So this is
Very
steel
fast,
from
he
Raw.
with the oddly pleasant face talked almost jovially. Almost did I think we'd let you hang another day, what with all the excitement of this one. Fasten that tighter, he added to the other. He's dangerous, this one. The second man grunted and went on as he was, hammering a rivet into the iron band on Conan's left wrist.
Yeah, you keep telling me I can build a planetary miner. That's great. Thank you. So if I build it, will you leave me
They were
alone?
part of it, the round-faced man laughed deprecatingly. Fought off the golden leopard sent to arrest them, they did, and disappeared. Might have been made much of another time, but more has happened since dawn this day than since Garion took the throne.
Oh, is this the first
the king
one?
banished all
Yep.
of his old
The
counselors
first
from the city
bunch
on
has
pain of
gone
death.
in there.
Then he created the title High Counselor of Nemedia, with near the power of the king himself attached, and
There
gave
we
it to
go,
Lord
that's
Albinus,
better.
an evil-eyed man if ever I saw. And atop that, he named his leman a lady. Can you
Insufficient
imagine that
materials.
blonde doxy a lady? But all those fine nobles walk wide of her, for they say she may be queen next. Then there were the riots. Get the rest of it, Struto. The silent man grunted again and lumbered away. Conan worked his mouth for moisture. Riots, he managed. The round-faced man nodded.
Light mode.
All over the city. Looking about as if to see if anyone might overhear, he added in a whisper, shouting for Garion to abdicate they were. Maybe that's why Garion got rid of the old counselors, hoping any change would satisfy them. Leastways, he didn't send the golden leopards out after them. Ariane's people had finally moved, Conan thought. Perhaps they might even bring changes. Indeed, it seemed as if they already had.
Insufficient materials.
But for better or for worse? He forced a question out, word by word.
Insufficient
Had
materials.
they armed Men with them. Thinking of your company again, eh? No, it's been naught but people of the streets, though a surprising number have swords and such, or so I hear. Struto, move yourself! He with the burn scar returned, carrying a long pole that the two of them
So
forced
that's
between Conan's
making
arms and his back.
stone brick, that's
Claw's
making
glance
steel.
fastened about his thick upper arms,
And now I
held it
can
in
go
place.
about having a place that makes
Tucked at
foundation.
his belt, the round-faced one took a leather gag and shoved it between the Cimmerian's teeth, securing it behind his head. Time to take you before the king, he told Conan. What they're going to do to you, likely you'd rather be in Lady Tiana's gentle care.
Insufficient materials.
Eh, Struto? He shook with laughter. Struto stared impassively. Well, barbarian, you have some small time to make peace with your gods. Let's go, Struto.
I do local
Pressing the
demand
ends
of
the pole,
each of the
two
following,
pushed Conan to his feet,
like so.
half carrying, half pushing.
Then
They
I'll
took
lock
him from the
that,
dungeon,
and what I can do
stairs of
there,
rough stone, to the marble floors of the palace. By the time they reached those ornate halls, the Cimmerian had regained full use of his legs. Pridefully, he shook off the support of the two, taking what short steps the chains at his ankles allowed. Round-faced looked at him
and
and
it's
laughed,
have
anxious to get it over with.
not
eh?
that yellow though.
They let him shuffle as best he could, but retained their grip on the pole. A grim smile.
Good
touched his
terracotta
lips.
tile
If he
for
wished to, he
for
could
this
sweep both men off
planet.
their feet, using the very pole with which they thought to control
But
him.
that wasn't enough.
But he would still be chained, and in the heart of the palace. Patience.
So now let's have
Flexing his arms
overlay.
in their bonds to get full feeling back. The corridors through which they passed seemed empty. The slaves were there, as always, scurrying close to the walls. But the nobles, sleek and elegant in silks and velvets, were missing. The three men made their way alone down the center of the passages. As they turned into a broad hall, its high arched ceiling supported by pilasters, another procession approached them from ahead. Gracchus, Gallia, and three others from the Festus stumbled along under the eyes of two guards.
Insufficient
All
materials.
five were gagged and had their hands roped behind them. At the sight of Conan, Gracchus's eyes widened, and Gallia tried to shy away from the big Cimmerian. One of their guards called out to the two with Conan. This lot for the mines. Better than what this one gets, the round-faced man laughed.
So now that's
Finding his
done,
mark,
let's find
the guards
another.
prodded their charges on. The bedraggled young rebels hurried past, seeming as fearful of Conan as of their captors.
So there's one,
The Cimmerian ignored them.
there's two.
He did not hold them to
There's
account for
another.
the lies they had told against him. Few men and fewer women could hold out under the attentions of an expert torturer, and Vigentius would have found another way to imprison him, if not through them. Before them, at the end of the hall, great carven doors opened, swung wide by 6 golden-cloaked soldiers, and Conan passed into the throne room of Nemedia. Double rows of slender, fluted columns held a domed roof of alabaster aloft. Light from golden lamps dangling from the ceiling on silver chains glittered on polished marble walls. The floor was a vast mosaic depicting the entire history of Nemedia. Here was the explanation for the empty halls, for here the nobles had gathered in all their panoply, dark-eyed lords in robes of velvet with golden chains about their necks, sleek ladies coruscating with the gems.
You can
that
build a
covered their
matrix lab, did you know?
bodies.
Great, okay. Built matrix
Several of
lab,
them
will you
ran a
stop
broad
harassing
path from
me?
the tall doors to the dragon throne. Its golden horned head reared above
Is there a way
the
I
man's
can disable
seated there,
tooltips?
and jeweled wings curved down to support his shoulders. On his head was the dragon crown. Conan set his own pace down that path, though the two jailers tried to hurry him. He would not stumble in his chains for the amusement of this court. Before the throne, he stood defiantly
No,
and
there's
stared
no
into
way to
Garion's
disable...
face.
Oh, maybe it's under miscellaneous.
The pole tried to force him to his knees, but he remained erect. A murmur rose among the nobles. Rushing forward, guards beat at his back and legs with their spear butts until, despite all he could do, he was shoved to his knees. Through it all, Garion's face had not changed expression.
Flight mode.
Now the man on the throne rose, pulling his robe of cloth of gold about him. "This barbarian," he announced loudly, "we did take into our palace, honoring him with our attention. But we found that we nursed treachery at our bosom. Most foully our trust was betrayed, and..." He droned on, but Conan's attention was caught by the man standing slightly behind the dragon throne. One
No,
hand
can't do
resting
any
on
of
it
that.
possessively, while he nodded at the king's words like a teacher approving a pupil. The seal of Nemedia hung on a golden chain about his neck, which marked him as the High Counselor of Nemedia, Lord Albinus. But Conan knew that cruel face, seen in a dark meeting with Taurus and Vegentius. Did madness reign in Nemedia, the Cimmerian wondered? "So we pronounce the ancient penalty for his crime," the king intoned funereally. That brought Conan's mind quickly back. There was on Garion's face none of the sadness he had shown when Conan was taken, only flat calm. "When next the sun has dawned and risen to its zenith, let this would-be regicide be hurled to the wolves. Let the beast be torn by beasts." As soon as the last word was spoken, Conan was pulled to his feet and hurried from the throne room. Not even the round-faced jailer spoke as the Cimmerian was returned to the dungeons, this time to a small cell, its stone floor strewn with filthy straw. The pole and the gag were removed, but not his chains. Another was added, linking that between his ankles to a ring set in the wall. As soon as the two jailers were
Yep,
gone,
that
Conan
works.
began to explore his new prison. Lying full length on his belly, he could have reached the heavy wooden door, were his hands not linked behind him. But there was nothing on which to get a grip, even if his hands had been free. Nor did he truly believe he could break the stout iron hinges. The walls were rough stone, close set, but with aged mortar crumbling.
I'll just have
A
them
man
go
with
from
tools
here.
might remove
That'll
enough
be
of them to
easier.
escape. In a year or two, the rotting straw held nothing but a half-gnawed rat carcass. The Cimmerian could not help wondering whether the gnawing had been done by its fellows or by the last prisoner. Kicking it into a far corner, he hoped he would not long have to endure the smell. No sooner had Conan settled himself with his back against the wall than a key rattled in the large iron lock and the cell door creaked open. To his surprise, Albinus entered, holding his black velvet robes carefully clear of the foul straw.
Just like that. There we go.
Behind him, the cloth of gold-clad form of the king stopped in the doorway. Garion's face turned this way and that, eyes curiously taking in the straw and the stone walls. He looked at Conan once, as if the big Cimmerian were just another fixture of the cell. It was Albinus who spoke. "You know me, don't you?" "You are Lord Albinus," Conan
The first
replied
bit of
warily.
deuterium.
"You know me," the hawk-faced man said, as if confirming a suspicion. "I feared as much. As well I acted when I did." Conan tensed. "You?" His eyes went to Garion's face. Why would this man make such an admission before the king? "Expect no help from him," Albinus laughed. "For a time, Barber, you were a worry to me, but it seems in the end you are no weapon of the gods after all. The wolves will put an end to you, and the only real damage you have done me is being repaired by the girl you sent seeking the sculptor. No, in the sum of it, you are naught but a minor nuisance." "Ariane," Conan said sharply, "what have you done with her?" The obsidian-eyed lord laughed cruelly. "Come, King Garion, let us leave this place." "What have you done to Ariane?" Conan shouted as Albinus left. The king paused to look at him. He stared into Garion's face with as close to pleading as he could come. "Tell me what he has done." The words died on his lips even as the other turned to go. The door creaked shut. Stunned, Conan leaned back against the stone wall. Since that first entrance into the throne room, he had felt some oddity in Garion, but put it down to himself. No man man sees things aright while hearing his own death sentence. But now he had noticed a small thing. There was no bruise on Garion's cheek. Garion was no man to cover such things with powder like a woman, and he had no court sorcerer to take away such blemishes with a quick spell and a burning candle, nor had it had time to fade naturally. A small thing, yet it meant that he who had sat on the dragon throne and passed sentence on Conan was not Garion.
Lots and lots of crude oil.
Whirling, the Cimmerian tried to make some sense of it. Albinus plotted rebellion, yet now was counselor to a king who was not Garion. But it had been Garion in Vigentius's apartments only the night before. Of that Conan was certain. He smelled the stench of sorcery as clearly as he did the rotting straw on which he sat. Patience, he reminded himself. He could do nothing chained in a cell. Much would depend on whether he was freed of those bonds before he was thrown to the wolves. Even among wolves, a great deal could be done by a man with hands free and will unfettered. This, Conan resolved, Albinus would learn to his regret. Suleria lay face down on a toweled bench, while the skilled hands of a slave woman worked fragrant oils into her back. Lady Suleria, she thought, stretching luxuriantly. So wonderful it had been standing among the lords and ladies in the throne room, rather than being crowded with the other lemans along the back wall. If her acceptance had been from fear, the smiles and greetings given her sickly and shamefaced, it only added to the pleasure. For those who spoke respectfully now...
And if I have a look at the performance things here,
and this
the production line has gone up to 36%, it was at 31.
From the mistress's wall to stand with
It takes 17 megabytes.
Why not from there to stand beside Albinus?
I don't know what these numbers mean, but it's cool to have them.
Suleria. Smiling at the thought, she turned her head on her folded arms and regarded her maid, a plump gray-haired woman who was the only one in the palace Suleria trusted. Or rather, the one she distrusted least. Does she still wait, Latona? Suleria asked. The gray-haired maid nodded briskly.
Wrote that one as well.
For 2 turns of the glass now, mistress. No one would dare disobey your summons. The blonde nodded self-satisfied agreement without lifting her head. Bring her in, Latona. Then busy yourself with my hair. Yes, mistress, Latona cackled, and hurried out. When she returned, she escorted the Lady Jelana.
And stacked up oil.
The glowy noblewoman looked askance at Latona as the serving woman began to labor over her mistress's hair, while Suleria smiled like a cat at a dish of cream. Only when receiving an inferior would servants be retained so. Some of the arrogance had gone from Jelana with her weight. Enough remained, however, for her to demand at last, "Why have you summoned me here, Suleria?" Suleria raised a questioning eyebrow. After a moment, Jelana amended, "Lady Suleria." Her mouth was twisted as if in a foul taste. "You grew from a child in this palace, did you not?" the blonde began in a pleasant tone. Jelana's reply was curt. "I did. Playing hide-and-seek through the corridors, gambling in the courtyards, splashing in the fountains. Your every wish met as soon as it was made." "Did you ask me here to speak of childhood?" Jelana asked. "I did not," Suleria said sharply. "I summoned." "No, you.
It is nice to be able to play this game at a nice speed.
Surprised by the question, she did not show it. "That repulsive
Anyway.
little toad," she sniffed. "I know of merchants, but I do not know them." Suleria's feline smile returned.
That
"He seeks a wife.
is
Does he?
all of the crude oil in
I
this
don't
plant
know.
done.
Of the nobility." Suleria saw the dart go home and pressed to drive it deeper. "He thinks to marry the title he has not been able to buy, and of course he wants sons.
So
Many
I'm going to
sons.
request that
Garion," she added to
the
them, "I have
copper
asked
be
me to
taken
suggest
there.
a suitable bride."
and then with this
Jelana
one
looked
I
at
shall
Rose
request
uncertainly.
coal.
"I wish Lady Solaria, she said,
No,
with a
actually.
tremor in her voice,
Let's
to
do coal here.
apologize if I have in any way offended you. Do you know the man Dario, Solaria demanded, the keeper of Garion's kennels? No, my lady, Jelana faltered. A foul man, I'm told, both in stenches and habits. The slave girls of the palace hide from him, for his way with a woman is rough to the point of pain. Solaria paused, watching the horror grow on the imperious woman's face.
No, I don't like this one.
Think you, Jelana, that one night with Dario is preferable to a lifetime with Ostorian? You are mad, the slender woman managed. I'll listen to no more. I go to my estates in the country, and if you were queen, you could still choose which of Xandru's 4 soldiers await without for you, Solaria said, riding over the other woman's words. They will escort you to Dario or to your wedding bed, and no place else.
Endgame.
Shreds
Yeah.
of haughtiness were washed from Jelana's face by despair. Please, she whispered, I will grovel an you wish it. Before the entire court on my knees will I beg your forgive. Make your choice. Solaria purred, else I will make it for you. Those soldiers can deliver you
And
to
those ones.
Ostorian this day,
Materials.
with a note to let him know you think him a repulsive toad. Her voice and face hardened. Choose. Jelana swayed as if she would fall. I will go to Dario, she wept. For a moment, Solaria savored the words she had waited for, counting
Let's
hours.
have a look.
Then she spoke them. Go, bitch, to your kennel. As Jelana ran from the room,
And that's
peals
all
of
within
Solaria's
the-
laughter
the,
rang against the walls.
800 megawatts
How
we're making.
wonderful was power. 22. When next the door of his cell opened, Conan at first thought that Albinus had decided to have him slain where he lay chained. 2 men with drawn crossbows slipped through the open door and took positions covering him, one to either side of the cell. As the Sumerian gathered himself to make what fight of it he could, the round-faced jailer appeared in the door and spoke. The sun stands high, barbarian. 'Tis time to take you to the wolf pit. And you try to
So
fight
Alphabet
Frodo
Cat,
and I
you're the
remove your
first.
chains, these 2 will put quarrels
We're
in your
going to
legs,
name
and you'll be dragged to the pit.
this system.
Well,
We'll name it
Conan made an effort to appear solemn and reluctant.
Alphabet Cat.
Take the chains, he
And then the next system we'll have will be
In spite of his words, the
that
2
one,
jailers
stalactite
took
crystal.
fear
Yeah,
of
we
the
need
crossbowman's
that.
line of fire
That'll be
as they buckled his manacles to his blows of
interdimensional
hammer on chisel.
lizard, like so.
Did they think him a fool, he wondered. He might well be able to take both jailers and bowmen despite the way they were placed. Yet he could hear measured steps approaching the cell, the sound of a middling body of men. Dying was not hard, but only a fool chose to die for naught.
Why not? I mean, it might be a sandbox system, but it's always fun to name things after
In the hall
after
waited
people
a full
in the street.
score of the golden leopards. Don't need so many, Scruto said abruptly. Conan blinked. He had thought the man without a tongue. Scruto's fellow
I'm going to
followers
name any
were
after guy. I
sometimes
thought, well,
surprised
it
at hearing
depends
him
if he's
speak.
in the stream or
The
not.
round-faced man stared before saying, "He near escaped from as many the night he was taken.
The guy has
No, I don't like prisoners
an
escaping.
adversarial
I
relationship
asked
with
for twice
me,
as many.
and
Move
his
on
jokes
now,
are
the
always
king
the
waits."
same, so I find it boring. I can't have a conversation with a man.
And half behind, the jailers walking on either side. The
But it's a nice
crossbows brought up the
gesture,
rear,
isn't it?
Where they could get a shot at him. did
You,
he
you
run
name
in
a star
whatever
system
direction.
after somebody, it's like
So they
that.
made their way up
I
into
could
the
have not
palace and
named
through
it after
corridors
you.
Once more bare of nobles. Conan strode in their midst as if they were an honor guard, and he on his way to his coronation. There was no glimmer of escape in his mind. At the wolf pit would most certainly be the impostor Garion and Albinus. Under the circumstances, a man could do worse than die killing those 2. Their way led through the parts of the palace familiar to the Sumerian and beyond. Polished marble and alabaster gave way to plain-dressed granite, then to stone as rough as that of the dungeons. Lamps of gold and silver were replaced by torches and iron sconces. The wolf pit was an ancient penalty indeed, and had in fact not been imposed since the time of Bergoras 9 centuries earlier. Nor had any come to this portion of the palace at all in several centuries, to judge by its appearance. The halls showed signs of hasty cleaning. Here a torn cobweb hanging from the ceiling, there dust left heaped against the wall. Conan wondered why Albinus had gone to all this trouble after replacing Geryon with the impostor. And then they entered the circular chamber of the pit.
I got hydrogen deuterium on this world, so
marvelously wrought as any of the great alabaster rooms in the palace. Like half of the sphere, its walls rose to a towering height, unsupported by column or buttress. Below, a broad walk spotted with huge tripod lamps twice as tall as a man was crowded with the nobility of Nemedia. Laughing,
and I can just dump all of my junk
pressing close about the
into the gas jar. How nice.
The great pit. A path to that wall cleared at their entrance, and the soldiers escorted Conan to it. Not waiting to be told, the Cimmerian leaped to the top of the wall and stood surveying those who had assembled to watch him die. Beneath his icy blue gaze, they slowly fell silent, as they sensed that here was a man contemptuous of their titles and lineages. They were peacocks, he was an eagle. Directly across the stone-floored pit from him stood the impostor king, Albinus to one side, in robes of midnight blue, to the other, Vegentius, his face still showing bruises beneath his red-crested helmet.
Yeah, I'll keep those. They'll come in useful.
As well, in scarlet silk and rubies, and Conan wondered why he had thought she would not attend. Below the impostor was the man-high gate through which the wolves would be let into the pit. Conan saw no eager muzzles pressed between the bars of the gate, heard no hungry whines and growls. A complicated system of iron chains served to draw the gate aside. Perhaps he need not die. Albinus touched the arm of the man wearing the dragon crown, and he began to speak. "We have gathered you!" Conan's wild war cry rang from the rocky dome. Shouts and screams ran through the nobles as, massive arms raised above his head, the Cimmerian hurled himself into the pit.
I'd like more construction drones
their
than
way
that.
through the nobles to the wall. The crossbowmen took aim.
Upgrade.
About the straw-strewn pit, Conan strode with all the cocky arrogance of youth that had never met defeat in equal combat, and in a few unequal. Albinus motioned, and the guards moved back. "Fools!" Conan taunted the assemblage. "You who have not a man among you have come to see a man die. Well, must I be talked to death by that buffoon in the crown? Get on with it, unless your livers have shriveled and you have no stomach for killing." Angry cries answered him. Albinus whispered to the impostor, who in turn said, "As he is so eager to die, loose the wolves."
I've seen both Conan the Barbarian and Red Sonja.
Hurry!
I don't know if there's any more,
Conan did not wait for the
but yeah, I am a fan of those films. It is the role for Arnold
Into
Schwarzenegger.
the tunnel, roaring his battle cry. Behind, in the pit, yelling nobles dropped over the wall to seize and slay the escaping barbarian who had denied
He's a
their
Germanic
men.
barbarian. Of course he would be
Conan found himself
suitable
in the
as
midst of the snarling wolf pack.
Conan.
Razor teeth ripped at him. He matched them snarl for snarl, his fists hammers that broke bones and knocked beasts the size of a man sprawling. Seizing a growling throat in his hands, he dashed the wolf's brains out against the low stone roof. In the hellish cauldron of that tunnel, the wolves knew the kindred ferocity of the young giant who faced them. As Conan fought his way deeper into their pack, they began to slip past toward the pit, seeking easier meat. The noble lord's angry yells turned to screams.
I've
as
not
bloody
seen
wolves
Conan the
raced among
Destroyer.
them to
Cool.
slay. Ahead of him, Conan
I
saw
just
a
know the
great
one where he has the training montage where he's doing the wheel,
You're to kill some fool,
and like
barber, not
when they next cut to it, it's like, oh look, he's now Arnold Schwarzenegger. It turns out grinding a wheel over and over is really good workout.
Open, a spear in his hand. Instead of stepping back and slamming the gate shut,
And also they give him a bodybuilder's diet, and they don't just feed him like, porridge.
From the other's grasp. Before the man could do more than gape, the butt of his own spear smashed into his chest.
Okay, I didn't know it was before Red Sonja.
Following close behind.
And I assume Red Sonja, they did that because they can't call it Red Hawk from Conan.
The spear reversed smoothly in the Cimmerian's big hands. He had not so much to thrust as to let the man run on to the point, spitting himself so that the whole blade of the spear stood out from his back. A cry of both pain and horrified disbelief wrenched from the wolf-keeper's throat. "Your wolves will not kill this barber," Conan growled, then realized that his words had been spoken to a dead man. Letting spear and transfixed man fall, he closed the gate, thrust the heavy iron bar that fastened it into its brackets, and shoved the latch pins home. It would take time to get that open from the other side, time for him to escape. Though from the screams and snarls that yet echoed in the tunnel, it might be some while before the soldiers dealt with wolves and panicked nobles.
Oh, not much on this, just normal stuff.
Little there was in that chamber to be of use to him. Crude rush torches guttered in rusty iron sconces on the walls, illuminating 6 large iron-barred cages mounted on wheels. No weapons were in evidence, excepting only the long curved dagger, which Conan retrieved, and the spear. He left that lodged in the wolf-keeper's body. Its length would make it a cumbersome weapon in the narrow confines of the old stone corridors. There was not even cloth to bind his gashes, unless he tore from his own breechclout or from the filthy and now blood-soaked tunic on the corpse. The wolf-keeper had, however, brought a clay jug of wine and a large spiced sausage on which to sup while his charges did their bloody work. On these Conan fell eagerly, ripping the sausage apart with his teeth and washing it down with long gulps of sour wine. He had had no food or drink since before his imprisonment. No doubt his jailers had deemed it a waste to feed one who was to die soon. Tossing the empty jug aside and popping the last bit of sausage into his mouth, the Cimmerian took one of the rush torches and set about finding his way out of the palace. It did not take him long to discover that those ancient corridors were a labyrinth, never straight, crossing and recrossing themselves and each other. He had no wonder in him that the secret passages beneath the palace had been lost. It would be all men could do to keep track of these. Suddenly, in crossing another pitch-dark hall, he realized that his footprints had mingled with others. Other fresh prints. He bent to examine them, and straightened with a curse. Both sets were his own. He had doubled back on himself, and could continue to do so until he starved. Face grimly
So there's not much silicon on this world, so I won't do it there.
To a forking of the passage. The trail in the dust went left. He went right. A short time later, he found himself again
bit more
staring at his
silicon
own
there.
back trail, but this time
Okay.
he did not pause to curse.
So let me just have a look.
Hurrying on to the next turning, he again took the
There's a
opposite
lot of
way back he had
titanium
taken
here.
before. And the next time, and the next.
And there's more titanium there, so this will just be a mining
Seemed
world.
to slope downward, but Conan pressed on regardless, even when he found himself burning a way through halls choked with cobwebs that crisped dryly at the touch of the flame. Turning back held no more assurance of escape than going forward, only a greater chance of encountering the golden leopards. Coming to a fork, the Cimmerian turned automatically right. He had taken the left at the last, and stopped. Far ahead of him was a dim glow, but it was no opening to the outside. Bobbing slightly, it was coming closer. Hurriedly, he turned back, ducked into the other side of the fork. On silent feet, he ran 20 paces and hurled the torch ahead of him as far as it would go. The flames flared, fanned by the wind of the torch's flight, then winked out, leaving him in blackness. Conan crouched, facing the direction of the fork, curved dagger at the ready. If those who approached went on, he would be without light but alive. If not...
It's still
Light
logistics.
reached the fork, brightening slowly, resolving into 2 torch-bearing figures, swords in their free hands.
Oh yeah, they're picking up hydrogen from the orbital
Porto
collectors.
and Corella.
So I was just thinking, I haven't put anything to be
Gone were
picked
the
up
veils
here.
and grey robes of the Nemedian noblewoman, replaced by golden breastplates and a narrow girdle of gold and emeralds worn low on her rounded hips, from which hung strips of pale green silk. A Turanian cape of emerald green encircled her shoulders. "Hordo!" Conan called. "Had I known you were coming, I wouldn't have drunk all the wine." Nonchalantly, he strolled to meet them. The two whirled, swords coming up, torches raised. From the other fork, men in jazzerate hauberks crowded. McCain, Naris, more familiar faces from his free company pushed into the light. Hordo took in Conan's gashes, but did not speak of them. "'Tis not like you," he said gruffly, "to drink all the wine. Mayhap we could find some more if we look." Corella threw the one-eyed man a murderous look and shoved her torch into McCain's hand. With gentle fingers she touched Conan's wounds, wincing at purpled flesh and dried blood. "I knew you would change your mind," Conan said, reaching for her. Her hand cracked across his face, and she stepped back smoothly with blade half raised. "I should throw you back to the wolves," she hissed. From somewhere in the darkness beyond the armored men, a voice called unintelligibly.
Silicon.
Another answered, both fading as
bit
the speakers
coal.
moved further away.
The rest of it iron and
"They
copper.
hunt me," Conan said quietly. "And you know a way out of here. I suggest we take it. Else we must fight a few hundred golden leopards." Muttering, Corella snatched back her torch and forced her way through the men of the Free Company to disappear back up the other fork.
Flight mode.
"She's the only one knows the way," Hordo said quickly. He hurried after her, and Conan followed. McCain and the rest fell in behind.
Let's see, where's
their booted
the,
feet grating in the dust of centuries.
That's the last one.
"How did you get into the palace?" Conan demanded of the one-eyed man as they half-trotted after the auburn-haired beauty. "And what made Corella decide to let you know who she was?" "Mayhap I'd best begin at the beginning," Hordo puffed. "First thing that happened was after you were arrested, 100 golden leopards came for us, and I know about that," Conan said. "You got away. What then?" "You heard about that, did you?" "I'm too old for this running, Sumerian." Despite his heavy breathing, though, the bearded man kept pace easily. "I took the company to the Festus. Hellgate is near the safest part of Belverus these days. Everybody who lives there is up in the high streets waving a sword and shouting revolution, and maybe breaking into some rich man's house now and again. What else did you expect?" Conan laughed grimly. "They're poor and have riches within their reach. But about Corella," Hordo shook his shaggy head.
Oh,
"She
surprising,
walked
there's
into the
no,
Festus this very morn. No,
there's no rares
slowly.
in this solar
Fate
system.
was ready for her hounds to follow her against a caravan of gold. From what you said, you knew she was here already, eh?" "Not until I was in the dungeon," Conan replied. "I will explain later." Suddenly, Corella
So now
stopped,
that's done, let's
stretching
have
on tiptoe to
titanium.
reach a rusty iron sconce. She seemed to be trying to twist it. "Looks like where we came in," Hordo muttered softly. "Looks like 20 places we passed, too." Emerald eyes flashed at him scornfully, and he subsided. Just as Conan was about to step forward to her aid, the sconce turned with a
I shall
shout.
request,
A short distance away on the same wall was another sconce, which Corella treated the same way. It swiveled, clicked, and there was a heavier thunk from deep within the wall. With a
press
great
those,
section
yep.
too long unused, a section of stone wall as high as a man and twice as wide receded jerkily to reveal a descending flight of crude brick stairs. "If you two can stop chattering like old women for a moment," Corella said bitingly, "follow me, and take care. Some of the bricks are crumbling. It would pain me for you to break your neck, Sumerian. I reserve that pleasure for myself." And she darted down the steps. Hordo
yeah, we
shrugged
got it, you're
uncomfortably.
Yandere.
"I told you she's
I
the
don't
only
actually
one
care
knows the
about you,
way."
but Baka.
Conan nodded. "Follow me," he told McCain, "and pass the word to watch for crumbling steps." The grizzled sergeant began muttering over his shoulder to those behind. Taking a deep breath, Conan followed Corella down the dark stairs, lit only by her torch, now only a glimmer far below. He did not actually believe that she would come just to lead him into a trap of her own devising, rather than let him die at someone else's hands. But then he did not entirely disbelieve it either. At the bottom of the long stair, Corella waited impatiently.
Ah, I have
Are
to
they
build
all
it from
She
here.
laughed as soon as he entered the light of her torch. Without waiting for him to reply, she called up the stair. Is everyone clear of the entrance?
Insufficient
There
materials.
was some scraping of feet on stone. Then a voice called back.
And we'll do the
hoarsely,
same with
We're
silicone.
clear, but I hear boots coming. Calmly, Corella placed both feet on one particular stone, which sank a finger's breadth beneath her weight. The grating of machinery sounded again. It's closing! The same man's voice shouted incredulously. Corella's tilted eyes met Conan's. Fools, she said, seeming to include all men, but most certainly him. With a quick follow or stay, I care not, she started down a long tunnel, torchlight glinting off damp walls. Even the air felt moldy, Conan thought, as he set out after her. As I was saying, Hordo resumed, striding beside the Sumerian.
And then we'll do
She
another
walked
one
into
of
the fences,
copper.
ready to take command.
So not doing
Wouldn't tell
copper.
me where she'd been, or how she knew where I was. Threatened to put a scar down my other cheek if I did not stop asking questions.
Flight mode.
His lone eye swiveled to Conan expectantly, but the
Insufficient
big youth
materials.
was watching Corella, wondering what was in her mind.
Insufficient materials.
Why had she come to rescue him? And, he said absently when he realized that Hordo had stopped talking, the one-eyed man grunted sourly. And nobody tells me anything, he grunted sourly. She had a woman with her. You remember the Lady Joanna?
Iron. Could do with
It
some
was
iron.
her, but not so haughty this time. Bedraggled and haggard she was, with bruises on her face and arms, and terrified to tears. She will not stop, she kept moaning, not until I am broken. And Corella kept soothing her and looking at the rest of us
interesting.
like it was us had done whatever
Very
had been done
interesting.
to this Jelana.
I have to consider
Conan
that.
muttered. Do you have to be so long-winded? What does Jelana have to do with anything? Why,
But
it was
anyway,
her
that's
told Corella
this
how to
star
find this
system
passage.
done.
Lady Jelana grew up in the palace, it seems, playing hide-and-seek and such as children do. Only sometimes they played in the old parts of the palace, and she found 3 or 4 of the secret passages. She got out of the palace by one herself. She was desperate to get out of the city, Sumerian, so I told off 2 men to escort her to her estate in the country. Least I could do, and her showing us how to get in to you. I tell you true, I thought the next time I saw you, we'd both be taking a pull at the hell horn. That still doesn't tell me why she would aid me, Conan said, with a jerk of his head at Corella to
I
indicate
like that
which
sort of
she he
flute
meant.
type.
Flight mode.
Hardly were the words out of his mouth than the auburn-haired woman rounded on him. The wolves were too good for you, you big Sumerian oaf.
Warp engine active.
If you are to be torn to pieces, I want to do it with my own hands. I want to hear you beg my forgiveness, you barber bastard. I get first call at you before that fool Garion. Conan eyed
Attack
her
relay
calmly, a
station.
slight smile on his lips. Did you stop because you lost the way, Corella? I will take the lead, and you wish. With a snarl, she drew back her torch as if to strike him with it.
Come on,
There
let's
it is,
chase up to
Hordo
them.
shouted, pointing to a short flight of stairs, barely revealed by the light that led up to the ceiling and stopped. Relief dripped from every word. Come
Am I
on,
going to get there
Sumerian,
before it
he went
gets
on,
to the planet?
hurrying Conan quickly past the furious-eyed woman. We
There
have
it
trouble
is.
getting this
Blam,
back
blam.
in place in case anybody should take a look at the other side, but you and I should be able to lift it clear. In a fierce whisper, he added, Watch your tongue, man. She's been like a scalded cat ever since McKayan and those other fools told her they'd never heard of the Red Hawk. Eyeing the fierce scowl with which Corella watched them, Conan managed to turn his laughter into a cough. This other side, he said. Where is it? If there's anyone there, will they be likely to fight? Not a chance of it, Hordo laughed. Now put your shoulder into it. The stairs seemed to end in one large slab of stone.
Oh, I'm feeling better now.
It was to this Hordo urged Conan to apply himself. When he did, the thick slab lifted. With Hordo's aid, he slid it aside, then scrambled warily up. A heavy smell of incense filled the air.
Dark fog hides for it.
As the others followed with torches,
Right, so
Conan saw
that
he was in a
should be
windowless
this
room
system
filled with barrels
dealt
and
with.
bales. Some of the bales were broken open to reveal incense sticks. A temple?
So now let's go.
Sumerian asked in disbelief. The
These are all
page comes out in
B-type
the cellar
stars.
of a temple?
There's an O
Ordo
type,
laughed and nodded.
and there's an O type.
Motioning for silence, the one-eyed man climbed a wooden ladder fastened to one wall.
So if I go
and
to
cautiously
this,
lifted a trap door. His head went up for a quick look.
we'll call
Then
this
he motioned the
one
rest to follow and scrambled out himself. Conan was quick to follow. He found himself in a dim light
interdimensional
silver lamps
lizard.
between a
There we
large
go.
rectangular block of marble
And
a
we'll
towering
go
shadowed statue.
to this one here.
With a start,
like so.
it came to him that he was between the altar
let's fly
stone
to
and
it.
the idol of Erebus, a place where none but sanctified priests were allowed. But then, what was one
Yep.
death sentence, more or less? Quickly, everyone found their way out of the cellar, and by way of narrow halls of pale marble, to a courtyard behind the temple. There, two more of the Free Company waited with the horses. And Conan was glad to note, with
And then,
helm and
so
scimitar for
what I'm
him,
going to do now is I'm going to have the Dyson Sphere builder,
and
we're gonna build a Dyson Sphere. and then a ray receiving station, and then after that we'll have the White Science factory.
Mounted. Ariane is in Albinus's hands. Yet another woman, Corella said dangerously. She befriended Hordo and me, Conan said, and as reward for it, Albinus has her. I swore to see her safely out of this, and I will. You and your oaths, Corella muttered. But when he galloped out of the courtyard, she was first of the company behind him.
Upgrade.
23. Isolated plumes of smoke rose into the bright afternoon sky above Belverus, marking houses of the wealthy that had been visited by revolutionary mobs. The sound of those mobs could be heard from time to time, borne on the breeze.
Warp engine deactivated.
It was a wordless, hungering snarl. Once in that gallop
You
across
went
the city, Conan saw one of
23.56
those
layers from the
howling
alphabet cat system to the interdimensional lizard
Four ragged
system.
men and women pounding at the locked doors and barred windows of a house with axes, swords, rocks, their bare hands. In the same instant that he saw them, they became aware of the Free Company.
So there's useful stuff on this planet which I don't
Sound
want
that seemed
to
impossible to come from a
completely
human throat.
mark.
And like rats pouring from a sewer, they
This
threw
one
themselves
would
toward
probably
the
be the
melted
one
men.
to do it on.
In their eyes was a hatred of any who had more than they, even if it was only armor.
No, Kimberlite ore is useful.
They waved were bloodied. The bows will drive them back, Hordo shouted.
Sulfuric acid is also useful.
There was desperation in those faces.
Lava is useful.
Right, he commanded. Galloping on, they quickly left the mob behind.
Actually,
Yet even as it was disappearing from sight,
Yeah.
its members kept pursuing. Their howls
that one.
heard long
I'm
after they
going
could
to
no
save
longer
the
be
game
seen.
here as...
On reaching Albinus's palace, Conan did not pause. Every third man stay with the horses, he commanded. Everybody else over the wall. Bring your bows. Not you, he added, as Corella maneuvered
So
her
we'll
horse
go
close to the wall.
to...
You do not command me, Sumerian, she spat back. I go where I please.
Ah, very nice.
Hard-headed women, Conan muttered, but he said no more to her. Standing on
Also,
his
let's
throne,
change what the
here
mech
where
looks
he placed
like.
his hands among the pottery shards, he hoisted himself to the top of the wall. As if they had trained for such a thing, Hordo, Corella, and 24 of the others smoothly followed. Below, half a score of men ran from the gatehouse. They had only time to gape before arrows humming like hornets cut them down. Conan dropped to the ground inside, his eyes blue ice, and ran past the bodies. He half heard the thuds of the others following, but he paid them no mind. Ariane filled his mind. His word had sent her to Albinus. Now his honor demanded he free her if it cost his own life. With a
Yeah,
single
click,
heave
click,
of
click,
his
click,
arm,
click.
He threw back one of the tall doors of the palace. Before the crash of it striking the marble wall had finished reverberating in the columned hall, a helmeted man in the cloak of the golden leopards ran to face the young Sumerian giant, sword in hand. Ariane! Conan shouted as he beat aside the soldier's attack. Where are you, Ariane? His blade half severed the man's head. He kicked the falling body aside and hurried deeper into the palace.
Bit more of that then.
Ariane! More golden leopards appeared now, and Conan threw himself at them in a frenzy. His wild battle cry ringing from the arched ceiling, his blade slashing and hacking as if possessed of a demon or wielded by one. The soldiers fell back in confusion, leaving 3 of their number dead or dying, unsure of how to face this wild man of the barbarian North Country. Then Ordo and the others were on them as well. The man's fierce mien was matched by the ferocity of his attack. Corella
there we go.
among them, blade darting like a wasp.
Auto clickers saved the day.
Blooded. Even as the last body fell, Conan was shouting to his men, "Spread out! Search every room if need be! Find the girl called Ariane!" He himself strode through the halls like an avenging god. Servants and slaves took one look at the thundercloud of his face and fled. He let them go, seeking only one person. Then he saw another that interested him. The gray-bearded chamberlain tried to run, but Conan seized a fistful of the man's tunic and lifted him till only the other's toes touched the floor. Conan's voice held the promise of death. "Where is the girl Ariane, Chamberlain?" I know no girl." Conan's arm nodded, lifted the other clear of the floor. "The girl," he said softly. Sweat beaded the Chamberlain's face. "Lord Albinus," he gasped. "He took her to the royal palace." With a groan, the Sumerian let the gray-bearded man drop. The Chamberlain darted away.
Just like that.
Let him go. The palace. How could he get to her there? Could he return through the secret passage from the Temple of Erebus? He would spend the rest of his life wandering in the ancient labyrinth without ever finding his way into the newer palace. He heard footsteps behind him and turned to find Hordo bearing down on him, Nicaean and Corella close behind. "Nicaean found someone in the dungeons," Hordo
That'll
said.
be less confusing.
"Not the girl. A man who looks like King Geryon and even claims he... Show me," Conan said. Hope took life again within him. The dungeons beneath Albinus's palace were much like any others. Rough stone, heavy wooden doors on rusting hinges.
I just realised what I should have been doing with this.
Sweat. Still, when Conan looked into the cell to which Nicaean led him, he smiled as if it were a fountained garden. The ragged, dirty man chained to the wall stirred uncertainly. "Well, Conan," he said, "have you joined Albinus and Vigentius?" "Turquito," Corella breathed. "He does look like Geryon." "He is Geryon," Conan said. "That bruise on his cheek names him so." Geryon's chains clanked as he touched the bruise. He laughed
Soil
shakily.
pile is insufficient.
"To be known by so little a thing." "If this be Geryon," Corella demanded, "then who sits on the dragon throne?" "An impostor," Conan replied. "He has no bruise. Fetch me hammer and chisel. Quickly." Nicaean disappeared to return in moments with the required items. As Conan knelt to lay chisel to the first manacle at Geryon's ankle, the king said, "You will be
Need more
rewarded for
soil.
this, barbarian. All that Albinus possesses will be yours when I regain the throne." Conan did not speak. One mighty blow with the hammer split the riveted iron band open. He moved to
That's
the
a
next.
way to have more soil pile.
"You must get me out of the city," Geryon went on. "Once I reach the army, all will be well. I grew up in those camps. They will know me. I'll return at the head of 10,000 swords to tear Albinus from the palace."
Right, and that's
And
done
to start
that.
a civil war,
And
Conan
then
said. He freed the other ankle again with a single blow.
uh
The impostor looks much like you. Many will believe he is you, most especially since he speaks from the dragon throne. Perhaps even the army will not be as quick to believe as you think. Ordo groaned. "No, Sumerian, this is not our affair. Let us put the border behind us." Neither Conan nor Geryon paid him any mind. The king was silent until Conan had broken off the manacles from his wrists. Then he said quietly, "What do you suggest, Conan?" "We enter the palace," Conan said, as though that were the easiest thing in the world. "Confront the impostor. Not all the golden leopards can be traitors. You can regain your throne without a sword being lifted outside the palace walls." He did not think it politic to mention the mobs.
Yep,
roaming
auto-clicker
the streets.
saves me a lot of effort.
A bold plan, Garion mused. Yet most of the golden leopards are loyal to me. I overheard those who guarded me here talking. We will do it. I go to regain my throne, Cimmerian, but you have already gained my eternal gratitude. His regal manner was returning to him. He regarded his own filth with an amused smile. But if I am to re-enter the palace, I must wash and garb myself to look the king. As Garion strode from the cell, shouting for hot water and clean robes, Conan frowned, wondering why the king's last words had been so disquieting. But there was no time to consider that now. There was Ariane to think of. Cimmerian, Corella said angrily, if you think I will ride at your side back to the palace, you are a bigger fool than I believe you. 'Tis a death trap. I have not asked you to go, he replied. Often enough you've told me you go where you will. Her scowl said that was neither the answer she expected, nor the one she wanted. Ordo, the Cimmerian went on, bring the men in from the street. Let all know where we go. Let those who will not follow go. I'll have no man ride with me this day against his will. Ordo nodded and left. Behind Conan, Corella uttered an inarticulate oath. Conan ignored her, his mind already occupied with the problem of gaining entry to the palace, and, more important to him than regaining Garion's throne, getting Ariane free. When Conan strode from the palace with Garion, now resplendent in the best scarlet velvet he could find to fit him, the Cimmerian was not surprised to find all 38 of his men mounted and waiting, even those who bore wounds from the past hour's fighting. He knew he had chosen good men. He was surprised, though, to see Corella sitting her horse beside Ordo. Her green glare dared him to question her presence. He mounted without speaking. There were enough problems to be confronted that day without another argument with her. I am ready, Garion announced, as he climbed into the saddle. He had a broadsword strapped on over his tunic. Let us ride, Conan commanded, and led the small band out of the palace grounds at a gallop. 24.
Well, at least this is a faster way of building.
Winding streets to the top of the hill and across the greensward,
If
to the
not
drawbridge
instantaneous.
was made at a slow walk. Garion rode slightly to the front of Conan. A king should lead his army, he had said, even when it was a small one. Conan agreed, hoping the sight of Garion would make the guards hesitate enough to let them get inside. At the drawbridge, they dismounted, and the guards there indeed stared open-mouthed as Garion strode up to them. Do you recognize me? Garion demanded. Both nodded, and one said, You are the king. But how did you leave the palace? There was no call for an honor guard. Conan breathed a sigh of relief. There were not Vegentius's men. The guards eyed those behind the king, most especially Corella, but kept their main attention on Garion. Do you think the king does not know the secret ways beneath this hill? Garion smiled, as if the thought were laughable. As the two guards began to smile as well, though, his face became grim. Are you loyal men? Loyal to your king? The two stiffened as one, and both recited the oath of the golden leopards as if to remind Garion of it. My sword follows he who wears the dragon crown. My flesh is a shield for the dragon throne. As the king commands, I obey to the death. Garion nodded. Then know that there is a plot against the dragon throne, and its perpetrators are Lord Albinus and Commander Vegentius. Conan put his hand to his sword as the soldiers started, but they merely stared at the king. What are we to do? One of them asked finally. Take those who are in the barbican.
I wonder what happened to the madman's sword. Did Conan sat it? I don't seem to remember or not.
Let your cry be death to Albinus and Vegentius. Any who will not shout that are enemies of the dragon throne, even if they wear the golden cloak. Death to Albinus and Vegentius, one guard said, and the other repeated it. When they had disappeared into the barbican, Garion sagged. I did not think it would be this easy, he told Conan. It won't be, Conan assured him. I still think I should have told them of the impostor, Sumerian. Conan shook his head. It would only confuse them. They'll find out after he's dead, if luck is with us. It mattered little to him when or how they found out, so long as there was enough confusion for his purposes. He eyed the door to the barbican. What took them so long?
Insufficient materials.
Suddenly there was a cry from inside the stone gatehouse, cut abruptly short. One of those who had stood at the gate appeared in the door with a bloody blade in his fist. There was one who would not see it, he said. One by one, those others who had been on guard slipped out, sword in hand. Each paused long enough to say to the king, "Death to Albinus and Vegentius," then trotted into the palace. You see, Geryon told Conan as they led the free company through the gate, it will be easy. As the portcullis rattled down behind them, shouts rang out from the direction of the Golden Leopard's quarters, and the clash of swords. An alarm gong began to ring, then stopped with a suddenness that spoke of the death of him who had sounded it. The sounds of fighting spread. I want to find Albinus, Geryon said, and Vegentius. Conan only nodded. He too wanted Albinus. Vegentius he would take if he came across him. He hurried on, the free company deployed behind him. First, he would try the throne room. Abruptly, 200 golden-cloaked soldiers appeared ahead. For Geryon, Conan called, not slowing. Death to Albinus and Vegentius. Kill them, came the reply. For Vegentius. The two groups ran together, roaring, swords swinging. Conan ripped the throat from the first man he faced without even crossing swords. And then he was like a machine, blade rising and falling and rising again, bloodier than before. The way was forward. He hacked his way through like a peasant through a field of wheat, chopping and moving forward, leaving bloody human stubble behind. And then he was clear of the melee. He did not pause to see how his companions fared against those who had survived his blade. The numbers were on the free company's side now, and he yet had to find Ariane. Of Geryon he cared not one way or the other. Straight to
All
the
will
throne
be
room he
built.
ran. The guards that normally stood at the great carven doors were gone, drawn into the fighting that sounded now in every corridor. The door that usually was opened by 3 men, Conan pushed open unaided. The great column chamber stood empty, the dragon throne guarding it with a malignant glare. The king's apartments, Conan thought. He set out still at a run, and those who faced him died. He no longer waited to call out the challenge. Any who wore the golden cloak and did not flee were the enemy. Few fled, and he regretted killing them only for the delay it caused him. Ariane. They slowed him finding Ariane. Corella stalked the palace halls like a panther. She was alone now. After the first fight, she had searched among the bodies for Conan, uncertain whether she wanted to find him or not. There had not been long to look, for other soldiers loyal to Vegentius had appeared, and the fighting that followed had carried all who still stood away from that spot. She had seen Geryon laying about him, and Hordo desperately trying to fight his way to her side. The one-eyed man had been like death incarnate, yet she was glad he had not been able to follow. There was that she had to do of which her faithful hound would not approve. Suddenly there was a man before her, blood from a scalp wound trickling down his too handsome face. The sword in his hand was stained as
380
well, and from
rocket
the way
launchers.
He knew how to use it. A wench with a sword, he laughed. Best you throw it down and run, else I might think you intend to use it. She recognized him then. You run, Demetrio. I have no wish to soil my blade with your blood. She had no quarrel with him, but he stood between her and where she wanted to go. His laugh turned into a snarl. Bitch! He lunged, expecting an easy kill. With ease, she beat aside his overconfident attack and slashed him across the chest with her riposte. Shaken, he leaped back. She followed, never allowing him to set himself for the attack again. Their blades flashed intricate silver patterns in the air between them, ringing almost continually.
Light mode.
He was good, she admitted, but she was better. He died with a look of incredulous horror on his face. Stepping over his body, she hurried on until at last she came to the chamber she sought.
160.
Carefully, she pushed the door open with her blade. Solaria, in the blue velvet robes of a noblewoman, faced her, frowning.
Light
"Who are you?" she demanded. "Some lord's leman? Don't you know enough not to enter my apartments without permission? Well, as you're here, what word of the fighting?"
6.
Her eye fell on the bloody sword in Corella's hand, and she gasped. "You sent a friend of mine to the lowest of Xandru's hells," Corella said quietly. With measured paces, she stepped into the room.
And then...
Blonde backed away before her. "Who are you? I know none who are friends of your sort. Leave my chambers immediately, or I'll have you flogged."
Oh yeah, the railguns.
Laughed grimly. "Joanna would not know your sort either, but you know of her. As for me, I do not expect you to recognize the Lady Tiana without her veils." "You're mad," Solaria said, a quaver in her voice. Her back was almost to the wall. Corella let her sword drop as she continued her advance.
Light mode.
"I need no sword for you," she said softly. "The sword is for an equal." From beneath her robes, Solaria drew a dagger, its blade as wide as a man's finger and no more than twice as long. "Fool," she laughed. "If you truly are Tiana, I'll give you reason to wear your veils." And she lunged for Corella's eyes.
Light mode.
The auburn-haired woman moved nothing but a single hand, which darted to close over the hand that held the dagger. Solaria's blue eyes widened in disbelief as her lunge was stopped by a grip made steel by long hours with a sword. Corella knotted her other hand in those blonde tresses, tight enough to force the woman to meet her hard emerald gaze.
That's more like it. Nice and fast and a lot of them.
And the hand that held it alike to turn. "Despite it all," she whispered to the blonde, "you might have lived had not you put your sluttish hands on him." With all her strength, she drove the dagger home in Solaria's heart. Letting the dead woman fall,
Light mode.
Corella retrieved her sword and wiped the blade contemptuously on a wall hanging. There was still the Sumerian. Her mind whirling with 1,000 thoughts of what she would do to him when she found him, she stalked from the room. Almost she had been ready to let him live. But Solaria had brought it all flooding back, all the 1,000 humiliations she had suffered because of him. That he had lain with such as Solaria was the worst humiliation of all. Though when she questioned that strange thought, her mind skittered away from answering. Then, from a colonnaded gallery, she saw him in a courtyard below.
Let's request him foundations.
No doubt he still wondered how to find.
They won't arrive because there's no space warpers.
Her beautiful face twisted in a savage snarl. From the corner of her eye, she caught a movement below, and her breath suddenly would not come. Vegentius had entered the courtyard, and Conan had not moved.
Light mode.
Slowly, like a murderer in the night, the big soldier, as big as Conan, crept forward, ensanguined sword upraised. His red-crested helmet and chainmail looked untouched, though that bloody blade was proof he had seen fighting. At any moment he would strike, and she would see Conan die. Tears ran down her face. Tears of joy, she told herself. It would give her much joy to see the Sumerian meet his death. Much
Insufficient
joy.
materials. Light mode.
"Conan!" she screamed. "Behind you!" Conan listened to the approaching footsteps, footsteps that grew less wary by the second. The Sumerian's hand already rested on his sword hilt. He did not know who it was that crept toward him, save that by his actions he was an enemy. Whoever he was, a few steps more and the surpriser would be the one surprised. Just one step more. "Conan!" a scream rang out. "Behind you!"
Light mode.
Cursing his lost advantage, the Sumerian threw himself forward, tucking his shoulder under as he hit the flagstones, drawing his scimitar as he rolled to his feet.
Light mode.
He found himself facing a very surprised Vegentius. A quick glance upward showed him the source of the shout. Corella, half hanging over the stone rail of a gallery 2 stories above the courtyard. He knew it had to be his imagination, yet in that brief look he could have sworn that she was crying. It did not matter in any case. He must concern himself with the man he faced. Vigentius wore a grin, as if what was to come were the greatest wish of his life. Long have I wanted to face you with steel, Barber, he said. His face yet bore the yellowing bruises of their last encounter. That is why you try to sneak up behind me, Conan sneered. Die, Barber, the big soldier thundered, launching a towering overhead blow with his sword.
Flight mode.
Conan's blade rose to meet it with a clang, and immediately he moved from defense to offense. Almost without moving their feet, the 2 men faced each other, blades ringing like hammer and anvil. But it was always Conan's blade that was the hammer, always he attacking, always Vigentius parrying, ever more desperately. It was time to
Right,
end
so that's
Sumerian
this one done.
with a
That
mighty
didn't take
swing
too
he
long,
struck.
did it?
Blood fountained from the headless trunk of the commander of the Golden Leopards.
Flight
As the
mode.
body toppled, Conan was already turning to look for Corella. The gallery was empty. Still, he could not suppress a complacent smile at the thought that she did not hate him as much as she pretended. Else why had she cried out? He looked around as Hordo hurried into the courtyard. Vigentius? The one-eyed man asked, looking at the headless body. I saw Albinus.
There goes your
when
relay
Conan
station.
nodded. And Ariane and the imposter. But when I got to where I saw them, they were gone. I think they were headed for the old part of the palace. He hesitated. Have you seen Corella Cimmerian?
Warp engine
I can't find
activated.
her, and I do not want to lose her again.
Warp engine
Conan pointed
deactivated.
out the gallery where Corella had stood. Find her if you can, Hordo. I have another woman to seek.
Dark Fog base core
Hordo
destroyed.
nodded, and the 2 men parted in opposite
Insufficient
directions.
foundation.
Conan wished the bearded man luck, though he suspected Corella had disappeared once more. But his own concern was still Ariane. He could not imagine why Albinus would go into the ancient portion of the palace, unless it was to escape by way of one of the secret passages. If Jelana knew some of them, it seemed reasonable that the hawk-faced lord might also. Yet the Cimmerian did not think he could find even the one he had escaped through, lost as it was in that maze of pitch-dark corridors. There was only the wolf pit to hope for, and hoping against hope, Conan ran.
Flight mode.
He thanked every god he could think of that he encountered no golden leopards as he sped through the palace into the rough stone corridor he remembered so well.
Destroyed.
Right, so that's
He
that
endured not the
done.
slightest delay if he was to reach the wolf pit before Albinus departed. If Albinus had gone to the wolf pit. If Ariane was still alive. He refused to
So
admit
this will
any
be
of
my
those
receiving
ifs.
station.
They would be there. They had to be. Almost to the pit, he heard Albinus's voice reverberating from that domed ceiling. The Cimmerian allowed himself one brief
Let's
sigh
get
of relief
a
before entering the chamber, his eyes like blue
thing I
steel.
need. Ray receiver. I want something that
With
covers the
this, I will
planet.
destroy
Ray
them,
receiver.
Albinus was saying, caressing a blue crystal sphere in his hands as he spoke. The imposter
Yeah.
stood beside him,
Ray
and
receiver.
Ariane, staring unnaturally ahead. But the hawk-faced man appeared to speak only to himself.
This is the one.
With this, I will unleash
Proliferated
such
graviton
power.
lens and no splitter for a bit less hit performance.
Yet it was too late to stop
VH
his
com-
advance. Albinus's dark
It
eyes
requests
were on
about
him already,
2.41
and
terawatts from
seemed
the
to see
sphere.
him as an irritation rather than a danger.
Okay, let's see if that works.
Kill him, Garion, the nobleman said, and turned his attention back to the blue sphere. Ariane did not move or change expression. Did the man truly think he was Garion? Conan wondered as the duplicate advanced. He noticed the sword the other carried, then the same serpentine blade that he had sold to Demetrio what seemed like so long ago.
Hey,
That
he
it was a
did sell it.
sorcerer's weapon, he no longer had any doubt, and his belief was confirmed when the blade was raised. A hungry metallic whine sounded, the same he had thought he imagined when facing Malleus. Still, he set himself. Death came when it would. No man could flee his appointed time. The Falskarian's blade blazed into motion, and Conan swung to block it. The shock of that meeting of blades nearly tore the Cimmerian's sword from his grip.
110,000 bells. This is what makes things slow.
Came not from any sorcery, but from the man wielding the blade. Yet Conan refused to believe that anything human could have so much strength. The hair on the back of his neck rose. Nothing human. Warily, he backed away, wondering what it was he faced. Cupping the blue crystal, ignoring the two who faced each other not 20 paces from him, Albanus began to chant. Afar Mearoth. Omni Deus Calm.
Yeah, placing this... Wait, there was a collision.
A rumble from deep in the bowels of the
you know what?
But he had no time to consider.
Oh, okay.
The creature with Garion's face
It is building. And
the
yeah,
lady-bladed sword darting
that is
into
put a
ritual
great
speed.
hit on it. So it turns out these massive
Conan no longer
blueprints,
attempted to block it.
that causes a
Only to
pretty nasty hit in
Even like
performance.
glancing blows, he felt to his heels. Once the tip of that ensorcelled blade opened a shallow gash in his cheek,
Materials.
sending a thin rivulet of blood trickling. The metallic whine sounded again, but louder, almost drowning out Albanus's chanting.
Slowdown indeed. I think we found the cause of the slowdown
though.
though.
Blow, and it landed, but Conan leaped back. The blade smashed into the iron leg of one of the massive tripod lamps, shearing it in two. Slowly the lamp toppled, and Conan saw the first true expression on the creature's face. Terror as it gazed at the fire in that falling lamp. As if in mortal danger, the Falskarian jumped back. Albanus's voice faltered, then resumed its incantation.
But once we build it, we'll see if the slowdown decreases.
Dry straw crackled alight. Conan risked a glance at the hawk-faced lord. Above Albanus's head, something was forming. A darkness, a thickening of the air. The stones beneath the Cimmerian's feet shifted, and he thought he heard thunder. There was no time for more than a glance, though, for the creature grasped one leg of the heavy lamp and heaved it into the now fire-filled pit as easily as a man might throw aside a stick of kindling. The ground trembled continuously now, the tremors growing stronger. From the corner of his eye, Conan saw the dark, amorphous shape above Albanus's head lift higher into the dome, grow more solid. The nobleman's chanting became louder, more insistent. The creature advanced on Conan. "Run, Ariane!" the Cimmerian shouted, and steadied his feet against the now pitching floor. No man could flee his own death. "Run!"
And 5,000 ray
But the
receivers.
simulacrum continued its steady approach, sword lifting for a strike that would smash through the Cimmerian's blade and split the man in twain. Desperately, Conan leaped aside. The tremendous blow struck sparks from the floor where he had stood. In that instant, when the creature tottered off balance from the force of its own blow and the quaking of the earth, Conan struck. Every muscle from his heels up he put into that blow, blade slamming against the creature's side. It was like striking stone. Yet, added to the rest, it was enough for just that one instant. The simulacrum fell. Conan had seen the speed of the creature and had no intention of giving it time to recover its feet. Before it struck the stone floor, he had dropped his sword and seized the simulacrum by its sword belt and its tunic. With a tremendous heave, the massive Cimmerian lifted the creature into the air. "Here's the fire you fear," he shouted, and hurled it over the wall. As it fell, a scream ripped from its throat. The sword was hurled away as it twisted in an inhuman effort to find some salvation from the flames. As it struck the burning straw, there was a whoosh, as of oil thrown on a fire, and flames engulfed the simulacrum, yet even as a statue of flame, its horrible screams would not cease. As Conan raised his eyes from the pit, they met those of Albanus. The Dark Lord's mouth struggled to form the words of his chant, but from his chest projected the blood-hungry sword that had been hurled with such inhuman strength. Beside him, Ariane stirred. Sorceress spells died with the sorcerer, and Albanus was dying. Conan hurried to her side. As he took her hand, she looked at him dazedly. Albanus fought still to form words, but blood was filling his mouth. As the Sumerian turned to lead Ariane from the chamber, his gaze was drawn by what occupied the height of the dome. He had an impression of countless eyes, of tentacles without number. His own eyes refused to take it all in. His mind refused to accept what he saw. From whatever floated
It
horribly
sped
above,
up.
a ray of
The
light
slowdown
struck down,
stopped.
shattering the blue crystal. Albinus's eyes blazed in death as the fragments fell from his hand.
The building slows it down.
Thunder rumbled in the room, and Conan knew it for the laughter of a demon or a god. The dark shape above gathered itself. Conan scooped up Ariane and ran, as that which was above smashed through the dome. Stones showered down, filling the wolf pit, and dust belched after him. Collapsing walls toppled still other walls. Spreading out in a wave of destruction from the wolf pit, the ancient portions of the palace crumbled in on themselves. Conan was running on polished marble floors before he realized that the floor no longer tossed like a ship in a storm, and rubble no longer pelted him. He stopped and looked back through the slowly clearing dust. The corridor behind him was filled from top to bottom with shattered debris, and he could see the sunset sky through a hole in a ceiling that had borne 3 stories above it. Yet, except for a few cracked walls, there seemed to be remarkably little destruction outside of the ancient parts of the palace. Ariane stirred in his arms, and he reluctantly set her down.
This is overkill, by the way, but I think it's a good stress test as well.
Coughing, she stared around her. Conan? Where did you come from? Is this the royal palace? What happened? I'll explain later, the Sumerian said. Or some of it, he thought with another look at the devastation behind them. Let's find King Gary and Ariane. I've a reward coming. 25. Strolling down the hall of the palace that had once belonged to Albinus, and had for 2 days now, by a decree of King Geryon, belonged to him, Conan paused to heft an ivory statuette. Intricately carved, it was light, and would fetch a good price in almost any city. He added it to the sack he carried, and moved on. He reached the columned entry hall, just as Hordo and Ariane came through the front doors, now standing open. About time you came back, the Sumerian said. What is it like out there? Hordo shrugged. City guards and what golden leopards are left are patrolling the streets against looters. Not that many are left. Seems they thought that earthquake was the judgment of the gods against them. Then, too, some claim to have seen a demon hovering over the royal palace at the height of the earthquake. He gave an unconvincing laugh. Strange what people see, is it not? Strange indeed, Conan replied, in what he hoped was a reassuring tone. Even if he managed to convince Hordo of what had occurred at the wolf pit, the one-eyed man would only moan about being too old for such any longer. What about the Festus? He asked Ariane. She sighed wearily, not looking at him. The Festus is done. Too many of us saw too much of what our
13 frames a second.
Geryon is willing
So I
to
think I've established what causes the
but I doubt
slowdown.
we will be able to look
But if I
into
have a look
methods in the
here
piece for a long time.
The main
hesitate
logic
to
is
leave
taking up
Media.
12%,
Come with me to Ophir.
and the
Conan
renderer is
I
taking
go
up
to
84%, so I imagine once I get off this world, things will speed up.
stared. It was not that he objected to losing her to Hordo. Well, a little, he admitted grudgingly, even to a friend. But after all, he had saved her life. What sort of gratitude was this?
So I'm lowering the FPS to improve UPS. So the game speed is fast, but it's not rendering fast.
It may not be faithful to me, but it is
And that way I can build quicker.
Besides, I told you long ago that I decide who shares my sleeping mat. Her voice held an exculpatory note. A tightness at her mouth said that she heard it, and refused to admit that she had anything to excuse. Conan shook his head disgustedly. He remembered an ancient saying, women and cats are never owned. They just visit for a time. At the moment, he thought he would take the cat. Then her destination and Hordo was penetrated. "Why Aquilonia?" Conan asked him. The one-eyed man passed him a folded sheet of parchment and said, "I heard a rumor she went east. There's something in there for you as well." Conan opened the sheet and read, "Hordo, my most faithful hound, when you receive this, I will be gone from Nemetia with all my goods and servants. Do not follow. I will not again be so pleased to find you on my trail. Yet I wish you well. Tell the Cimmerian I am not finished with him.
Ah.
Corella." Below the signature in red ink was the outline of a hawk.
Flight mode.
"But you follow anyway," Conan said, handing back the sheet. "Of course," Hordo replied. Carefully, he tucked the letter into his pouch. "But why this talk of going to Ophir now? Geryon will make you a lord next." "I remembered that blind soothsayer in the gored ox," the Cimmerian said. "That old fool. I told you to see one of my astrologers." "But he was right," Conan said quietly. "A woman of sapphires and gold. Sularia. A woman of emeralds and ruby. Corella. They both have watched me die for exactly the reasons he named. The rest was right as well. And do you remember how he ended?" "How?" Hordo asked. "Save a throne, save a king, kill a king, or die. Whatever comes, whatever is, mark well your time to fly." He also said to beware the gratitude of kings. I'm taking him to heart, if a little late. The one-eyed man snorted, looking about him at the marble columns and alabaster walls. "I see little enough to beware of in this gratitude." "Kings are absolute rulers," Conan told him, "and feeling grateful makes them feel less absolute. On that I'll wager. And the best way to get rid of that feeling is to get rid of the man to whom he must be grateful. Do you see now?" "You sound like a philosopher," Hordo grumbled. Conan threw back his head and laughed. "Oh, the gods forbid." "Captain," McCain said, entering from the back, "the company is mounted, every man with a sack of loot at his saddle, though I never heard of a man ordering his own palace looted before."
Flight mode.
Conan met Hordo's gaze levelly. "Take whatever you want, old friend, but do not tarry over long." He held out his hand, and the other grasped it, a custom they had picked up in the East. "Fare you well, Conan of Cimmeria," Hordo said gruffly. "Take a pull at the hell-horn for me, and you get there before me." "Fare you well, Hordo of Zamora, and you the same if you're first." The Cimmerian did not look again at Ariane as he strode from the hall. She had made her choice. Behind the palace, the Free Company waited, the score that survived, mounted and
At
armed.
least it's rapid.
Conan swung into his saddle. A strange end, he thought, riding away from proffered riches in this fashion. And two women, either of whom he would have been pleased to have ride with him, but neither of whom wanted him. That was a strange thing for him in itself. Still, he reminded himself, there would be women aplenty in Ophir, and the rumors of trouble meant there would be blade fee for a Free Company. "We ride for Ophir," he commanded, and galloped out of the gates at the head of his company. He did not look back. Conan the Unconquered.
Wait. Yeah.
Prologue.
Hang on. Ah, so what it's going into now is the next book. So Conan the Unconquered. If I go here and find Conan the Unconquered, so this is the next one.
Conan the Unconquered.
There.
Prologue.
Flight mode.
Storm winds howling off the midnight-shrouded villa yet see, clawed at the granite-walled compound of the Cult of Doom. compound gave the appearance of a small city, though there were no people on its streets at that hour. More than the storm and the lateness kept them fast in their
Hey.
beds, praying for
I'm going to be right back.
Though but a bare
I need to wait.
handful could put a finger to the real reason, and those that could did not allow themselves to think on it. The gods uplift, and the gods destroy, but no one ever believes the gods will touch them. The man who was now called Jondar did not know if gods involved themselves in the affairs of mortals, or indeed if gods existed. But he did know there were powers beneath the sky. There were indeed powers, and one of those he had learned to use, even to control after a fashion. Gods he would leave to those asleep in the compound, those who called him their great lord. Now he sat cross-legged in saffron robes before such a power. The chamber was plain, its pearly marble walls smooth, its two arched entrances unadorned. Simple round columns held the dome that rose above the shallow pool, but 10 pieces across, that was the room's central feature. There was no ornamentation, for friezes or sculptures or ornate working of stone could not compete with that pool, and the power within. Water, it might seem at first glance, but it was not. It was sharply azure and flecked with argent phosphorescence. Jondar meditated, basking in the radiance of power, and the pool glowed silver blue, brighter and brighter until the chamber seemed lit with 1,000 lamps. The surface of the pool bubbled and roiled, and mists rose, solidifying. But only so far. The mists formed a dome, as if a mirror image of the pool below, delineating the limits that contained the power, both above and below. Within, ultimate disorder was bound, chaos itself confined. Once Jondar had seen such a pool loosed from its bonds, and fervently did he wish never to see such again. But that would not happen here. Not now, not ever. Now he could feel the power seeping into his very bones. It was time. Smoothly he rose and made his way through one of the archways, down a narrow passage lit by bronze lamps, bare feet padding on cool marble. He prided himself on his lack of ostentation, even to so small a thing as not wearing sandals. He, like the pool, needed no adornment. The passage led into a circular sanctorum, its albescent walls worked in intricate arabesques, its high vaulted ceiling held aloft by fluted alabaster columns. Light came from golden cressets suspended aloft on silver chains. Massive bronze doors barred the chamber's main entrance, their surfaces within and without worked in a pattern of chaos itself by an artist under the influence of the power
1180.
before madness and death had taken him. The power was not for all. The 40 men gathered there, a fifth part of his chosen, did need this show of splendor to reflect the glory of their cause. Yet the most important single item in that chamber, an altar set in the exact center of the circle formed by the room, was of unornamented black marble. Two score men turned silently as Jondar entered, saffron-robed and shaven of head as the laws of the cult demanded, just as it forbade its women to cut their tresses. Eager eyes watched him, ears strained to hear his words.
Only another 29,000 elements to
from
do?
The pool of the ultimate, he intoned. And a massive sigh arose, as if he had come from the presence of a god. Indeed, he suspected they considered it much the same, for though they believed they knew the purposes and meanings of the cult, in truth they knew nothing. Slowly, Jondar made his way to the black altar, and all eyes followed him, glowing with the honor of gazing on one they considered but a step removed from the Godhead himself. He did not think of himself so, for all his ambitions. Not quite. Jondar was a tall man, cleanly muscled but slender. Bland, smooth features combined with his shaven head to make his age indeterminate. though something in his dark brown eyes spoke of years beyond knowing. His ears were square, but set on his head in such a fashion that they seemed slightly pointed, giving him an otherworldly appearance. But it was the eyes that oft convinced others he was a sage ere he even opened his mouth. In fact, he was not yet 30. He raised his arms above his head, letting the folds of his robes fall back. "Attend me. We attend, great lord." 40 throats spoke as one. "In the beginning was nothingness. All came from nothingness. And to nothingness must all return." Jandar allowed a slight smile
just
to
the
touch his
Bible.
thin mouth. That
You've just slightly
phrase,
reworded
watchword
it.
of his followers, always amused him. To nothingness indeed all must return, eventually, but not soon. At least not him. While he was yet a boy, known by the first of many names he would bear, fate had carried him beyond the Villa Yepsi, beyond even Farvendia, to Katai of near fable. There, at the feet of a learned thaumaturge, an aged man with long
What is a
whiskers and skin the color of
thaumaturge?
luteous ivory, he had learned much. But a lifetime spent in the search for knowledge was not for him. In the end, he had been forced to slay the
that's
old
it. It's
man
getting
to
better.
give him what he wanted. The mage's grimoire, his book of incantations and spells. Then, before he had mastered more than a handful, the murderer was discovered and he imprisoned. Yet he had known enough to free himself of that bare
673.
stone cell, though he had of necessity to flee Katai. There had been other flights in his life, but those were long past. His errors had taught him. Now his way was forward and upward, to heights without end. In the beginning, all of totality was inchoate. Chaos ruled. "Blessed be holy chaos," came the reply. The natural state of the universe was and is chaos. But the gods appeared, themselves but children of chaos, and forced order, unnatural, unholy order, upon the very chaos from which they sprang. His voice caressed them, raised their fears, then soothed those fears, lifted their hopes, and fanned their fervor. And in that forcing, they gave a foul gift to man. The impurity that forever bars the vast majority of humankind from attaining a higher order of consciousness, from becoming as gods. For it is from chaos, from ultimate disorder that gods come. And man has within him the taint of enforced order. He paused then, spreading his arms as if to embrace them. Ecstasy lit their eyes as they waited for him to give the benediction they expected and needed. "Diligently," he said, "have you labored to rid yourselves of the impurities of this world. Your worldly goods you have cast aside. Pleasures of the flesh you have denied yourselves. Now," his voice rose to a thunder, "now you are the chosen. Blessed be holy chaos. We are the chosen of holy chaos. Let the woman Natron be brought forth," Jandar commanded. From a cubicle where she had been kept waiting, the Lady Natron, wife of Lord Taraman, was led into the column chamber. She did not look now the wife of one of the 17 attendants, the advisors to King Yildiz of Turan. Naked, she stumbled in the hobble that confined her ankles, and would have fallen had not two of the chosen roughly held her erect. Her wrists, fastened behind her with tight cords, lay on the swell of her buttocks. Her large brown eyes bulged in terror, and her lips worked frantically around a leather gag. Slender, yet full-breasted and well-rounded of hip, her body shone with the sweat of fear. No eyes there but Jandar's looked on her as a woman, though, for the Chosen had forsaken such things. You have attempted to betray me, Natron. The naked woman shook at Jondar's words as if pierced with needles. She had dabbled in the teachings of the cult, as did many bored women of the nobility, but her husband made her different and necessary to Jondar's great plan. With his necromancies, he had learned every dark and shameful corner of her life. Most
Oh,
of
man, I
Turan
feel
had secrets they would kill to hide.
not
And
drunk,
she,
but
with lovers
dizzy.
and vices almost beyond listing, was no
Yeah.
different.
It's going to be one of those
Natron
days.
wept at his revelations and rebelled at his commands. But seemingly, at the last,
Maybe it's
she
just
had
looking at
accepted
this
her duty
planet
to place
over and
certain
over
pressures
again.
on her husband. Instead, the sorceress watch she kept on her revealed that she intended to go to her husband to reveal all and throw herself on his mercy. Jondar had not slain her where she lay in the supposed safety of her chambers in her husband's palace, but had had her brought hither to serve her purpose in his grand design. It was death she feared, but he intended worse for her. Prepare her,
Flight mode.
the necromancer commanded. The woman flung herself
180
quickly in the
ray
grasp of the
receivers
men who
and
fastened her by wrists and
over
ankles
4,000
to the black
belts
altar
needed.
stone. The gag was removed. She licked fear-dried lips. "Mercy, great lord," she pleaded. "Let me serve you." "You do," Jondar replied.
Flight
From a tray of beaten gold proffered by one of the Chosen, the mage took a silver-bladed knife and lifted it high above the woman's body. His follower hastily set the tray on the floor by the altar and backed away. Natron's screams blended with Jondar's chant as he invoked the power of chaos. His words rang from the walls, though he did not shout. He had no wish to drown her wails. He could feel the power flowing in him, flowing through him. Silvery azure, a dome appeared, enveloping altar, sacrifice, and necromancer. The Chosen fell to their knees, pressed their faces to the marble floor in awe. Jondar's
I always
knife
think like
plunged
the
down.
idea of chaos as evil
Natron convulsed and
is
shrieked one last time
a
as the
new,
blade stabbed
well, I say new
beneath her
phenomenon,
left breast.
like 40 years old,
Quickly,
because it's
Jondar bent
from
to take a large golden bowl from the
Warhammer.
tray.
But the fact is,
Blade
Michael
and
Moorcock
one
wrote of
keel
it before
that
then.
knife were hollow,
And
so
it
that
seems
a
that,
dark stream of heart's
who's
blood
the
spurted
author
into the
of
bowl.
Conan the
The
Barbarian?
level rose,
And it must mean there was those before who understood that
and only a
chaos
few drops fell
is
to make
inherently
carmine ripples.
inimical to life.
Withdrawing the blade, Jondar held knife and bowl aloft, calling on the power in words of ice, calling on life that was not life, death that was not death. Still holding the bowl on high, he tilted it, pouring out Natron's heart blood. That sanguinary stream fell and faded into nothingness, and with it faded the glowing dome. A
insufficient
smile of
materials.
satisfaction on his face, Jondar let the implements of his sorcery clatter to the floor. No longer did a wound mar Natron's beauty.
Right, so
Awake,
there's the
Natron,
planet.
he
And if I have a look at
undoing
the
her
Dyson
bonds.
Sphere, we have...
The eyes of the woman who had just been
Yeah.
stabbed to the heart fluttered open, and she stared at Jondar.
Not quite
her
ready
gaze
yet.
Filled with horror and emptiness.
I'm going to save the game there.
I was dead, she whispered. I stood before Erlich's throne. Shivering, she huddled into a ball on the altar.
Ended.
I am cold. Certainly you are cold, Jondar told her
Oh,
coolly.
look, there's
no
my,
blood courses in your veins,
Fleets.
for you are no
Follow
longer
me.
alive. Neither are you dead. Rather, you stand between, and are bound to utter obedience until true death finds you. No, she wept. I will not be silent, he said. Her protests died on the instant. Jondar turned back to his followers. The Chosen had dared now to raise their faces, and they watched him expectantly. For what do you strike? He demanded. From beneath their robes, the Chosen produced needle-sharp daggers, thrusting them into the air. For disorder, confusion, and anarchy we strike, they roared. For holy chaos we strike, to the death. Then strike, he commanded. The daggers disappeared, and the chosen filed from the chamber to seek those whose names Jondar had earlier given them. It was truly a pity, the necromancer thought, that the old mage no longer lived. How far his pupil had outstripped him, and how much greater yet that pupil was destined to become. He snapped his fingers, and she who was now only partly Lady Natron of Turan followed him.
Let me just check if there's a blueprint that does this for me.
1. Many cities
No.
bore appellations. The mighty or the wicked.
Orbital.
But Agrapur, that great city of ivory towers and golden
Orbital
domes,
collectors.
seat of the throne of Turan and center
No.
of her citizens' world,
Ah.
had no need of such.
There is one.
The city's wickedness and might.
Right,
was
so I'll
well
copy
known
the
that an
blueprint.
appellation would have been guilt
Let's
laid
see if
upon
I can-
gold. 1,003 goldsmiths were listed in the guild halls. Twice so many smiths in silver, half again that number dealers in jewelry and rare gems. They, with a vast profusion of merchants in silks and perfumes, catered to hot-blooded, slow-eyed noblewomen and sleek, sensuous courtesans who oft seemed more ennobled than their sisters of proper blood. Every vice could be had within Agrapur's lofty alabaster walls, from the green powders and passion mists peddled by oily men from Iranistan to the specialized brothels of the Street of Doves. Turanian triremes ruled the cerulean expanse of the Vilayet Sea. And into Agrapur's broad harbor, Dromans brought the wealth of a dozen nations. The riches of another score found its way to the
No,
markets
won't
like
let
Canada.
blueprinting occur.
Emeralds
God,
and
it-
eights,
oh.
ivory and peacocks.
No, I thought for a minute, I thought, oh, it has done
Found,
it.
no matter whence it came. The stench of slavers from Kawarism was drowned in the wafted scent of oranges from Ophir, of myrrh and cloves from Vendia, of attar of roses from Karan and subtle perfumes from Zingara. Tall merchants from Argos strode the flagstones of her broad streets, and dark men from Shen. Fierce Ibar's mountain tribesmen rubbed shoulders with Corinthian scholars, and Kothian mercenaries with traders from Kashan. It was said that no day passed in Agrapur without the meeting of men, each of whom believed the other's land to be a fable. The tall youth who strode those teeming streets with the grace of a hunting cat had no mind for the wonders of the city, however. Fingers curled lightly on the well-worn leather hilt of his broadsword, he passed marble palaces and fruit peddlers' carts with equal unconcern, a black-maned lion unimpressed by piles of stone. Yet if his agate blue eyes were alert, there was yet travel weariness on his sun-bronzed face, and his scarlet-edged cloak was stained with sweat and dust. It had been a hard ride from Sultanapur, with little time before leaving for saying goodbye to friends or gathering possessions, if he was to avoid the headsman's axe. A small matter of smuggling, and some other assorted offenses against the king's peace. He had come far since leaving the rugged northern crags of his native Sumerian mountains, and not only in distance. Some few years he had spent as a thief in Nemedia and Zamora and the Corinthian city-states. Yet though his years still numbered fewer than 25, the desire had come on him to better himself. He had seen many beggars who had been thieves in their youth, but never had he seen a rich thief. The gold that came from stealing seemed to drip away like water through a sieve. He would find better for himself. The failure of his smuggling effort had not dimmed his ardor in the least. All things could be found in Agrapur, or so it was said. At the moment he sought a tavern, the Blue Bull. Its name had been given him in haste as he left Sultanapur as a place where information could be gotten. Good information was always the key to success. The sound of off-key music penetrated his thoughts, and he became aware of a strange procession approaching him down the thronging street. A wiry, dark-skinned sergeant of the Turanian army, in wide breeches and turban-wrapped spiral helmet, curved tulwar at his hip, was trailed by another soldier beating a drum and 2 others raggedly blowing flutes. Behind them came half a score more, bearing halberds and escorting or guarding a dozen young men in motley garb who seemed to be trying to march to the drum. The sergeant caught the big youth's glance and quickly stepped in front of him. "The gods be with you. Now I can see that you are a man seeking," the sergeant broke off with a grunt. "Mitra, your eyes." "What's wrong with my eyes?" the muscular youth growled. "Not a thing, friend," the sergeant replied, raising a hand apologetically, "but never did I see eyes the color of the sea before. Where I come from there are few with dark eyes. A far traveler come to seek adventure. And what better place to find it than in the army of King Yildiz of Turan? I am Al-Sha'am. And how are you called?" "Conan," the muscular youth replied, "but I've no interest in joining your army. But think you, Conan," the sergeant continued with oily persuasiveness, "how it will be to return from campaign with as much booty as you can carry, a hero and conqueror in the women's eyes. How they'll fall over you. Why, man, from the look of you, you were born for it." "Why not try them?" Conan said, jerking his head toward a knot of Hyrcanian nomads in sheepskin coats and baggy trousers of coarse wool. They wore fur caps pulled tightly over grease-laced hair and eyed everyone about them suspiciously. "They look as if they might want to be heroes," he laughed. The sergeant spat sourly. "Not a half-weight of discipline in a lot of them. Odd to see them here. They generally don't like this side of the Vilayet Sea. But you now. Think on it.
So that's that one done.
Adventure, glory, loot, women. Why," Conan shook his head, "I've no desire to be a soldier. Mayhap if we had a drink together." "No," the sergeant sighed. "Well, I've a quota to fill.
I could do it on this one,
He
couldn't
needs to
I?
build his army larger, and when an army is big enough, it's used. You mark my words, there will be loot to throw away." He motioned to the other soldiers. "Let us be on our way." "A moment," Conan said. "Can you tell me where to find the tavern called the Blue Bull?" The soldier grimaced. "A dive on the street of the Lotus Dreamers near the harbor. They'll cut your throat for your boots as like as not. Try the sign of the Impatient Virgin on the Street of Coins. The wine is cheap and the girls are clean. And if you change your mind, seek me out. Al-Sha'am, sergeant in the regiment of General Mundara Khan." Conan stepped aside to let the procession pass, the recruits once more attempting unsuccessfully to march to the drum. As he
Creation
turned from watching the soldiers go,
made
he found
of
himself about to trample into another cortege.
structures
This in
are
saffron
different
robes,
from
the men with shaven heads, the women with braids swinging below their buttocks, their leader beating a tambourine.
I don't understand what that
Chanting
means.
softly, they walked as if they saw neither him nor anyone else. Caught off balance, he stumbled awkwardly aside, straight into the midst of the Hyrcanian nomads. Muttered imprecations rose as thick as the rank smell of their greased hair, and black eyes glared at him as dark leathery hands were laid to the hilts of curved sword knives. Conan grasped his own sword hilt, certain that he was in for a fight. The Hyrcanian's eyes swung from him to follow the saffron-robed procession continuing down the crowded street. Conan stared in amazement as the nomads ignored him and hurried after the yellow-robed marchers. Shaking his head, Conan went on his way.
Materials.
No one had ever said that Agrapur was not a city of strangeness, he thought. Yet, as he approached the harbor, it was in his mind that for all its oddities, the city
So
was
there's
not so very different from the
20,000
others
bucks.
he had seen. Behind him were the palaces of the wealthy, the shops of merchants, and the bustle of prosperous citizens. Here, dried mud stucco cracked from the brick of decaying buildings, occupied for all their decay. The peddlers offered fruits too bruised or spoiled to be sold elsewhere, and the hawkers' shiny wares were gilded brass, if indeed there was even any gilding. Beggars here were omnipresent, whining in their rags to the sailors
And there is a
swaggering
bit of
by.
slowdown, but it's not
The
too
struggles
severe.
numbered almost as many as the beggars, in transparent silks that emphasize rather than conceal swelling breasts and rounded buttocks, wearing peridot masquerading as emeralds and carbuncle passing for ruby. Salt, tar, spices, and rotting offal gave off a thick miasma that permeated everything. The pleading of beggars, the solicitation of harlots, and the cries of hawkers hung in the air like a solid sheet. Above the cacophony, Conan heard a girl's voice shout, "If you will be patient, there will be enough to go around."
Insufficient
Curious,
materials.
he looked toward the sound, but could see
Insufficient
only a milling
materials.
crowd of beggars in front of a rotting building, all seeming to press toward the same goal. Whatever or whoever that goal was, it was against the stone wall of the building. More beggars ran to join the seething crowd, and a few of the doxies joined in, elbowing their way to the front.
More about these
Above the
doxies.
very
What's
forefront
a
of the throng,
doxy?
A girl appeared as if she had stepped up onto a bench. "Be patient," she cried. "I will give you what I have." In her arms, she carried an engraved and Florentined casket, almost as large as she could manage. Its top was open, revealing a tangled mass of jewelry. One
What's
by
a
one,
doxy?
she removed pieces and passed them down to eagerly reaching hands. Greedy cries were raised for more. Conan shook his head. This girl was no denizen of the harbor. Her robes of green-colored silk were expensively embroidered with thread of gold, and cut neither to reveal nor emphasize her voluptuous curves, though they could not conceal them from the Cimmerian's discerning eye. She wore no kohl or rouge, as the strumpets did, yet she was lovely. Waist-length raven hair framed an oval face with skin the color of dark ivory and melting brown eyes. He wondered what madness had brought her here. "Mine!" a voice shouted from the showing mass of mendicants and doxies, and another voice cried, "I want mine!" The girl's face showed consternation. "Be patient, please." "More! Now!" Three men with the forked hues of sailors, attracted by the shouting, began to push their way through the growing knot of people toward the girl. Beggars, their greed
So that
vanquishing their
takes
usual
72, and that makes
ingratiating manner,
twice as
pushed
much,
back.
144.
Muttered curses were
Okay.
exchanged, then loud obscenities, and the mood of the crowd darkened and turned angry. A sailor's horny fist sent a ragged gap-toothed beggar sprawling. Screams went up from the strumpets and wrathful cries from the beggars.
Insufficient
Conan knew he
materials.
should go on. This was none of his affair, and he had yet to find the blue bull. This matter would resolve itself very well without him.
Materials.
Then why, he asked himself, was he not moving? At that instant, a pair of bony, sore-covered hands reached up and jerked the casket from the girl's arms. She stared helplessly as a swirling fight broke out. The casket jerked from one set of hands to another, its contents spilling to the paving stones, to be squabbled over by men and women with clawed fingers. Filth-caked beggars snarled with avaricious rage. Silk-clad harlots, their faces twisted with hideous rapacity, raked each other with long painted nails and rolled on the street, legs flashing nakedly. Suddenly, one of the sailors, a scar across his broad nose disappearing beneath the patch that covered his right eye, leaped up onto the bench beside the girl. "This is what I want," he roared, and sweeping her into his arms, he tossed her to his waiting comrades. "Early take all, fool women," Conan muttered. The roil of beggars and harlots, lost in their greed, ignored the massive young Cimmerian as he moved through them like a hunting beast. Scarface and his companions, a lanky Kothian with a gimlet eye and a sharp-nosed Iranistani, whose dirty red-striped headcloth hid all but the tips of his queues, were too busy with the girl to notice his approach. She yelped and
So that's
wriggled
all of
futilely at their
those.
pawings. Her flailing hands made no impression on shoulders and chests
And I think on
hardened
this
by
one
the
I'll
rigors
build
of
a
stormy,
green
violent
science as
Gilead
well.
sea. The sailors' cheap striped tunics were filthy with fish oils and tar, and an odor hung about them of sour, overspiced ship's cooking. Conan's big hand seized the scruff of the Kothian's neck and half hurled him into the scuffle near the casket. The Iranistani's nose crunched and spurted blood beneath his fist, and a backhand blow sent Scarface to join his friends on the filthy stones of the street. "Find another woman," the Cimmerian growled. "There are doxies enough about." The girl stared at him wide-eyed, as if she was not sure if he was a rescuer or not. "I'll carve your liver and lights, Scarface spat, and feed what's left to the fish. He scrambled to his feet, a curved Kawarismi dagger in his fist. The other two closed in beside him, likewise clutching curved daggers. The man in the headcloth was content to glare threateningly, ruining it somewhat by scrubbing with his free hand the blood that ran from his broken nose down over his mouth. The Kothian, however,
Maybe we can get water in the star system.
He tossed his dagger from hand to hand, a menacing grin on his thin mouth. We'll peel your hide, barber, he sneered, and hang it in the rigging. You'll scream a long time before we let you. Among the lessons Conan had learned in his life was that when it was time to fight, it was well to fight, not talk. His broadsword left its worn shagreen scabbard in a draw that continued into an upward swing. The Kothian's eyes bulged, and he fumbled for the blade that was at that moment in mid-toss. Then the first finger length of the broadsword clove through his jaw and up between his eyes. The dagger clattered to the paving stones, and its owner's body fell atop. The other two were not men to waste time over a dead companion. Such did not long survive on the sea. Even as the lanky man was falling, they rushed at the big youth. The Iranistani's blade gashed along Conan's forearm, but he slammed a kick into the dark man's midsection that sent him sprawling. Scarface dropped to a crouch, his dagger streaking up toward Conan's ribs. Conan sucked in his stomach, felt the dagger slice through his tunic and draw a thin, burning line across his midriff. Then his own blade was descending. Scarface screamed as steel cut into the joining of his neck and shoulder and continued 2 handspans deeper. He dropped his dagger to paw weakly at the broadsword, though life was already draining from him. Conan kicked the body free, for it was a corpse before it struck the pavement, and spun to face the third saber. The Iranistani had gotten to his feet yet again, but instead of attacking, he stood staring at the bodies of his friends. Suddenly he turned and ran up the street. "Murder!" he howled as he ran, heedless of the bloody dagger he was waving. "Murder!" The harlots and mendicants who had so recently been lost in their fighting scattered like leaves before a high wind. Conan wiped his blade on
Right,
Scarface's
so
tunic and sheathed.
in this one we will
There were
supply.
things worse
We're
than
going
to be
to
caught by the
supply
city
all of
guard
these
standing
items,
over a corpse.
and
Most especially in Tehran, where the
da-
guard had a
that
habit
one,
of following arrest with torture
and
until the prisoner
that one,
confessed. And grabbed the girl's arm and joined the X's, dragging her behind him.
There it is.
"You killed them," she said incredulously. She ran as if unsure whether to drag her heels or not. "They have run away, and you threatened them." "Mayhap I should have let them have you," he replied. "They would have ridden you like a post horse. Now be silent and run." Down side streets he pulled her, startling drunks staggering from seafarers' taverns, down cross alleys smelling of stale urine and rotting offal. As soon as they had put some distance between themselves and the bodies, he slowed to a walk. Running people were too well noticed, but yet kept moving. He wanted a very goodly distance between himself and the guardsmen who would be drawn to the corpses like flies.
Come on, where is
He
it?
dodged between
There
high-wheeled
it is.
push carts, carrying goods from harbor warehouses deeper into the city. The girl trailed reluctantly at his heels, following only because his big hand engulfed her slender wrist as
There it is.
securely
It's
as an
going
iron
in
manacle.
from
Finally,
there
he
and there.
turned into a narrow
Excellent.
alley, pushing the girl in ahead of him, and stopped to watch his back path. There was no way that the guard could have followed him, but his height and his eyes made him stand out, even in a city the size of Agrapur. "I thank you for your assistance," the girl said suddenly in a tone that was haughty
244.
and cool. She moved toward the entrance of the alley. "I must be going now." He put out an arm to bar her way. Her breasts pressed pleasurably against the hardness of his forearm, and she backed hastily away, blushing in confusion. "Not just yet," he told her. "Please," she said without meeting his eye. There was a quaver in her voice. I am a maiden. My father will reward you well if you return me to him in the same condition." The redness in her cheeks deepened. Conan chuckled deep in his throat. "It's not your virtue I want, girl. Just the answers to a question or three." To his surprise, her eyes dropped. suppose I should be glad, she said bitterly, that even killers prefer slender, willowy women. I know I am a cow. My father has often told me I was made to bear many sons and to nurse all of them, she finished weakly, coloring yet again.
Flight mode.
Her father was a fool, Conan thought, eyeing her curves. She was a woman made for more than bearing sons, though he did not doubt that whoever she was wed to would find the task of giving them to her a pleasurable one.
Insufficient materials.
Don't be silly, he told her gruffly. You'd give joy to any man. I would, she breathed wonderingly.
Flight mode.
Her liquid eyes caressed his face innocently, he was certain.
Insufficient
How,
materials.
she asked falteringly, is a post-horse ridden?
Me up.
Remember why she asked, and then he could barely suppress a smile.
Cause
Long and hard, he said, with little
it's
time
a
for rest,
Radeon
if any.
FX 5800.
She went scarlet.
No, a
The neck of her
Radeon
silken ball
5800
chuckled. The girl
X3D,
blushed easily.
and there is 16 of
Your name,
them.
little one.
So 16
Yazbek.
cores.
My father calls me Yazbet. She looked past him to the street beyond, where pushcarts rumbled by.
And if I go to the performance test here, we
The
see that
casket at least would be there if we went back. It belonged
these
to my
numbers
mother,
say
and
stuff.
Fatima will be
Main
furious at
logic
its
is
loss.
76%. Production lines has now taken
She'll be
51%.
mad enough at those. He shook his
And
head.
of that,
That casket has changed hands at
Conveyor
least twice
belts.
by now, for money or blood,
and splitters.
and the jewels as well.
Power system takes up a lot.
Who is Fatima?
Construction system.
My Amma, she
So when I
replied,
finish this
then
construction,
gasped
hopefully
and glared
that
at him
will
as if he had tricked her into
fix
revealing
itself.
the fact. Your
Insufficient
Amma.
materials.
Conan brayed with laughter. Are you not a little old to have a nursemaid? My father does not think so, Yazbet replied in a sullen voice.
Insufficient
He thinks I
materials.
must have an Amma until I am given to my husband. It is none of my liking. Fatima thinks I am still 5 years of age, and father sides with her decisions always. Her eyes closed, and her voice sank to a weary whisper. She spoke as if no longer realizing she spoke aloud. I shall be locked in my room for this at the least. I shall be lucky if Fatima does not. Her words drifted off with a wince, and her hand stole back to cover her buttocks protectively. You deserve it, Conan said harshly. Yazbet started, eyes wide and flushing furiously. Deserve what? What do you mean? Did I say something? You deserve to have an Amma girl. After this, I shouldn't be surprised if your father takes 2 or 3 of them in service. He smiled inwardly at the relief on her face now. In truth, he thought she deserved a spanking as well, but saying so would be no way to gain satisfaction for his curiosity. Now tell me, Yazbet, what were you doing alone on a street like that, giving your jewels to beggars? It was madness, girl. It was not madness, she protested. I wanted to do something
There's
significant,
Kimberlite
something on
more on
my
this.
own. You have no idea what my life is like. Every moment, waking or sleeping, is ruled and watched by Fatima. I am allowed to make not the smallest decision governing my own life. I had to climb over the garden wall to leave without Fatima's permission. But giving jewels to beggars and strumpets, the women
Yeah,
are not
yes,
part of my
Alphabet
plan.
Cat. I got a wedding to attend to soon, so I'll be taking a holiday there.
My father will know I am no longer a child. I do not regret giving up the pretties he believes mean so much to me. It is noble to help the poor. Perhaps you'll hire 6 Ammas, Conan muttered. Girl, did it never occur to you that you might be hurt? If you had to help someone, why not ask among your own servants? Surely they know of people in need. Then you could have sold a few of your jewels for money to help. Yazbet snorted. Even if all the servants were not in league with Fatima, where would I find a dealer in gems who would give me true value? More likely, he would simply pretend to deal with me while he sent for my father. And he would no doubt send Fatima to bring me home. That humiliation I can do without, thank you. Gem dealers would recognize you, he said incredulously, and know who your father is. Who is he? King Yildiz? Suddenly wary, she eyed him like a fawn on the edge of flight. You will not take me back to him, will you? And why should I not? You You are not fit to walk the streets without a keeper, girl, but then I'll never keep him from discovering what happened today. She shuddered. Or Fatima. Wetting her lips with the tip of her tongue,
Don't
she
I have
moved closer.
Kimberlite ore being made here?
Just listen to me for a moment, please.
I do, but in small amounts.
Abruptly, she darted past him into the street. Come back here, you fool girl, he roared, racing after her. She dashed almost under the wheels of a heavy, crate-filled cart and was immediately hidden from view. 2 more carts pressed close behind. There was no room to squeeze
there's
between them.
the first of
To
the...
get ahead of the carts and to the other side of the street. When he got there, Yasbet was nowhere
I don't
to see.
have a Dyson Sphere.
The potter's apprentice was setting out his master's crockery before their shop. A rug
blueprint.
dealer unrolled his wares before his. Sailors and harlots strolled in and out of the tavern, but of the girl there was no sign. Fool girl, he muttered. Just then, the tavern sign, painted crudely,
Let's have a look.
creaked in the breeze
Do we have
and
anything
caught
here
his
which
eye.
looks interesting?
The Blue Bull.
Oh, that's kind of pretty.
And he had come right to it. Agrapur was going to be a lucky city. Giving his sword belt a hitch and settling his
copy
cloak about
that.
his broad shoulders, he sauntered into the stone-fronted inn. 2. The interior of the Blue Bull was poorly lit by guttering rush torches stuck in crude black iron sconces on the stone walls. A dozen men, hunched over their mugs, sat scattered among the tables that dotted the slate floor, which was swept surprisingly clean for a tavern of that class. 3 sailors took turns flinging their daggers at a heart crudely painted on a slab of wood and hung on a wall. The rough stones around the slab were pocked from 10,000 near misses. A pair of strumpets, one with multi-hued beads braided in her hair, the other wearing a tall wig in a bright shade of red, circulated among the patrons quietly hawking the wares they displayed in diaphanous silk. Serving girls, their muslin covering little more than the harlot's garb, scurried about with pitchers and mugs. An odor of sour wine and stale ale, common to all such places, competed with the stench of the street. When he saw the innkeeper, a stout bald man, scrubbing the bar with a bit of rag, Conan understood the cleanliness of the floors. He knew the man, Farian by name. This Farian had a passion for cleanliness uncommon among men of his profession. It was said he had fled from Belvaris in Nemedia after killing a man who vomited on the floor of his tavern. But as a source of information he had always been unsurpassed. Unless he had changed his ways, he would know all the news in Agrapur, not only the gossip of the streets. Farian smiled as Conan leaned an elbow on the bar, though his small black eyes remained watchful, and he did not cease his wiping. Hanuman's stone, Cimmerian, he said quietly. They say all roads lead to Agrapur, at least they say it in Agrapur, and seeing you walk in here, I believe it. A year more and all of Shadazar will be here. Who else from Shadazar is in the city? Conan asked. Rufo, the Kothian coiner, old Sharok, the astrologer, and Emilio, too. Emilio, Conan exclaimed.
And we
Emilio, the Corinthian,
not
had been the
10x
best
speed.
in Zamora next to Conan.
Where's the...
Swore he'd never leave Shadazar. Farian chuckled, a dry sound to come from one so plump. And before that he swore he would never leave Corinthia, but he left both for the same reason. He was found in the wrong woman's bed. Her husband was
The
after him, but her mother
auto-retargeting
wanted
is
him even
working.
more.
Okay, that's good to know.
Seems he'd been betting her as well and lifting bits of her jewelry. The
So,
older wench
if I
hired a
go
bevy
ahead
of
and add
nightmen
another
to see that
orbit.
Emilio would have nothing to offer another woman. I hear he left the city disguised as an old woman and did not stop sweating for half a year. Ask him about it, and you
And
want
go
to see a man
past
turn
like
7
so.
colors at once, the while swallowing his tongue. He's
And
upstairs
then
with one of the girls
add
now,
another
though likely
orbit.
too drunk to do either of them any good. Then they'll be there till tomorrow, Conan laughed, for he'll never admit to failure. He laid 2 coppers on the bar. Have you any Corajan ale? My throat is dusty. Do I have Corajan ale? Farian said, rummaging under the bar. I have wines and ales you have never heard of. Why, I have wines and ales I have never heard of.
So
He
now...
drew out a dusty clay crock, filled a
these
leather
ones
jack and
at
made the coppers
night
disappear
should
to
be
push
able
the
to
mug
see.
in front of Conan. Karajan Ale. I'll stand affairs in the gilded bitch of the villa yet. You had to leave in a hurry, did you? Conan covered his surprise by drinking deeply on the dark, bitter ale and wiped white froth from his mouth with the back of his hand before he spoke. How knew you I have been in Sultanapur, and why think you I left hurriedly? You were seen there these 10 days gone, Farian smirked, by Zephron the slaver, who came through here on his way back to Kawarism. It was the tavern keeper's major fault that he liked to let men know how much he knew of what they had been about. One day it would gain him a knife between his ribs. As for the rest, I know not save that you stand there with the dust of hard riding on you, and you were never the one to travel for pleasure. Now, what can you tell me? Conan drank again, pretending to think on what he could tell. The fat man was known to trade knowledge for knowledge, and Conan had
Too
one
close
piece
to
of it
EM
he
rail
was not yet in
injectors.
Agrapur.
And I imagine
Someone
it'll be
had
the
grown
same.
wings to fly it there ahead of him. The smuggling is much abated in Sultanapur, the Sumerian said finally. The Brotherhood of the Coast is in disarray. They sweat in the shadows and stir
So-
not from their dwellings.
This is probably what's going to cause the slowdown, is the building of the Dyson Sphere itself, but it must be built because without it, we can't produce critical photons, can't produce antimatter, can't do white science.
Void in Sultanapur would pay him well. And what can you tell me of Agrapur? Nothing, Farian replied flatly. Conan stared. It was not the tapster's way to give less than value. His scrupulousness was part and parcel of his reputation. Do you doubt the worth of what I've told you? 'Tis not that, Sumerian. The tavern keeper sounded faintly embarrassed. Oh, I can tell you what you can learn for yourself in a day's listening in the street. Yildiz casts his eyes beyond the border and builds the army accordingly. The Cult of Doom gains new members every day. The Cult of Doom, Conan exclaimed. What in Mitra's name is that? Farian grimaced. Foolishness is what it is. They're all over the streets, in their saffron robes, the men with shaven heads. I saw some dressed so, Conan said, chanting to a tambourine. 'Twas them, but there's naught to them despite the name. They preach that all men are doomed, and building up earthly treasures is futile. He snorted and scrubbed at his piggish nose with a fat hand. As for earthly treasure, the cult itself has built up quite a store. All who join give whatever they possess to the cult. Some young sons and daughters of wealthy merchants, and even of nobles, have given quite a bit. Not to mention an army of rich widows. There have been petitions to the throne about it from relatives and such, but the cult pays its taxes on time, which is more than can be said of the temples. And it gives generous gifts to the proper officials, though that is not well known. He brightened. They have a compound, almost a small city, some small distance north on the coast. Could I find where within their treasures are kept? Well, you are skillful enough to make your fortune in a single night. I'm a thief no more, Conan said.
Insufficient materials.
Farian's face fell. What else can you tell me of the city? The fat man sighed heavily. These days I know less than the harlots, whose customers sometimes talk in their sleep. In these 3 months past, 2/3 of those who have given me bits and pieces, servants of nobles and of those high in the Merchants' Guild, have been murdered. What you have told me is the best piece of intelligence I have had in a month. I owe you, he added reluctantly. He was not one to enjoy indebtedness. The first thing I hear that you might use to advantage, I will place in your hands. And I will hear it before anyone else. Let us say 2 days before. 2 days, as well as a year. Knowledge spoils faster than milk under a hot sun. 2 days, Conan said firmly. 2 days, then, the other man muttered. Conan smiled. Breaking his word was not among Farian's faults. But this matter of the murders, now. It seems beyond mere chance that so many of your informants should die in so short a time. No, friend Conan. To the Cimmerian's surprise, Varian refilled his mug without asking payment. That was not like him. Perhaps he hoped to pay off his debt in free drink, Conan thought. Many more have died than those who had a connection to me. There is a plague of murder on Agrapur. More killings in these 3 months than in the whole year before. Were it not for the sorts who die, I might think some plot was afoot. But who would plot against servants and palace guards and the like?
Materials.
'Tis the hand of chance playing fickle tricks, no more. Conan! Came a shout from the stairs at the rear of the common room. The big Cimmerian looked around. Emilio stood on the bottom step with his arm around a slender girl in gauds of brass and carnelian, and a long, narrow strip of red silk wound about her in such a way as almost to conceal her breasts and hips.
Materials.
She half supported him as he swayed drunkenly, which was no easy
Now,
task.
what's the
He was
other
a big
bit?
man, as tall as Conan, though not so heavily muscled. He was handsome of face, with eyes almost too large for a man. His eyes and his profile, he would tell anyone who would listen, drew women as honey drew flies. "Greetings, Emilio," Conan called back. "No longer dressing as an old woman, I see." To Varian, he added, "We'll talk later." Taking his mug, he strolled to the staircase. Emilio sent the girl on her way with a swat across her pert rump and eyed Conan woozily. "Who told you that tale?" "Varian, I'll wager. Fat old sack of offal. Not true, I tell you,
do
not
that.
true. I simply left Zamora to seek rich..." He paused to belch. "Richer pastures. You're just the man I want to see, Cimmerian." Conan could sense an offer of cooperation coming. "We no longer follow the same trade, Emilio," he said. Emilio did not seem to hear. He grabbed the arm of a passing serving girl, ogling her generous breasts as he did. "Wine, girl, you hear?" She nodded and sped off, deftly avoiding his attempted pinch. He tottered and nearly fell. Still staggering, he managed to fall onto a stool at an empty table and gestured drunkenly toward another. "Sit, Conan. Sit, man. Wine'll be here before you know it." "Never before have I seen you so drunk," Conan said as he took the stool. "Are you celebrating or drowning sorrows?" The other man's eyes had drifted half shut. "Do you know," he said dreamily, "that a blonde is worth her weight in rubies here? These Turanian men will kill to have a fair-haired mistress. Does she have blue eyes, they'll kill their mothers for her." "Have you turned to slaving then, Emilio? I thought better of you." Instead of answering, the other man rambled on. "They have more heat in them than other women. I think it's the hair.
So if I look at this, we
God
see
put color in a
producing
woman's hair, they
9.1
must have to take some of
gigawatts.
her heat to do it. Stands to reason. Davinia now, she's hotter than forge fire. That fat general can't take care of her. Too much army business." Emilio's snicker was at once
On to the
besotted and
next one,
lascivious.
which is this.
Conan decided to let him
There
run
is
out of
no
wind.
water.
"So I take care of her. But she wants things. I
But
tell
there
her she
are
doesn't
things
need
which are
any
useful.
necklace, beautiful as she is, but she says the sorcerer laid a spell on it for a queen. Centuries gone this happened, she claims. Woman wears it, and she's irresistible. 13 rubies, she says, each as big as the first joint of a man's thumb, each set on a moonstone-crusted seashell in gold. Now that's worth stealing." He snickered and leaned toward Conan, leering.
Insufficient
"Thought
materials.
she'd pay me for it with her body. Set her straight on that. I already have her body. 100 gold pieces, I told her. Gold, like her hair. Softest ever I tangled my hand in. Soft as skin, too. Buttery and sleek." The serving girl returned to set a mug and wine jar on the table and stood waiting. Conan made no move to pay. He
Made a critical
had no
photon.
gold pieces coming to him. The girl poked Emilio in the ribs with her fist. He grunted and stared at her blearily. "One of you pays for the wine," she said, "or I take it back." "No way to treat a good customer," Emilio muttered, but he rooted in his pouch until he came up with the coins. When she had gone, he stared at the Cimmerian across the table. "Conan, Where did you come from? Thought I saw you. It's well you are here. We have a chance to work together again, as we used to. We never worked together, Conan said levelly, and I thieve no more. Nonsense. Now listen you close. North of the city, a short distance, is an enclosure containing much wealth. I have a commission to steal something from there. Come with me.
And I made the
Steal
first
enough to keep you for
antimatter.
half a year. Is this enclosure by any chance the compound of the Cult of Doom? Emilio rocked back on his seat. I thought you were fresh come to the city. Look you, those 7 who supposedly entered the compound and were never seen again were Turanians. These local thieves have no skill, not like us. They'd last not a day in Shadazar or Orengen. Besides, I think they did not go to the compound at all. They hid, or died, or left the city, and men made up this story. People will do that to make a place they do not know, or do not like, seem fearful. Conan said nothing. Ignoring his mug, Emilio swept up the clay wine jar, not lowering it until it was nearly drained. He leaned across the table, pleading in his voice. I know exactly where the treasure is to be found. On the east side of the compound is a garden containing a single tower, atop which is a room where jewelry and rarities are kept. Those fools go there to look at them. The display is supposed to show them how worthless gold and gems are. You see, I know all about it. I've asked questions, hundreds of them. If you've asked so many questions, think you that no one knows what you intend? Give it over, Emilio. A fur-capped Hyrcanian stepped up to the table, the rancid odor of his lank, greased hair overpowering the smells of the tavern. A scar led from the missing lower lobe of his left ear to the corner of his mouth, pulling that side of his face into a half-smile. From the corner of his eye, the Sumerian saw 4 more watching from across the room. He could not swear to it, but he thought he had encountered these 5 earlier in the day. The Hyrcanian at the table spared only a glance to Conan. His attention was on Emilio.
Right.
You are Emilio the Corinthian, he said gutturally. I would talk with you. Go away, Emilio said without looking at him. I know no Emilio the Corinthian. Listen to me, Conan. I would be willing to give you half what I get for the necklace, 20 pieces of gold. Conan almost laughed. That drunk Emilio might be, but he still thought to cheat his hoped-for partner. I would talk with you, the Hyrcanian said again. And I said, go away, Emilio shouted, his face suddenly suffusing with red. Snatching the wine jar, he leaped to his feet and smashed it across the Hyrcanian's head.
So there's nowhere I can really build anywhere to mine on that. Very well.
Crom, Conan muttered. A deluge of rank-smelling men in fur caps was descending on them. Conan pivoted on his buttocks, his foot rising to meet a hurtling nomad in the stomach.
Flight mode.
With a gagging gasp, the man stopped dead, black eyes goggling as he bent double. The Sumerian's massive fist crashed against the side of his head, and he crumpled to the floor. Emilio was wallowing on the floor beneath 2 of the Hyrcanians.
So I'm going to give
Conan seized
sulfuric
one by the
acid
back of his
here.
sheepskin coat and pulled him off of the Corinthian thief. The nomad spun, a dagger in his shrieking hand. Surprise crossed his face as his wrist slapped into Conan's hand. The Sumerian's huge fist traveled no more than 3 hand spans, but the fur-capped nomad's boot heels lifted from the floor, and then he collapsed beside his fellow. Conan scanned the room for the 5th Hyrcanian, but could not find the remaining nomad anywhere. Emilio was getting shakily to his feet, while examining a bloody gash on his shoulder. Farian was heading back
And
towards
water
the
as
bar,
well.
carrying a heavy bung starter. Another instant, and Conan saw a pair of booted feet stretched out from behind a table. You get them out of here, Farian shouted as he reached the bar and thrust the heavy mallet out of sight. You dirtied my floor, now you clean it. Get them out of here, I say. Conan seized one of the unconscious men by the heels. Come on, Emilio, he said, unless you want to fight Farian this time. The Corinthian merely grunted, but he grabbed
Foundation
another of the
required.
nomads. Together they dragged the unconscious men
I'll
into
have to
the
do it
street,
by hand.
shadowed with night now, and
Well,
left
let's
them lying against
put
the
it
front
on
of
the
the drug
line.
dealer's shop.
Make everything
As they laid out the
line
last
up
of the
nice and
sleeping
neat.
men, Conan had checked each to make sure he still breathed. Emilio stared up at the waxing pearlescent moon and shivered. "I've an evil feeling about this, Conan," he said. "I wish you would come with me." "You'll come with me," Conan replied. "Back inside, where we'll drink some more of Therian's wine, and perhaps try our luck with the girls. You'll go, Conan." Emilio shook his head. "You go." And he staggered off into the night. "Emilio!" Conan called. But only the wind answered, whispering down shadowed streets. Muttering to himself, the Cimmerian returned to the tavern. 3.
So, grating crystal.
When Conan came down
Kimberlite
to the
ore.
common room of the Blue Bull the next morning, the wench with the beads in her
And
hair accompanied him, touching
coal.
his arm to her breast, firm and
Stone.
round through its thin silk covering,
Copper.
letting her swaying hip bump into his thigh at every step. Brushing her lips against his massive shoulder, she looked up at him smokily through her lashes. "Tonight?" She bit her lip and added, "For you, half price." "Perhaps, Zasha," he said, though even at half price his purse would not stand many
Silicon
nights of her.
titanium.
And those accursed beads had quickly gotten to be an irritation. "Now be off with you. I've business." She danced away with a saucy laugh and a saucier roll of her
Good.
hips.
That makes things better.
Mayhap his purse could stand one more night. The tavern was almost empty at that early hour. 2 men with sailors' queues tried to kill the pain of the past night's drink with still more drink, while morosely fingering nearly flat purses. A lone strumpet, her work night done at last and her blue silks damp with sweat, sat in a corner with her eyes closed, rubbing her feet. At the bar, Therian filled a mug with Coragian ale before he was asked. "Has aught of worth come to your ear?" Conan asked as he wrapped one big hand around the leathern jack. He was not hopeful,
Dark fog
since the
busters
fat
want
tavern
us
keeper
all.
had once more failed to demand payment. "Last night," the stout man said, concentrating on the rag with which he rubbed the wood of the bar, "it was revealed that Temba of Kasali, a dealer in gems who stands high in the Merchants Guild, has been featuring Hamaram Temple virgins at his orgies. With the result that 14 former virgins and 5 priestesses have
Sesame
disappeared
crystal.
from the temple, likely into a slaver's kennels. Temba will no doubt be ordered to give a large gift to the temple. Last night also, 20-odd murders took place that I have heard of so far, and probably twice so many that have not reached my ears. Also, the 5 daughters of Lord Barash were found by their father entertaining the grooms of his stable, and have been packed off into the cloisters of Bara, as has the Princess Esmira, or so 'tis rumored." "I said of worth," the Cimmerian cut off. "What care I for the virgins or princesses? Of worth." Therian gave a half-hearted laugh and studied his bit of scrub cloth. "The last is interesting, at least. Esmira is the daughter of Prince Rashmanli, closest to Yildiz's ear of the 17 attendants. In a city of sluts, she is said to be a virgin of purest innocence. Yet she is
city of
sent away to
sluts?
scrub floors and sleep on a hard mat until a
I
husband
think I
can be
understand why
found."
people see the appeal in these
Suddenly he
stories.
slammed his fist down on the bar and spat. The spittle landed on the wood, but he seemed not to see it. "Mitra's mercy, Cimmerian, what expect you? It's been but one night since I told you I know nothing. Am I a sorcerer to conjure knowledge where there was none? And you want answers from the skies? Ask old Sharrock over there. Suddenly his eye lit on the globule of spit. With a strangled cry, he
Let's see
struck
if,
at it as if it would contaminate the wood.
There is international.
For the
Yeah,
astrologer
well,
he
that's
was known
international
in
travel.
Shazar.
That's the nation alphabet
The
cat.
little
That's the
man,
international
wearing what seemed to
nation
be the
of
same
interdimensional
frayed and
lizard.
patched brown tunic
There
he
is a
had worn
stream
in
going back and
Shadowzar,
forth.
was lowering himself creepily to a stool near the door. His white hair was thinner than ever, and as always he leaned on a long blackwood staff, which he claimed was a staff of power, though no one had ever seen any magics performed with it.
Dark fog hides for it.
Wispy mustaches hung below his thin mouth and narrow chin, and he clutched a rat's nest of scrolls in his bony fingers. Farian gave the bar one more scrub and eyed it suspiciously. I like not this owing, Cimmerian, he muttered. I like not being owed. Conan's icy blue eyes peered into the fulvous ale. After a time I begin to think I will not be repaid, and I like that even less. I pay my debts, the other protested. I'm a fair man. 'Tis known from Shapur to Shadazar, from Kuthchemis to... Then pay me. Black Erdic's throne, man. What you told me may be worth no more than the wind blowing in the streets. Conan spoke as quietly as a knife leaving its scabbard. Do you call me a liar, Farian?
Warp engine
Farian
deactivated.
blinked and swallowed hard.
Warp engine
Of a sudden, the Cimmerian seemed to fill his vision, and he remembered with a sickly sinking of his stomach that among the muscular youth's more uncivilized traits was a deadly touchiness about his word.
Warp engine activated.
No, Conan, he laughed shakily, of a certainty not. You misunderstand. I meant just that I do not know its value. Nothing more than that. And you got no gold for that information last night, Conan laughed scornfully. I'll become a priest of Azura. Farian scowled, muttered under his breath, and finally said,
Speed up and try and intercept
Mayhap
it.
I have some slight idea of its worth. A smile showed the big Cimmerian's strong white teeth. The tavern keeper shifted uncomfortably. And you know its worth, Farian. We can set some other payment than what was first agreed.
69.
Other payment? Despite
60.
his cheeks, the innkeeper suddenly wore a look of rat-like
55.
suspicion. What other payment?
50.
Conan took a long pull of ale to let him speak.
45. 40.
What other payment, Cimmerian?
35.
Lodgings, to begin.
30.
Lodgings? Farian gaped like a fish in surprise
25.
and relief. Is that all?
20.
Of course. You can have room for 10
50.
days.
There was something there.
And
It's now
Conan
gone.
murmured sardonically. Your best room, not the sty I slept in last night. The fat man snickered greasily. Unless I misread me, the look on Zasha's face, you did little sleeping. He cleared his throat heavily at the look on Conan's face. Very well. The best room. And not for 10 days,
Warp
for a
engine
month.
deactivated.
A month. And some small information. This is in place of the information, Farian howled.
Warp engine
Information,
deactivated.
Conan said firmly. I'll not ask to be the only one to get it, as we first spoke of, but for that month you must keep me informed and betimes. I have not even agreed to the month. Oh yes, food and drink must be included. I have hearty appetites. He laughed. Tipping up his mug, he emptied it down his throat. I'll have more of that coragen.
Yeah, that's done.
Farian clutched at his shiny scalp as if wishing he had hair to pull out by the roots. Do you want anything else? This tavern? My mistress? I have a daughter somewhere in Zamora, I think. Do you want me to find her and bring her to your bed? Is she pretty? Conan asked. He paused as if considering, then shook his head. No, the lodgings and the rest will be enough. Farian sputtered, his beady eyes bulging in his fat face.
So if I look at the
Of course,
Dyson
the Cimmerian
Sphere,
continued, you could continue in my debt. You do
80
understand
bits.
I just want the right piece of information, do you not? 'Twas good value I gave, and I'll expect the same in return.
what
It
happens if
would
I
be
click
well
click
if you
to
found
enable
it
Autofast
quickly.
build? This will automatically build the Dyson
Brow
Swarm
of
or Dyson Sphere
Edward's
that
voice,
you
his
have planned
face
for.
slowly darkened.
Don't have to jet any solar cell, not
You
actually
know,
a small
we
carrier
barbers
rocket.
are not so understanding as you
I don't want to do
civilized men.
that. I want it to build
Why, if a 10
normally,
passed with you silent, I
so we
might
can
think you wish to
ascertain
take
like
advantage of me.
what's causing the
Such would
slowdown.
make me angry. I might even. His big hands abruptly clutched the bar.
So, for example, it's slow here.
Farian's mouth worked for a moment before he managed to shout, "No!" and seized Conan's hand.
Main
"It's
logic
done,"
62%.
he cried. It's done. The month and the rest. done."
Production lines 41% because there's lots of conveyor belt.
The fat innkeeper stared at him.
And
A month, he moaned. I certainly might just spend the whole time in
renderer?
your bed. You keep your hands off them, Cimmerian, or I'll get not a lick of work from the lot of them. You've taken advantage of me,
yeah,
of my
conveyor
good
belts
nature.
too a bit.
I knew not that you had one, Farian. Mayhap if you take a physic, it will go away. Mitra be thanked that most of you Cimmerians like your god-forsaken frozen wastes. If did any more of your accursed blue-eyed devils come south, you would own the world.
The renderer
"You're not
takes
so
up very
clever,"
little,
Conan said
but the
shyly.
draw cord
"I'll
takes up a
wager you
lot.
got 20 times so much for what I told you as what my staying here will cost." Farian grunted. "Just keep your hands off my serving wenches, Cimmerian. Go away. Am I to make up what you cost me? I cannot stand here all day talking to you. Go talk to Sharok." The young Cimmerian laughed, scooping up his mug of dark ale. "At least he can tell me what the stars say." When he left the bar, Farian was still sputtering over that. The astrologer peered at Conan dimly as he approached the table where the old man sat. Then a smile creased his thin features. The skin of his visage was stretched taut over his skull. "I thought
a lot
I
of
saw you,
silicon, so
Conan. But these eyes...
Not much
I
silicon
am no
there.
longer the man I was 20 years ago, or even 10.
Not much there.
Sit. I wish that I could offer
Not
you a
much
goblet
there.
of wine, but my purse is as flat as was my wife's chest.
Ah,
May the gods
it's
guard her
stalactite
bones,"
crystal.
he added in the careless way of a man who has said a
So
thing
this
so many
one I'm
times that
going
he
to
no
call
longer hears the words.
Hobbit.
"No matter, Sharok. I will buy the wine." But as Conan turned to signal, one of the wenches bustled to the table and set a steaming bowl
we're
of lentil
loading.
stew, a chunk of coarse bread, and a pannikin of wine before the astrologer. The food set out, she turned questioningly toward the muscular youth. Abruptly, her dark tilted eyes went wide with shock, and she leaped into the air, emitting a strangled squawk. Sharok began to cackle. The wench glared at the aged man, then, rubbing one buttock fitfully, darted away. Sharok's crowing melded into a fit of coughing, which he controlled with difficulty.
Darkfog Spaceport destroyed.
"It never does," he said when he could speak, "to let them start thinking you're too old to be dangerous." Conan threw back his black-maned head and roared with
Darkfog
laughter.
Spaceport destroyed.
"You'll never get old," he managed finally. "I'm a dotard," Sharok said, digging a horn spoon into the stew.
Dotard.
"Farian says so, and I begin to think he is right.
Now,
He gives me a bowl of stew twice a day, else I would eat only what I scavenge in the garbage, as many must in age. He is almost my only patron as well. In return for the stew, I read his stars. Every day I read them, and a more boring tale they could not tell. But why no patrons? You read the stars as a scribe reads marks on parchment. Never once did you tell me wrong, though your telling was at divers times none too clear to me." "'Tis these Turanians," the old man snorted. "Ill was the day I journeyed here. Half the stars they name wrongly, and they make other errors, important errors. Those fools in this city who call themselves astrologers had the gall to charge me with unorthodoxy before the guild. It was no more than luck I did not end at the stake. The end result is the same, though. Without the guild's imprimatur, I would be arrested if I opened a shop. The few who deal with me are outlanders, and they come merely because I will tell their stars for a mug of wine or a loaf of bread, instead of the silver piece the others charge. Did I have a silver piece, I would return to Zamora on the instant." With a rueful grunt, he returned to spooning the stew into his mouth.
so, I will have...
Slowly, he dug into his pouch and drew out a silver piece, sliding it across
Well, yeah,
the
we're
rough
definitely
boards.
going to have water here.
"Tell my
Oil,
horoscope, Sharok."
and
The
stalactite
good old
crystal.
man froze with his spoon half raised to his face. He peered at the coin, blinking then at Conan. "Why?" "I would know what this city holds for me," the young Cimmerian said gruffly. "I
Cool.
hold you better than any guildsman of Agrapur, and so worth at least the footing they demand. Besides," he lied, "my purse is heavy with coin." Sharok hesitated, then nodded. Without touching the coin, he fumbled through his scrolls with his left hand, all the while absently licking traces of stew from the fingers of his right. When those scrolls he wanted were spread out atop the table,
Could do a bit of
he
solar.
produced a wax tablet from beneath his
No, I
patched
won't do
tunic.
solar, actually.
The side of a stylus scraped the wax
I'll
smooth.
do something else.
Nose almost touching the parchments, he began to copy arcane symbols with deft strokes. "Do you not need to know when I was born and such?" Conan asked. "I remember the details of your natal chart," the other replied, with his eyes on the parchment, as if it were drawn on the insides of my eyelids. "A magnificent chart. Unbelievable. Mitra's chariot is in retrograde. Magnificent. You have never told me of any magnificence before. Sighing, Sharrock swiveled his head to gaze at the big youth. Unbelievable. I called it as well, and you would not believe did I tell you. Then you did not believe anything else I told you either, and I could do you no good. Therefore I do not tell you. Now, will you allow me to do what you have paid me for? He did not wait for a reply before turning his eyes back to the scrolls. Aha. The Blood Star enters the House of the Scorpion this very night. Significant. Conan shook his head and quaffed deeply on his ale. Was Sharrock attempting to inflate his payment? Perhaps the habit of trying to do so was too deeply ingrained to lose. He busied himself with drinking. The common room was beginning to fill, with queued sailors and half-naked trolls for the most part. The wenches were the most interesting, by far. One, short, round-breasted and large-eyed, in her girdle of coins and gilded wristlets and torque, made him think of Yazbet. He wished he could be certain she was safe at home. No, in truth, he wished her in his bed upstairs. But failing that, it was best if she were at home, whatever her greeting from Fatima. Could he find her again, it would of a certainty brighten his days in Agrapur. Let Emilio talk of his
zip
blonde.
on back to...
What was her name?
Oh.
Davinia? As if she were the exotic these Turanians thought her. In his own opinion, it was women with large eyes who had the fires smoldering within.
Well, I'll get back to
even
that
when they
planet
did
in a
not know
bit.
themselves. Why, I am done, Sharrock said. Conan blinked, pulled from his reverie. What? He looked at the wax tablet, now covered with scribbled symbols. What does it say? It is unclear, the old astrologer replied, tugging at one of his thin mustaches with bony fingers. There are aspects of great opportunity and great danger. See, the horse and the lion are in conjunction in the house of Dromoth, while the three virgins are Sharrock. I would not know the house of Dromoth from the house of a rug-maker. What does it mean? What does it mean? Sharrock mimicked. Always, what does it mean? No one wants to know the truly interesting part, the details of how... Oh, very well. First of all, there is a need to go back in order to go forward. To become what you will become, you must become again what you once were. That's little help, Conan muttered. I have been many things. But this is most important. This branching here indicates that if you fail to do so, you will never leave Agrapur alive. You have already set events in motion. The air in the tavern seemed suddenly chill. Conan wished the old man had not been right so often before. How can I have set events in motion? I have been here barely a day, and spoken to no one, done nothing. Conan breathed heavily. Does it speak of gold? Gold will come into your hands, but it does not seem to be important.
So
And
we're making
there is
80
danger
megawatts
attached.
here.
Gold is always important, and there is always danger attached. What of women? Ah, youth, Sharrock murmured caustically. You will soon be entangled with women. Two, it seems, here. But there is danger there as well. Women are always at least as dangerous as gold, Conan replied, laughing. One is dark of hair and one pale-haired. The Sumerian's laughter faded abruptly. Pale-haired? Emilio's Davinia? No. That would almost certainly mean aiding Emilio in his theft, and that had been left behind. But he was to become what he had been. He forced the thought away.
Ah.
He was done
Need to
with
raise it.
The astrologer's reading must mean something else. What more? He asked harshly. 'Tis not my fault if you like it not, Conan. I merely read what is writ in the stars. What more? I said. Sharrock sighed heavily. You cannot blame me if... There is danger here, connected in some fashion to a journey. This configuration,
Oh,
he pointed to a
actually.
row of strangely bent symbols scribed in the
No,
wax.
we won't
Indicates
have
a journey over water.
any.
But these over here indicate land. It is unclear. 'Tis all unclear, and you ask me of it, Conan muttered. It becomes less clear. For instance, here the color yellow is indicated as of great importance. The gold is of small import, no matter your feeling on it, and there is more danger tied to this than to the gold. The big Sumerian ground his teeth audibly. There is danger to breathing to hear you tell it. I can well believe it so to look at this chart. As to the rest, the number 13 and the color red are of some significance and are linked. Additionally, this alignment of the monkey and the viper indicates the need of acting quickly and decisively. Hesitate, and the moment will be lost to you, and that will mean your death. What will come, old man, Conan snapped. I'll not be affrighted by stars, gods, or demons. Sharok scowled, then pushed the silver piece back across the table. If my reading is so distasteful to you, I cannot take payment. The muscular youth's anger dropped to a simmer instantly. 'Tis no blame of yours whether I like the reading you give or no. You take the money, and I'll take your advice. I am 82 years of age, the astrologer said, suddenly diffident, and never in all that time have I had an adventure.
Squeeze? Go on, product overflow, squeeze.
Leaning against the table. There is power in this Sumerian. I could be of aid. Conan hid a smile. I've no doubt of it, Sharok. And I need such help, I will call on you, have no fear. There is one thing you might do for me now. Know you where I might find Emilio at this hour? That cantankerous boaster, Sharok said disdainfully. He frequents many places of ill repute, each worse than the last. He reeled off the names of a dozen taverns and as many brothels and gaming halls. I could help you look for him if you really think he's needed, though what use he could be I do not know. When you finish supping, you can search the hells. I would rather search the brothels, the old man leered. The hells, Conan laughed, getting to his feet. Sharok returned, grumbling, to his stool. As he turned toward the door, the Sumerian's eyes met those of a man just entering, hard black eyes in a hard black face beneath the turban-wrapped spiral helmet of the Turanian army. Of middling height, he moved with the confidence of a larger man. The striping on his tunic marked him as a sergeant.
Let's copy that.
Therian hurried, frowning, to meet the dark man. Soldiers were not usually habitués of the Blue Bull. I am seeking a man called Emilio the Corinthian, the sergeant said to Therian. Conan walked out without waiting for the innkeeper's reply. It had nothing to do with him. He hoped. 4. Conan entered the 7th tavern with never so much as a wobble of his step, despite the quantity of wine and ale he had ingested. The large number of wenches lolling about the dim, dank common room, rough and beringed, their silks casually disarrayed, told him that a brothel occupied the upper floors of the squat stone building. Among the long tables and narrow trestle boards crowding the slate floor, sailors rubbed shoulders with journeymen of the guilds. Scattered through the room were others whose languid countenances and oiled mustaches named them highborn no less than their silk tunics embroidered in gold and silver. Their smooth fingers played as free with the strumpets as did the sailors' calloused hands. The Sumerian elbowed a place at the bar and tossed 2 coppers on the boards. Wine, he commanded. The barkeeper gave him a rough clay mug, filled to the brim with sour-smelling liquid, and scooped up the coins. The man was wiry and snake-faced, with heavy-lidded, suspicious eyes and a tight, narrow mouth. He would not be one to answer questions freely. Another drinker called, and the tapster moved off, wiping his hands on a filthy apron that dangled about his spindly shanks. Conan took a swallow from his mug and grimaced. The wine was thin and tasted as sour as it smelled. As he eyed the common room, a strangely garbed doxy caught his gaze.
A doxy. I'm just going to assume that means whore.
On a trestle board to dance for half a dozen sailors, who pawed her with raucous shouts, running their hands up her long legs. Her oiled breasts were bare, and for garb she wore but a single strip of silk, no wider than a man's hand, run through a narrow gilded girdle worn low on the roundness of her hips, to fall to her ankles before and behind. The strangeness was that an opaque veil covered her from just below her hot dark eyes to her chin. The sisterhood of the streets might paint their faces heavily, but they never covered them, for few men would take well to the discovery that their purchase was less fair of visage than they had believed. But not only was this woman veiled, he now saw no less than 3 others so equipped. Conan caught the tavern keeper's tunic sleeve as he passed again. I have never seen veiled strumpets before. Do they cover the marks of the pox? New come to Agrapur, are you? The man said, a slight smile touching his thin mouth. A short time past. But these women... 'Tis rumored, the other smirked, that some women highly born, bored with husbands whose vigor has left them, amuse themselves by disporting as common trulls, wearing veils so those same husbands who frequent the brothels as oft as any other men will not recognize them. As I say, 'tis but a rumor, yet what man will pass the chance to have a lord's wife beneath him for a silver piece? Not likely, Conan snorted. There would be murder done when one of those lords discovered that the doxy he bought was his own wife. Nay, nay. The others flock about them, but not the lordlings. What man would risk the shame of knowing his wife had been bought? It was true, Conan saw. Each veiled woman was the center of a knot of sailors or dock workers or tradesmen, but the nobles ignored them, looking the other way rather than acknowledge their existence. Try one, the snake-faced man urged. 1 silver piece, and you can see for yourself if she moves beneath you like a noble woman. Conan drank deeply, as if considering. Had he been interested in dalliance, it was in his mind that better value would come from an honest strumpet than from a nobly born woman pretending to be such. The tapster had none of the fripperies of the panderer about him. He did not sniff the perfume commander or wear more jewelry than any 3 wenches, but no doubt he took some part of what was earned on the mats above the common room. He might talk more easily if he thought Conan a potential patron. The Cimmerian lowered his mug. It's a thing to think on, he chuckled, eyeing a girl nearby. A true daughter of the mats, this one, in an orange-dyed wig, with her face as bare as her wiggling buttocks. But I seek a friend who was supposed to meet me. I understand he frequents this place betimes. The tavern keeper drew back half a step, and his voice cooled noticeably. Look around you, and he is here, you will see him. Otherwise, he shrugged and turned to walk away, but Conan reached across the bar and caught his arm, putting on a smile he hoped was friendly. I do not see him, but I still must needs find him. He is called Emilio the Corinthian. For the man who can tell me where to find him, I could spare the price of one of those wenches for the night. If Sharrock was correct, and he always was, Conan had to find Emilio, and what word he had thus far garnered was neither copious nor good. The tapster's face became even more snake-like, but his lidded eyes had flickered at Emilio's name. Few men must pay for the whereabouts of a friend. Mayhap this fellow, Emilio, did you say his name is no friend of yours? Mayhap he does not wish to meet you. Ashra, come rid me of this pale-eyed fool. I can prove to you that I know him. He is... A massive hand landed on the Cimmerian's broad shoulder, and a guttural voice growled, Out with you! Conan turned his head enough to look coldly at the wide hand, its knuckles sunken and scarred. His icy azure gaze traveled back along a hairy arm as big around as most men's legs, and up. This Ashra stood head and shoulders taller even than Conan himself, and was half again as broad, with no bit of fat on him. For all the scarring of his hands, the huge man's broad-nosed face was unmarked. Conan thought few could reach high enough to strike it. He attempted to keep his tone reasonable. Fighting seldom brought information. I seek a man this skinny one knows, not trouble. Now unhand me, and... For an answer, the big man jerked at Conan's shoulder. Sighing, the Cimmerian let himself be spun, but the smile on Ashra's face lasted only until Conan's fist hooked into his side with a loud crack of splintering ribs. Shouting drinkers scrambled out of the way of the two massive men. Conan's other fist slammed into the tall man, and again he felt ribs break beneath his blow. With a roar, Ashra seized the Sumerian's head in both of his huge hands and lifted Conan clear of the floor.
In addition to that, we're going to provide some of
the
these.
skull he held, but a wolfish battle light shone in Conan's eyes. He forced his arms between Ashra's and gripped the other's head in turn, one hand atop it, the other beneath the heavy chin. Slowly he twisted, and slowly the bull neck gave. Panting, Ashra suddenly loosed his hold, yet managed to seize Conan about the chest before he could fall. Hands locked, he strained to snap the Sumerian's spine. The smile on Conan's face was enough to chill the blood. In the time it took 3 grains of sand to fall in the glass, he knew he could break Ashra's neck, yet a killing would of a certainty gag the tapster's mouth. Abruptly, he released his grip.
So that's done.
Ashra laughed, thinking he had the victory. Conan raised his hands high, then smashed them palms flat across the other's ears. Ashra screamed and staggered back, dropping the Sumerian to clutch at his bleeding ears. Conan bored after him, slamming massive fists to the ribs he had already broken, then a third blow to the huge man's heart. Ashra's eyes glazed and his knees bent, but he would not fall. Once more Conan struck. That never-struck nose fountained blood, and Ashra slowly turned, toppling into a table that splintered beneath him. Once the prostrate man stirred as if to rise, then was still. A murmuring crowd gathered
Kind
around
of wish
the
these
fallen
could
man.
charge up
2 men
faster.
grabbed his ankles, grunting as they dragged the massive weight away. More than one wench eyed Conan warmly, licking her lips and putting an extra sway in her walk, among them those with veiled faces. He ignored them and turned back to the business at hand, to the tapster. The snake-faced innkeeper stood behind the bar, wearing an expression almost as stunned as Ashra's. A bung starter dangled forgotten in his hand.
Now they're taking
Conan took the
flight.
heavy mallet
That's
from the
going to
sling
take
and
power
held it
away.
before the man's eyes, fists touching in the middle of the thick handle. The muscles of his arms and shoulders knotted and bunched. There was a sharp crack, and he let the 2 pieces fall to the bar. The tavern keeper licked his thin lips. He stared at Conan as if at a wonderment. Never before have I seen the man Ashra could not break in 2 with his bare hands, he said slowly. But then, even he couldn't have. His gaze dropped to the broken mallet, and he swallowed hard. Have you a mind to employment? The job held by that sack of flesh they're hauling off is open. A silver piece a day, plus a room, food, drink, and your choice of any wench who has not a customer. My name is
mesmerizing.
How are you called? I am no hauler of toss spots, Conan said.
Now if I look at this, find
tell me
it's
what
still
you know
got
of
enough
AV.
power to charge, but as the spikes
Then
go
give us
here and
laugh.
there, yeah, that's it. So any spare power is now used to charge up the
I'm careful
batteries.
of my tongue, you see,
As you can see,
when you shouldn't, and you
more
have
and
to
more
lose
of
your
this
tongue.
power,
I don't waggle
but then
mine.
occasionally there's a spike.
Waggle it now.
That is
About
excellent.
Emilio.
That is exactly what we want.
That's the problem, stranger. Oh, I know of Emilio, he said quickly, as Conan's massive fist knotted atop the bar. But I know little, and I've not seen him these 3 days past. 3 days,
Light mode.
Conan muttered despondently. Thus far he had found many who knew Emilio, but none who had seen the Corinthian these 3 days past.
Dark fog base core
That
destroyed.
boasting idiot is likely gazing into a mirror or rolling with that hot-blooded Davinia of his. He growled. Davinia? Manelik sounded startled. If you know of her, perhaps you truly do know. He trailed off with a nervous laugh under Conan's icy eyes. What do you know of Davinia, Manelik? The innkeeper shivered. So quietly was that question asked. It seemed to him the quiet of the tomb, mayhap of his tomb, and he answered not quickly. Words bubbled from him as water from a spring. General Mundara Khan's mistress, stranger, and a dangerous woman for the likes of Emilio, not just for who it is that keeps her, but for her ambition. 'Tis said lemons have bodies, but not names. This Davinia's name is known, though. Not 2 years gone, she appeared
Where's
in
the
report on
foundation?
of an ivory trader from Punt. The trader
should
left
be-
and she remained in the house of a minor gem merchant.
No, I'm in the right
Since then, she's
place.
managed to change her leash from one
F
hand
for
to another with
foundation.
great dexterity.
There it is.
A rug merchant of moderate wealth, the third richest ship owner in the city, and now Mundara Khan, a cousin of King Yildiz himself, who would be a prince had his mother not been a concubine. The flow of talk slowed, then stopped. Greed and fear warred on Manilik's face, and his mouth was twisted with the pain of giving away what he might another time have sold. Conan laughed disparagingly and lied.
Insufficient
Can you not
materials.
tell me more than is known on every street corner? Why, I've heard strumpets resting their feet wager on whether the next bed Davinia graces will be that of Yildiz.
Insufficient materials.
He searched for a way to erase the doubt that still creased the tavern keeper's face. Next, he said, you'll tell me that as she chooses her patrons only to improve herself, she must risk leaving her master's bed for her own pleasures. How else to explain Emilio and this Davinia, so clearly a woman intent on rising? Manilik blinked. I had no idea so much was so widely known. It being so, there are those who will want to collect what the Corinthian owes before Mundara Khan has him gelded and flayed. He had better have the gold he has bragged of, or he'll not live to suffer the general's mercies. He mentioned gold, did he? Conan prompted. Yes, he... The heavy-lidded eyes opened wide. Mean you to say it's a lie? 4 or 5 days, he claimed that he would have gold dripping from his fingers. And you are a friend of the Corinthian. Warn him clear, most particularly, of one Narxes, a Zamoran. His patience with Emilio's excuses is gone, and his way with a knife will leave your friend weeping that he is not dead. Narxes likes well to make examples for others who might fail to pay what they owe. Best you tell him to keep quiet about my warning, though. I've no wish for the Zamoran to come after me before Emilio finishes him. I will tell him, Conan said dryly. Manilik was
50.
licking his narrow lips, avarice personified. As soon as he could, the tavern keeper would have a messenger off to this Narxes. Whether it was Narxes or Emilio who survived, Manilik would claim it was his warning that tipped the balance. But Conan did not mean to add to the Corinthian thief's troubles.
Flight mode.
So far as I know, the gold will be his, as he claims. The innkeeper shrugged. If you say it, then I believe it, stranger. But his voice carried a total lack of
Dark
conviction.
Base core destroyed.
Conan left with a wry smile.
Flight
But
mode.
just outside, he stopped and leaned against the door
So
jamb.
now we
The
do
lowering
the
sun
extra
was a bloody
bits.
ball on the rooftops. Moments later, a slender, dark-haired serving wench
So
darted
let's
from the
see,
inn.
no desire for
with a
copper
cloak of
here, so
coarse
you
brown
request
wool about her.
copper. No
He caught the
desire for
girl's arm,
silicon,
pulling
so
her
you will
aside.
request
The
silicon.
wench stared up at him, dark eyes
And-
wide and mouth hanging open.
No desire for
You
titanium.
are the one Manilik is sending to Narxes, he
And
said. She straightened.
fire ice and
defiantly.
kimberlite
She came
ore.
no higher than Conan's chest, and glared.
Fire ice
I'll tell you not. Loose me.
and kimberlite ore.
Releasing his grip, he half pushed her toward the street. Go then. Never before have
And
I
this will
seen
also
anyone
be our
run to have
power
her throat
station.
slit. The girl hesitated, rubbing her arm and eyeing the passing carts rumbling over the cobblestones. Sailors and tradesmen thronged between the high-wheeled vehicles. A quick dash, and she could be lost among them. Instead, she said, Why should Narxes wish to harm me? I've never had a copper to wager at his tables. The likes of me'd never get past the door. You mean you don't know? Conan said incredulously. That alters matters. Know what? What matters? I heard Manilik say he was sending a girl to Narxes for... He let his voice trail off, shaking his head. Oh, it's no use. Better you do not know. You couldn't escape anyway. She laughed shakily. You were trying to frighten me. I am just to tell Narxes that Manilik has word for him. What did you hear? Conan was silent, frowning as if in thought, until she stepped closer and laid a trembling hand on his arm. You must tell me, please. Not that it will do you any good, Conan said, feigning reluctance. Narxes will find you no matter how far you run. My parents have a farm far from the city. He'd never find me there. Tell me. Narxes had been selling young girls to the cult of doom for sacrifices. He lied, and invented some detail. You'll be strapped to an altar, and when your throat is cut, the blood will be gathered in a chalice. Then, no! She staggered back, one hand to her mouth. Her face had a greenish cast, as if she were about to be sick. I've never heard that the cult of doom makes such sacrifices. Besides, the use of freeborn for sacrifices is forbidden by law. How will anyone ever know once you're safely dead and your body tossed to the sea? He shrugged. But if you do not believe me, then seek out Narxes. Perhaps he will explain it to you on your way to the compound of the cult. What am I to do? She moaned, taking quick steps first in one direction, then another. I have no money, nothing but what I stand in.
Flight mode.
How am I to get to my parents' farm? Sighing, Conan dug a fistful of coppers from his pouch. Emilio would repay him, or he would know the reason why. Here, girl. This will see you there. Thank you. Thank you. Half sobbing, she snatched the coins from his outstretched hand and ran. Not even a kiss for gratitude, Conan thought grumpily, as he watched her disappear down the teeming street. But with luck, Manelik would not discover for at least a day that his plans had gone awry. A day to
So if I
find
look
Emilio
here, we
without
should
worrying
see...
about finding him dead.
Yep, there's some vessels coming across.
It sounded even more convincing than he had hoped.
But what if I
With a
made
satisfied smile, he started down the street.
the logistics drive engines much faster?
He did not notice the shaven-headed man in saffron robes standing in the mouth of an alley beside the inn he had just left.
Vroom! There we go, that's more like it.
5. Night filled the ivory-walled compound of the cult of doom. No dimmest flicker of light showed, for those of the cult rose, worked, ate, and slept only by command. No coppers were wasted on tapers. In an inner room, though, where Jandar met with those who followed him most faithfully, bronze lion lamps illumined walls of alabaster bas-relief and floors mosaicked in 1,000 colors. The 40 saffron-robed men who waited beneath the high-vaulted ceiling knelt as Jandar entered, each touching a dagger to his forehead. Blessed be holy chaos, they intoned. Blessed be disorder, confusion, and anarchy. Blessed be holy chaos, the mage replied perfunctorily. He was, as always, robed as they. He eyed the lacquer tray of emerald and gold that had been placed on a small tripod table before the waiting men. His hands moved above the 2 small stone bottles on the tray, fingers waving like questing snakes' tongues, as if they could sense the freshness of the blood within those stoppered containers. One of the men shifted.
Base core destroyed.
The kills were all made within the specified hours, great lord. Jandar acknowledged him only with an irritated flick of an eyelid. Of course, those killed had died as he had commanded, at the hour he had commanded. Those who knelt before him did not know why the deaths must occur so, nor even why they must collect the blood while their victims' hearts still beat. They believed that they knew a great deal, but what they knew was how to obey. For Jandar's purposes, that was enough. Go, the necromancer commanded. Food and drink await you. Then sleep. Go. Blessed be holy chaos, they chanted, and rising, filed slowly from the room. Jandar waited until the heavy bronze door had clanged shut behind them before speaking again. Chafon, he said. Sweet Tie, attend me. 2 men, tall, lean, and robed in black, appeared as if materializing from air. It would have taken a quick eye to see the turning panel of stone in the wall from behind which they had stepped. But then, even a quick eye would have stared so at the men as to miss everything else. Even in Agrippur, they were unusual. Their black eyes seemed to slant, and their skin was the color of parchment left in the sun till it yellowed.
Yep, we've got
Yet
fire
so
eyes.
smooth that it gave no hint of age. Like as twins they were, though the man called Chafan was perhaps a finger breadth the taller. By birth and training they were assassins, able to kill with no more than the touch of a hand. Sweet-Tie took the tray, while Chafan hurried to open a small wooden door, lacquered and polished to mirror brightness. Jondar swept through, followed by the two men. The passage beyond was narrow, brightly lit by gold lamps dangling from wall sconces, and empty. The shaven-headed mage kept his tame killers out of sight, for there might be those who would know them for what they were. Even the chosen saw them but rarely.
Right.
The narrow corridor led to a chamber in the center of which was a large circle of bare dirt with dead sterility. Great fluted columns supported the domed alabaster ceiling, and surrounding the barren earth were 13 square pillars truncated at waist height.
Fractal silicon.
As he had done many times before, Sweet-Tie began setting out the stone bottles on the hard-packed dirt. He made 4 groups of 5, each group forming a cross. Great Lord, Chafan spoke in a hoarse whisper. We
Let's
follow
get it
as
before
you
it gets to the
command,
planet.
yet our existence is empty. Jondar looked at him in surprise. The two assassins never spoke unless spoken to. Would you prefer to be where I found you? He asked harshly. Chafan recoiled. He and Sweet-Tie had been walled up alive within the Khitan fortress
And deal
where
with this
Jondar had
hive?
been imprisoned. Accidentally, the necromancer had freed them in his own escape, and they had sworn to follow him. He was not certain they believed he could actually return them to their slow death in Khitai, but they seemed to. No, great lord, the Khitan said finally, but we beg, Sweet-Tie and I, that we be allowed to use our talents in your service. Not since...
The beginnings of a
His
fleet.
voice trailed off.
Won't be enough.
Sweet-Tie glanced up from placing the last of the bottles, then studiously avoided looking at either of the other two men again. Jondar's face darkened. To speak of the distant past was one thing, to speak of the near past another.
And the first information
Being
matrix.
reminded of failure and ignominy.
What's an information matrix?
Keeping his voice normal, but
It's that one.
not like the grate of steel on rock. Fool. Your talents, as you call them, destroy the essence of the man, as you well know.
So we've been to that one,
To summon when you kill.
been to this one.
When I need your abilities again, if I need them again, I will command you.
So now somewhere
If you wish to
with...
step within the
let's
circle
go
and be
back here.
commanded now. Sweet-Tie stumbled hurriedly from the patch of dirt. No, great lord, Chafan replied hastily. I beg forgiveness for my presumption. As one, the two assassins bowed low. Jondar left them so for a moment, then spoke.
Flight mode.
Rise. In the days ahead, there will be labors to sate even your desires. Now get you gone until I call again. I have my own labors to perform. As they bowed their way from his presence, he put them from his awareness. There were more important matters which needed all of his attention. From beneath his robes, he produced a piece of black chalk. Atop 4 of the pillars, equidistantly spaced
Got
above
that.
the circle, he marked the ancient Khitan ideograms for the 4 seasons.
Got water.
Chanting as he did in a language not even he understood, though he well understood the effect of the words. Next were drawn the ideograms for the 4 humors,
Ah,
then the 4 elements.
greeting crystal. We don't have
While he
those.
intoned the primordial spells. But one of the
I
short
thought
square
I
pillars
had a place
remained.
with grating crystal.
He drew the symbol for life, then quickly...
No
pressed
grating
the
crystal
symbol of
there.
A chill rose in the air, till his words came in puffs of white, and his voice took on a hollow aspect, as though he called from a vast deep. Mist roiled over the circle of earth.
Oh yeah, we need
blue and flecked with silver,
unipolar
like the
magnets
pool
as
of
well.
the ultimate,
So I'll
yet
make
pale
sure
and
to
transparent.
gather that in the next
The hairs on
bunch.
Jondar's arms and legs stirred and rose.
I think in addition to that, we could do with some hydrogen here.
Bones. In the center of the mist, light flash, argent and azure lightning. In silence, the air of the chamber quivered as to a monstrous clap of thunder. Within the circle, every stone jar shattered into numberless grains of dust, and the parched dirt drank blood. The tenuous vapors above began to glow. Never ceasing his incantation, Jondar sought within himself for the root of the power that coursed his veins, seized on it, bent it to his bidding. With every fiber of his being, he willed a summoning. He commanded a summoning. He forced a summoning. Blood-clotted earth cracked and broke, and a hand reached up from the crack to claw at the surface. A hand withered and twisted, its nails like claws, its skin a mottled, moldy gray-green. In another blood-soaked place, the ground split, and monstrously deformed hands dug upward, outward. Then another, and another. A slavering, panting beat its way up from below the surface. Inexorably drawn by Jondar's chant, they dug their way from the bowels of the earth. Stumpy,
4 and 350.
creatures bearing little resemblance to humankind.
Insufficient
For all
materials.
they were the summoned corporeal manifestations of the essences of murdered men and women.
Insufficient materials.
There were no distinctions now between male and female. Neuter all they were, with hairless, mottled skin stretched tightly over domed skulls, whose opalescent eyes had seen the grave from inside. Their lipless mouths emitted a cacophony of howls and lamentations. Jondar stopped his chant, reluctantly felt the power pour from him like water from a ewer.
I mean, I could put it
As the
there,
power went, so did the mist within the circle.
but it wouldn't fit.
The ravening creatures turned to him, seeming to see him for the first time, their cries rising. "Be silent," he shouted. And all sound was gone, as if cut off with a knife. He it was who had summoned. They could not but obey, though some glared at him with hell-born fury. Some few always did. Hear you my words. Each of you will return to the house that you served in life. A low moan rose and was stilled. There, in incorporeal form, you will watch and listen. What your former masters and mistresses do not want known, you will tell to me when I summon you again. Nothing else will you do unless I command. That last was necessary, he had learned, though there was little they could do without being told to. I hear, came the muttering moans, and obey.
No,
By
not
the
that
blood
one.
and earth and power of chaos by which I summoned you, be gone.
So I'll go back to
With a
this
crack
one.
of inrushing air, the twisted shapes disappeared. Jondar smiled when he left the chamber. Already he knew more of the secrets of Turan than any 10 other men. Already, with a whisper in the proper ear of what the owner of that ear would die to keep secret, he influenced decisions at the highest levels. Nay, he made those decisions. Soon the throne itself would bow to his will. He would not demand that his position as true ruler of Turan be made known to all. That he ruled would be enough. First Turan, then perhaps Zamora, and then... Great Lord! Reverie-broken Jondar glared at the shaven-headed man who had accosted him in a main corridor of his palatial quarters.
Oh, I need proliferator as well.
Silver, made from melted-down jewelry provided by new members of the cult, cast glittering lights from walls worked in porphyry and amber. Why do you disturb me, Zephyrin? He demanded. Not even the chosen were allowed to approach him unbidden. Forgive me, great lord, Zephyrin answered, bowing low, but I had a most distressing encounter in the city near dusk. Distressing encounter? What are you blathering about? I have no time for foolishness. It was a barbarian, great lord, who spoke of sacrifices within the cult, of the altar and the use of blood. Jondar clutched his robes and white-knuckled fists. Hyrcanian? He was Hyrcanian? Nay, great lord. He must have been. Nay, great lord. His skin was pale, where not bronzed by the sun, and his eyes were most strange, as blue as the sea. Jondar sagged against the wall. In Hyrcania, across the villa yet sea, he had first founded the
So
cult,
use that, and
first
then
created and confined a pool of
make sure
heads.
it's the different
He
style
would
of.
have welded the scattered
Alright,
Hyrcanian
then
tribes of fierce
place like
horsemen
so.
into a single force that moved at his word. He would have launched such a wave of warriors as would have washed over Turan and Zamora and all to the west until it came to the sea. He would have... But the spirit manifestations had not been properly controlled. They had managed to communicate to the living what occurred within the compound he was building, and the tribesmen had ridden against him, slaughtering his followers. Only by loosing the power,
Let's
turning
make
a part
some
of the Hyrcanian
chemicals.
steps into a hell, had he himself managed to escape. They believed in blood vengeance, those Hyrcanians. Deep within him was the seed of fear. Fear that they would follow him across the sea. Ridiculous, he knew, yet he could not rid himself of it. The great lord, Zephyrin said diffidently, I do not understand why filthy Hyrcanians should concern you. The few I have seen and you understand nothing, Jondar snarled. This barbarian, you killed him? Zephyrin shifted uneasily. Great lord, I lost him in the night in the crowd among the taverns near the harbor. Fool! Roust your fellows from their beds. Find that barbarian. He must die. No, bring him to me. I must find out how many others know. Well, what are you waiting for? Go, fool, go! Zephyrin ran, leaving Jondar staring at nothing. Not again, the necromancer thought.
Insufficient materials.
He would not fail again.
Insufficient materials.
He would pull the world down in ruins if need be, but he would not fail. 6. Conan descended to the common room.
That auto clicker makes things a lot easier on my finger.
He did not truly believe
And it
that
saves
his
my
hand
mouse all
cracked
that wear and
into
tear
it,
too.
But he saw no reason to take a chance. The night before had turned into a seemingly endless procession of tavern after tavern, of tankard after tankard. And all he had gotten for his trouble was a head like a barrel. He spotted Sharok, digging eagerly into a bowl of stew, and winced at the old man's enthusiasm. With a sigh, he dropped onto a bench at the astrologer's table. Do you have to be so vigorous about that, Sharok? The Cimmerian muttered. It's enough to turn a man's stomach. The secret is clean living, Sharok cackled gleefully. I live properly, so I never have to worry about a head full of wine fumes. Or seldom, at least, and it brings me luck. Last night, asking about for Emilio, I discovered that the strumpets of this city fancies more in astrology. And do you know why? What did you find out about Emilio, Sharok? Because it's foreign. They think anything imported must be better. Of course, some of them want to pay in other coin than gold or silver. He cackled again. I spent the night in the arms of a wench with the most marvelous Sharok. Emilio? The gaunt old man sighed. If you wanted to boast of it, I wouldn't stop you.
Light mode.
Oh, very well. Not that I discovered much. No one has seen him for at least 2 nights. 3 different people, though, 2 of them trolls, told me Emilio claimed he would come into a great deal of gold yesterday. Perhaps someone did him in for it.
Materials.
I'd back Emilio against any man in this city, Conan replied, with swords, knives, or bare hands. But there was no enthusiasm in his voice. He was sure now that Emilio was dead, had died while trying to steal the necklace. And while dead drunk at that,
Light mode.
I should have gone with him, he muttered. Gone where? Sharok asked. No matter. More than one was counting on his having this gold. I myself heard the gamester Narxes make such dire threats against Emilio as to put me off eating. He shoveled more stew into his mouth. Then there's Nafar the Panderer, and a Kothian moneylender named Fentress, and even a Turanian soldier, a sergeant, looking for him. As he still lives, he's left Akrapur, and wisely so. Emilio intended to steal from the compound of the Cult of Doom Sharrock. I think he tried 2 nights past. Then he is dead. Sharrock sighed. That place has acquired a bad name among the Brotherhood of the Shadows. Some thieves say it is doom even to think of stealing from them. He meant to steal a necklace of 13 rubies for a woman with blonde hair. He wanted me to aid him.
So that's done.
The old astrologer
And
tossed
they're
a
doing
spoon
that.
into the bowl of stew. Mayhap your chart, he said slowly. These eyes are old, Conan. 'Tis possible what
So
I
if I
saw
go
was
back
merely
to
an effect of your association
this
with
place,
and
we've
it's
got
possible men can
stalactite
fly without
crystal.
magic, Conan laughed ruefully. No, old friend. Never have I
Sort of-
known you to make a mistake.
I'll
in your
magic
star
myself there.
reading. The meaning was clear. I must enter that compound and steal the
And
necklace.
we'll have
Conan's bench creaked as a man suddenly
proliferators.
dropped onto it beside him. And I must go with you, he said. Conan looked at him. It was the hard-eyed, black-skinned Turanian army sergeant he had seen asking after Emilio. I am called Akiba, the sergeant added. The big Sumerian let his hand rest lightly on the worn leather hilt of his broadsword. "'Tis a bad habit listening to other men's conversation," he said with dangerous quietness. "I care not if you steal every last pin from the cult," Akiba said. His hands rested on the table, and he seemed to take no notice of Conan's sword. "'Twas rumored this Emilio did not fear to enter that place, but I heard you say he is dead. I have need to enter the compound in need of a man to guard my back, a man who does not fear the cult. If you go there, I will go with you." Sharrock cleared his throat. "Pray tell us why a sergeant of the Turanian army would want to enter that compound in secret." "My daughter, Zorel." Akiva's face twisted momentarily with pain. "She was taken by this Mitra accursed cult. Or joined, I know not which. They will not allow me to speak to her, but I have seen her once at a distance. She no longer looks as she did before falling into their hands. Her face is cold and she does not smile. Sorel wore a smile always. I will bring her out of there." "Your daughter," Conan snorted. "I must needs go with stealth. The stealth of 2 men is the 10th part that of 1. Add the need to drag a weeping girl along."
Insufficient materials.
He snorted again. "How will you steal so much as a drink of water if I summon my men to arrest you?" Akiba demanded. Conan's fist tightened on his sword hilt. "You will summon no one from your grave," he growled. Akiba reached for his own blade, and the 2 men began to rise. "Be not fools," Sharrock said sharply. "You, Akiba, will never see your daughter again if your skull is cloven in this tavern. And Conan, you know the dangers of what you intend. Could not another sword be of use?" "Not that of a blundering soldier," Conan replied. His eyes were locked with those of the Turanian, blue and black alike, as hard as iron. "His feet are made for marching, not the quiet of thieving."
Light mode.
3 years, Akiba said. "I was a scout against the Ibari mountain tribes. Yet I still have my life and my manhood. From the size of you, you look to be quiet as a bull." "A scout," the Sumerian said thoughtfully. The man had some skill at quietness then.
Light mode.
Perhaps Sharrock had a point. It was all too possible that he could use another blade. Besides,
Oh, there's some
there would
strange
make it
clouds
near
out there.
impossible to remain in Agra.
Silver and grey.
Conan lowered himself slowly back to the bench, and Akiba
Be
followed.
right back. I'm going to have a close
For a
look.
moment, their eyes remained locked. Then, as at a signal, each loosed his grip on his sword. "Now that is settled," Sharrock said, "there is the matter of oaths to bind us all together in this enterprise." "Us?" Akiba said with a questioning look. Conan shook his head. "I still do not know if this soldier is coming with me or not, but I do know that you are not. Find yourself a wench who wants her stars read. I can recommend one here if you mind not, a head full of beads." "Who will watch your horses?" Sharrock asked simply, "while you 2 heroes are being heroic inside the compound. Besides, Conan, I told you I have never had an adventure. At my age, this may be my last chance." And
It's
I
rain
do
and
have
it's
this.
artificial clouds.
He brandished his walking staff. It could be useful. Akiva frowned. It's a stick. He looked at Conan. The thing has magical powers, the Sumerian said, and dropped his eyelid. After a moment, the dark man smiled faintly. As you say. His face grew serious. As to the compound, I would have this thing done quickly. Tonight, Conan said, I too want it done. The oaths, Sharok chimed in. Let us not forget the oaths. The three men put their heads together. 7. Leaving Sharok beneath a tree to mind the horses, Conan and Akiva set out through the night in a crouching run for the alabaster-walled compound of the Cult of Doom. Within those walls, ivory towers thrust into the night, and golden finialed purple domes were one with the dark amethystine sky. Scudding clouds cast shifting moonlit shadows, and the two men were but two shades in the night.
Oh,
1,000 pieces distant.
oh.
The sea beat itself.
Why is it when you get an ingrown toenail, you end up stabbing it everywhere? Fuck me. Oh. Oh, that's painful. Bloody hell.
Well padded with cloth.
Jeez Louise.
Caught
Ow.
the wall with muffled clatters. Massive arms and shoulders drew Conan upward with the agility of a great ape. At the top of the wall, he paused, feeling along that hard, smooth surface. Akiva scrambled up beside him, and without pausing to check the top of the wall, clambered over. Conan's dismay that the other had done so, it was the error of a greenling thief, was tempered by the fact that there were no shards of pottery and broken stone set in the wall to rip the flesh of the unwary. Conan pulled himself over the wall, and holding his grapnel well out to one side, let himself fall. He took the shock of the drop by tucking a shoulder under and rolling, coming to his feet smoothly. He was in a landscaped garden, exotic shrubs and trees seemingly given life by the moving shadows. Akiva was hastily coiling his rope. Remember, Conan said, we meet at the base of the tallest tower in the compound. I remember, Akiva muttered. There had been more than a little discussion over which man's task was to be carried out first. Akiva feared that in stealing the necklace, Conan might rouse guards, while Conan was sure the sergeant's daughter could not be rescued without raising an alarm. The women's quarters were certain to be guarded, while Emilio had intimated that the necklace was unguarded. It had been Sharok who effected a compromise. Conan would go after the necklace while Akiva located the women's quarters. Then they would meet and together solve the problem of getting Zorel out. Agreement had been more reluctant on Akiva's part than on Conan's. The Sumerian was not certain he needed a companion on this venture, for all Sharok's urging. With a last doubtful glance at the Turanian, Conan hurried away, his panther in stride, carrying him swiftly through the night. He remembered well Emilio's description of the necklace's location. The topmost chamber of the lone tower in a garden on the east side of the compound. They had entered over the east wall, and looming out of the night ahead was a tower, square and tall. He slowed to a walk, approaching it with silent care. A short distance away, he stopped. There was enough light from the moon, barely, with which to see. Of smooth green stone, surrounded by a walk of dark tiles, some 7 or 8 paces in width, the tower had no openings save an arch at ground level and a balcony around its top. The onion dome roof glittered beneath the moon.
No point for the ingrown toenail to be removed. I've spoken with other people that have them. It's better if you can just not have it done. So I'm letting it grow out, and then once it grows out, I'll be able to do my own surgery, and I will have to once again remind myself not to cut that fucking nail, because it causes me... It's the problem, it's like, oh, it's causing holes in my socks, and oh, I can feel it pressing against the shoe, I need to cut it back. And every time I cut it back, I cut it back too far and go, oh, well, there's going to be months of pain and discomfort.
or the deadly spiders of the terrain.
It's a self-inflicted injury, and every time I do it, I kick myself. It's like, what? Why? Why do I suffer this way?
There, a marble-laid path led toward the tower, stopping at the edge of the tiles. Kneeling, he examined the joining and smiled. The marble slab stood 2 finger widths higher than the tiles,
No.
and its lip was shiny.
There's nothing pleasant about an ingrown toenail.
And from that low angle, he could see 2 lines of wear, spaced at the width of the marble, stretching toward the tower arch. Here was located the trap. It did not matter what it was, and something was laid atop these tiles to make a way for the members of the cult to enter the tower.
Materials.
So much, he thought, for the worthlessness of wealth. Cocking an ear for sounds elsewhere in the compound, he strolled down the marble walk away from the tower, counting his steps.
Oh, I feel slightly dizzy now from that.
At least Akiba had raised
Then again, I've been
no
feeling
alarm
dizzy
as
all
yet.
day.
At
It's
40
the
paces,
weather.
he turned
It shouldn't
around.
be like this in
The tower he
July.
could see dimly, but the
No,
arch
it
that would be his
is
target was no more than a
an
smudge at
offence.
its base.
It's
He
offensive.
fastened his sword belt
It's
around
not
his
nice.
chest and
It's
over one
horrible.
shoulder, so the nubby leather sheath hung down his back.
And why don't we
It
have?
would not do to have the blade tangle in his feet at the wrong time. With a deep breath, he began
There's
to run,
no.
legs
There is
driving,
base of
broad chest
waters.
heaving like a bellows in the effort
So
for
why
speed
aren't you
and more
claiming
speed.
coal?
The width of tiles was
You just
clear,
go to the
then
other
the
one.
archway. Almost on the instant, he felt the edge of the marble beneath his boot and sprang, flying through the night air. With a thump, his toes landed just inside the arch.
I mean, there is
He
coal
caught on the edge
here.
of toppling back, fingers scrabbling for the rim of the archway. For an infinite moment, he hung poised to drop into the trap. Then, slowly, he drew himself into the tower. Laughing softly, he drew his sword and moved deeper inside. Try to keep a Sumerian out, he thought. On the ground level of the tower were several rooms, but the doors to all of them were locked. Still, what he wanted was above, the spiraling stone
So they're
stairs
discharging.
to the central antechamber.
Yeah.
Sword questing ahead, he climbed careful step by careful step. The first trap did not mean there were not others. Without incident, though, he came to the top of the stair and to the chamber atop the tower.
Light mode.
Hammered silver on the domed roof reflected and magnified the moonlight, turning it into palely useful illumination that filtered into the chamber. Half a dozen archways, worked in delicate filigree, led on to the narrow railed balcony. Open cabinets, lacquered over gilded scrollwork, stood scattered about the mosaic floor, displaying priceless jewels on velvet cushions. A crown of rubies and pearls fit for any king. A single emerald as big as a man's fist.
Insufficient
A
materials.
score of finger-long matched sapphires, carved in erotic figures. More and more, till the eyes of a mendicant priest
189.
sworn to poverty would have lit with greed. And there was the necklace, with its 13 flawless rubies glowing darkly in a silvery light. Conan appraised it with a practiced eye.
So now there
slipping it into his
is
Perhaps it
sufficient.
would make the woman who wore it
material.
irresistible to men. But then most women seem to believe gems of great enough cost would do that magic or no. This Divinia would get a bargain for her 100 gold pieces and
Somewhere with sufficient coal.
his gaze ran around the room once more.
No, there's not much coal there.
This treasure worth 10,000 gold
Not much
pieces.
there.
10 times 10,000.
There's a
Buried
bit of
in
coal
heaven.
there.
He could carry enough from this place to
Ah,
make him
that's
a
what I
rich
want.
man.
Coal and organic
With
crystal.
No regret, he put the thought firmly
So we
aside.
shall call this place
He had turned
Ingrown
completely. This might make no difference in
Toenalia.
that.
I think that's
Of all he
funny.
could carry. He knew it would not be so easy to leave that life again, and he did not doubt that whatever gold he
Come,
got for these
let
things
us
was
journey
also
to Ingrown
more than the gold he
Toenalia.
had received for other thefts. Such coin never stayed long. I hoped you would not come. Conan spun, sword raised, then lowered it with a grin. Emilio, I thought you were dead, man. You can have this Mitra accursed necklace and be welcome to it. The tall Corinthian came the rest of the way up the stairs into the tower-top chamber. He had that sword and dagger in hand.
Warp engine deactivated.
'Tis a fit punishment, do
Warp
you not
engine
think?
activated.
Guarding forever that which I intended to steal. Hair stirred on the back of Conan's neck.
Warp engine
You are
deactivated.
ensorcelled? I am dead, Emilio replied, and lunged. Conan lunged
That's
aside.
the confusion.
The other's blade passed him to shatter the treasure-laden shelves of a cabinet.
Ingrown
Snake-like,
to
Emilio whirled
nail.
after him, but he circled to keep cabinets between them. What foolishness is this you speak, he demanded. I see a man before me, not a shade. Emilio's laugh was hollow. I was commanded to kill all who came to this tower in the night.
Yeah, I think that's a
Naught was
pretty
said
cool
against
name.
speaking. He continued to move in slow deadliness. Conan moved the other way, keeping a lacquered cabinet between them.
Cruise ended.
I was taken in this very chamber, with the necklace in my hand. So near
And there's a bit
did
of
I
coal
come.
here as well.
For my pains, a hollow poniard was thrust into my chest. I watched my heart's blood pump into a bowl, Sumerian. Crom, Conan muttered, tightening his grip on his sword. To kill a friend was ill, even one spell caught and commanded to slay, yet to kill was better than to die at that friend's hands. Jandar, whom they call Great Lord, took life from me. Emilio continued, neither speeding nor slowing his advance. Having taken it, he forced some part of it back into this body that once was mine. His face twisted quizzically. And this creature
I can't
that
just
once
click and
was
drag.
Emilio the Corinthian must obey. It must obey. Abruptly, Emilio's foot lashed out against the lacquered cabinet. In a crash of snapping wood, it toppled toward the young Sumerian. Conan leaped back, and Emilio charged, boots splintering delicate workmanship, carelessly scattering priceless gems. Conan's blade
What do I
flashed
need
striking
for
sparks from
purple
the other's
sights?
descending steel. Dagger darting to slide beneath Conan's
well, most of
ribs,
this
the
can be
Corinthian's
built
wrist
here.
slipped into his hand and
Yep.
was seized in an iron grip. Locked chest to chest, they staggered out onto the balcony. Conan's
So,
knee rose, smashing into Emilio's crotch. But the reanimated corpse merely grunted. Risking
I'll do
freeing the
that.
Corinthian's sword, Conan struck with his hilt into Emilio's face. Now the other man fell back.
No, we'll
Conan's
do
blade
more than
slashed
that.
the front of his old friend's tunic, and Emilio leaped back again. Abruptly, the backs of his legs struck the railing, and for an instant he hung there, arms waving desperately for balance. And then he was gone, without a cry. A sickening thud came from below. Swallowing hard, Conan stepped to the rail and looked toward a ground that seemed all flitting shadows. He could make out no detail, but that Emilio had lived through the fall, if indeed he had lived
Foundation
before he
required
fell,
is
was
here
beyond
and
his
here.
belief. It was ill to kill a friend, no matter the need. There would be no luck in it.
Flight mode.
Resheathing his sword, he hurried down the stairs. At the archway, he stopped.
I'm going to magic up some
Emilio's body
foundation.
lay sprawled just outside, and its fall had triggered the trap. From the archway to the marble path, thin metal spikes the length of a man's forearm had thrust up through the tiles. 4 of them transfixed the Corinthian. Take a pull on the hell horn for me, Conan muttered. But there was still Akiba to meet, and no time for mourning. Quickly, he picked his way between the spikes and set out at a dead run for the landmark they had chosen, the tallest tower in the compound, its high golden dome well visible even by moonlight. Abruptly, a woman's scream pierced the night and was cut off just as suddenly. With an oath, Conan drew his sword and redoubled his speed. That cry had come from the direction of the gold-topped tower. Deep in the compound, a gong sounded its brazen alarm, then a second and a third. Distant shouts rose and torches flared to life. Conan dashed into the shadows at the base of the tower and stopped to stare in amazement. Akiba was there, holding a slender, sable-skinned beauty in saffron robes, one arm pinning her arms, his free hand covering her mouth. Large dark eyes glared fiercely at him from above the soldier's fingers. "This is your daughter?" Conan asked, and Akiba nodded, an excited smile splitting his face. "Sorrel, I could not believe my luck. She was fetching water to the women's quarters. No one saw me." The shots had grown louder, and the torches now seemed to rival the stars in number. "That does not seem to matter at the moment," Conan said dryly. "It will be no easy task to remove ourselves from this place, much less a girl who doesn't seem to want to go." "I am taking her out of here," the Turanian replied, his voice hard. "I did not suggest otherwise. He would not leave any woman to the mercies of Emilio's destroyer. But we must..." He motioned for silence. An atavistic instinct rooted deep inside the Cimmerian shouted that he was being watched by inimical eyes, eyes that drew closer
So
by
let's
the moment.
request
But
in
his own gaze
Warpers.
saw nothing but deceptively shifting shadows. No, one shadow resolved itself into a man in black robes.
And also
Even after Conan
antimatter
was
fuel.
certain, though, he found it difficult to keep his eyes on that dim figure. There was something about it that seemed to prevent the eye from focusing on it. The hairs on his neck rose. There was sorcery of a kind here. Sorcery most foul and unnatural throughout this place. "Mitra!" Akiba swore suddenly, jerking his hand from his daughter's mouth. "She bit me." Twisting in his loosened grasp, she raked at his face with her nails. At the distinct disadvantage of struggling with his own daughter, he attempted to keep his grip on her while avoiding being blinded. Under the circumstances, it was an unequal fight. In an instant, she was free and running, and screaming. "Help! Outsiders! They are trying to take me! Help!" "Sorrel!" Akiba shouted, and ran after her. "Sandros hells!" Conan shouted, and followed. Of a sudden, the black-robed man was before the girl. Gasping, she recoiled. The strange figure's hand reached out, perhaps to brush against her face. Her words stopped on the instant, and she dropped as if her bones had melted. "Sorrel!" The scream from Akiba held all the anguish that could be wrung from a man's throat. Primitive instinct, primed now, reared again in Conan. Diving, he caught Akiba about the waist and pulled him to the ground. The air hummed as if 1,000 hornets had been loosed. Arrows sliced through the space where they had stood toward the man in black. And before Conan's astounded gaze, the man, hands darting like lightning, knocked 2 shafts aside, seized 2 more from the air, then seemed to slide between the rest and disappear. Close behind their arrows came 50 Hyrcanians, waving short horn bows and curved yataghans as they ran. 2 veered toward Conan and Akiba, but another shouted gutturally, "No, leave them! 'Tis Baal-Sham we want!" The squat Hyrcanians ran on into the night. Shaking his head, Conan got slowly to his feet. He had no notion what was happening, and was in fact not sure that he wanted to know. Best he got on about his business and left the rest to those already involved. Screams had been added to the shouts in the distance and the pounding of hundreds of panic-stricken feet. Fire stained the sky as a building exploded in flame. Akiba crawled on hands and knees to his daughter. Cradling her in his arms, he rocked back and forth, tears streaming down his flat cheeks. "She is dead, Cimmerian," he whispered. "He but touched her, yet she..." "Bring your daughter," Conan told him, "and let us go. We have no part in what else happens here this night." The Turanian Lord Zorel carefully drew his towar and examined the blade.
Lightbow.
"I have blood to avenge. A man to kill." His voice was quiet, but hard. "Revenge takes a cool head and a cold heart," Conan replied. "Yours are both filled with heat. Remain and you will die, and likely never see the man who killed her." Akiba twisted.
So let's see, now I just need to build the construction buildings.
"I want blood.
Construction and production.
He said hoarsely. "If need be, I will begin with yours."
Insufficient materials.
Zorel for the worms and the ravens, then. Akiba squeezed his eyes shut and sucked in a long, hissing breath. Slowly he returned his blade to its sheath, and stooping, gathered his daughter in his arms. When he straightened, his face and voice were without expression. "Let us be gone from this saffron-robed men and women appeared out of the dark and fled past as if terror-driven. None glanced at the two men, one holding a girl's body in his arms. Twice more as they headed for the wall, they saw clusters of cult members running mindlessly. Behind them, the shouts and screams had become a solid wave of sound. Two fires now licked at the sky. They ran into the bushes near where they had crossed the wall, and like a covey of quail, cult members burst from hiding. Some fled shrieking. Others tried to dash past the two men, almost trampling them. Conan cuffed a pair of shaven-headed men aside and shouted, "Go, Akiba, take her on!" He knocked another man sprawling, seized a woman to toss her aside, and stopped. It was Yazbet. "You!" she shouted. Without pausing, Conan threw her over his shoulder and scrambled on, scattering the few who remained to try to hinder him. Yazbet's feet fluttered in futile kicking, and her small fists pounded at his broad back. "Let me down!" she screamed. "You have no right! Loose me!" They reached the wall. He let her down. She stared at him with the haughtiness of a dowager queen. "I will forget this if you go now, and for the kindness you did me earlier, I'll not tell." She broke off with a
Needs
shriek
plastic.
as he bent to cut a strip from her robe with his dagger. In a trice, her hands were bound behind her, and before she could more than begin another
And where
protest,
forth does
he
plastic
added a
come from?
gag
It
and
comes
a
from
buckle
here.
between her ankles.
But insufficient power.
Akiba had taken care of the grapnels. Two ropes dangled from the top of the wall. "Who is she?" he asked, jerking his head toward Yazbet. "Another wench who should not be left to this cult," Conan replied. "Climb up. I'll attend to your daughter so you can draw her after you." The Turanian hesitated, then said, "The live girl first. There may not be time for both."
Colvine's an alphabet cat 3 is exhausted.
One of the ropes.
That's the home system.
Struggles. Conan fastened the end of the rope about Yazbet beneath her arms. In moments, her muffled squeals were rising into the air. Hurriedly, he did the same to Zorel's body with the other rope. As he was pulled up, he waited, watching and listening for Hyrcanians, for cult members, for almost anything, considering the madness of the night. He listened and waited and waited.
Ah, I'm glad I cleaned my keyboard. The right shift key works fine now. I've reseated it and I've managed to reset it. Before it used to be really sticky.
The rope end slapped the wall in front of his face.
Well, with any luck I'll be using this keyboard for many years to
At the
come.
top of the wall, he found himself face to face
Because I
with
like this
Akiba.
keyboard.
"For a time there," he said, "I almost thought you'd left me." "For a time," Akiba replied flatly, "on the ground outside with my daughter, I almost did." Conan nodded and said only, "Let us go while we can." Dropping to the ground, they picked up the women, Conan, Yazbet, and Akiba, Zorel, and ran for Sharok and the horses. The cacophony of conflict still rose within the compound behind them. 8.
No warpers.
The red glare of fire in the night glinted on Jondar's face as he turned from the window. The shouts of initiates carrying water to fight the blazes rang through the compound, but one building at least was too far gone in flame to be saved. "Well?" he demanded. Chafon and Sweet Tai exchanged glances before the first named spoke. "They were Hyrcanians, great lord." The three men stood in the antechamber to Jondar's apartments. The austerity of decoration that the necromancer invoked for his garb was continued here. Low, unadorned couches dotted the floor that was, if marble, at least plain and bare of rugs, as the walls were bare of tapestries and hangings. "I
No
know
demand
they
for
were
stone.
Hyrcanians," Jondar snarled. "I could hear them shouting, 'Death to Baal Sham!' Never did I think to hear that name again." "No, great lord." "How many were there?" 2 score, great lord. Perhaps 3. 3 score, Jondar whispered. "And how many yet live?" "No more than a handful, great lord," Chafon replied. "Well over a score perished." "Then perhaps a score still live to haunt me," Jondar said pensively. "They must be found. There will be work for the 2 of you then, you may be sure." "Great lord," Sweet Eye said, "there were others in the compound tonight, not Hyrcanians." One wore the helmet of a Turanian soldier. The other was a tall man, pale of skin. A barbarian? Jondar asked sharply, with blue eyes. Blue eyes? Suitai asked incredulously, then recovered himself. It was dark, great lord, and with the fighting I could not draw near enough to see. But they robbed the Tower of Contemplation, taking the necklace of 13 rubies and slaying the thief you set there as guard. He hesitated. And they killed one of the initiates, great lord. The girl Zorel.
So I'll request oil here as well.
Gesture. He had marked the girl for his bed in time, but her life or death was
And silicon.
unimportant. But the necklace now. The thief had come for that same bit of jewelry. There had to be a link there. Wait here, he snarled. Carefully shutting doors
crystal.
behind him, he made his way to the column-lined outer hall, where waited half a score of the chosen, Zephyrin among them. They thought they stood as his bodyguard, though either of the Khitan assassins could have killed all 10 without effort. They bowed as he appeared. He motioned to Zephyrin, who approached, bowing again. Go to the Tower of Contemplation, Jondar commanded. There you will find the body of the one I set to guard that place. Bring the body to the Chamber of Summoning. At once, great lord. But Zephyrin did not move. He wished to ingratiate himself with the great lord Jondar. It was the Hyrcanians, great lord. Those I spoke to you about, I have no doubt. Jondar's cheek twitched, but otherwise his face was expressionless. You knew there were Hyrcanians in Agrapur, he said quietly.
And this one's title locked as well.
Yes, great lord. Sweat broke out on Zephyrин's forehead. Suddenly he was no longer certain it had been a good idea to speak. Those I spoke
60
to you
and
of.
60.
Surely you remember, great lord. Bring the body, Jondar replied. Zephyrin bowed low. When he straightened, the necromancer was gone. In his antechamber, Jondar massaged his temples as he paced, momentarily ignoring the Khitans. The fool had known of the Hyrcanians and yet said nothing. Of course, he had set no watch for them, warned none of the chosen to report their appearance.
This one?
To guard against them was to expect them to come.
Tower?
Did he expect them to come, then they would. It was the way of such
It's
things.
not it.
The proof was in himself.
Power
He had not been able to
is-
destroy his own belief that they would appear, and they had come. Carefully, Jondar gathered the powders and implements he would need. Dawn was but a few hours distant now, and in the light of the sun he had few abilities beyond those of other mortals. He could not call on the power at all while the sun shone. He could not summon the spirit manifestations then, though commands previously given still held, of course. Perhaps he should summon them now, set them to find the Hyrcanians. No, what he intended would sap much of his strength. Could it be done at all? He was not certain he would be physically able to perform both rituals, and what he intended was more important. He knew something of the Hyrcanians, nothing of the tall barbarian. The unknown threat was always more dangerous than the known. He motioned Khitans to follow. A sliding stone panel in the wall let into a secret passage, dim and narrow, that led down to the chamber containing the circle of barren earth, the Chamber of Summoning. Quickly, the corpse was brought to him there, as if Zephyrin thought to mitigate his transgressions with haste, and arranged by the Khitans under Jondar's direction, spread-eagled in the center of the circle. At a word, the chosen withdrew, while the mage studied on what he was about. He had never done the like before, and he knew no rituals
Crystal
to guide him.
and
There was no blood to manifest
coal
the spirit of the man. There had been no blood in that
silicon.
body
Yep,
since its first
silicon as
death.
well.
After that, there had been a tenuous connection between that spirit and the body, a connection enforced by his magic. But the second death at the tower had severed even that. Still, what he intended must be attempted. While the Khitans watched, Jondar chose 3 pillars spaced equidistantly around the circle. On the first, he chalked the ideogram for death, and over it that for life. On the second, the ideogram for infinity covered that of nullity. And on the last, order covered chaos. Spreading his arms, he began to chant, words with meanings lost in the mists of time ringing from the walls. Almost immediately he could feel the surge of power, and the near uncontrollability of it. His choice of symbols formed a dissonance.
Insufficient materials.
And if inchoate power could know fury, then there was fury in the power that flowed through Jondar's bones. Silver-flecked blue mist coalesced within the circle, roiling, swirling away from the posts he had marked. He willed it not to be so, and felt the resistance ripping at his marrow. Agony most tortuous and exquisite. It would be as he willed. It would be. Through a red haze of pain, he chanted.
Station detected.
Slowly, the mists shifted toward rather than away from those three truncated pillars, touching them, then rushing toward them. Suddenly there was a snap, as from a spark leaping from a fingertip on a cold morning, but 10,000 times louder, and bars of silver blue light as bright as the sun linked the posts. Chaos, forced into a triangle, the perfect shape, 3 sides, 3 points. 3, the perfect number of power. Perfect order forced on ultimate disorder. Anathema and anathema redoubled. And from that anathema, from that perversion of chaos, welled such power that Jondar felt at any moment he would rise and float in the air. Sweat rolled down his body, plastering his saffron robes to his back and chest. You who called yourself Emilio the Corinthian, Jondar intoned, I summon you back to this clay that was you. By the powers of chaos enchained and the powers of 3, I summon you. I summon you. I summon you. The triangle of light flared, and within the circle the head of Emilio's corpse rolled to one side. The mouth worked raggedly. No, it moaned. Jondar smiled.
Titanium.
Speak, I command you.
Stone.
Speak, and speak true. You came to steal a necklace of rubies? Yes. The word was a pain-filled hiss. Why? For Davinia. For a woman? Who is she? Mistress of Mundara Khan. The mage frowned. He had tried for some time to obtain one of General Mundara Khan's servants, so far without success. The man stood but a short distance from the throne. Could he be taking an interest in Jondar, as the necromancer took in him? Impossible. Do you know a tall barbarian, he demanded, a man with pale skin and blue eyes who would also try to steal that necklace? Conan, came the moaned reply. The head of the corpse twitched and moved. Jondar felt excitement rising in him. Where can I find this Conan? No. The head rolled again, and one arm jerked. Speak, I command. The triangle of chaotic light grew brighter, but no sound came from the body. Speak! Brighter. Speak! Brighter. Speak! I command you to speak! Brighter and brighter still. I am a man. As the wail came, the light suddenly flared, crackling like lightning and wildfire together. Jondar staggered back, hands thrown up to shield his eyes. Then the light was gone, and the power, and the body. Only a wisp of oily black smoke drifting toward the ceiling remained. Free. The lone thin word dissipated with the smoke, and naught remained of Emilio the Corinthian. Weariness rolled into Jondar's bones as the power left. Despite himself, he sagged and nearly fell. There would be no summoning of spirit manifestations this night. That meant a full day must pass before he could send those incorporeal minions searching for the Hyrcanians and for the barbarian. Conan, a strange name. But there was the woman Davinia. There could be use in her, both for finding the barbarian and beyond. General Mundara Khan's mistress. With a tired hand, he motioned the Khitans to help him to his chambers. 9. The palace of Mundara Khan was of grey marble and granite, relieved by ornate gardens from which rose towers of ivory and porphyry, while alabaster domes whitely threw back the sun. The guards who stood before its gates with drawn tulwars were more ceremonial than otherwise, for an attack on the residence of the great General Mundara Khan was as unlikely as one on the royal palace of King Yildiz. But the guards were numerous enough to cause trouble, especially if a handsome young man should announce that he had come to see the general's mistress. Conan had no intention of entering by a guarded gate, though. Finding a tall, spreading tree near the garden wall, well out of the guard's sight, he pulled himself up into its thick branches. One, as thick as his leg, ran straight toward the garden, but it was cut cleanly, a bit higher than the wall, but well short of it. The top of this wall was indeed set with razor shards of obsidian. Within the garden, sleek walks and paths of red brick wound through the landscaping, and in the garden's center was a small round outbuilding of citron marble, cupoled and columned, gossamer hangings stirring in the breeze at its windows and archways. Arms held out to either side for balance, he ran along the limb, leaped, and dropped lightly inside the garden. Moving carefully, eyes watchful for guards or servants, he hurried to the yellow structure. It was up 2 stories, the ground level walled about entirely with gauze-hung archways. Within those arches, the glazed white tiles of the floor were covered with silken pillows and rare Azerbaijani rugs. Face down on a couch in the center of the room lay a woman, her pale, generous curves completely bare, save for the long golden hair that spilled across her shoulders. Above her, a wheel of white ostrich plumes revolved near the ceiling, a strap of leather disappearing through a hole above. Conan swore to himself. A servant must be occupying the floor above to turn the crank that in turn rotated the plumes. Still, he would not turn back. His calloused hand moved aside delicate hangings, and he entered. For a time he stood enjoying his view of her, a woman of satiny, rounded places. "Be not alarmed, Davinia," he said at last. With a yelp of surprise, the blonde rolled from the couch, long legs flashing, and snatched up a length of pale blue silk that she clutched across her breasts. The nearly transparent silk covered her ineffectually to the ankles. "Who are you?" she demanded furiously. High cheekbones gave her face a Vulcan cast. "I am called Conan. I come in the place of Emilio the Corinthian." Fury fading into consternation, she wet her full lips hesitantly. "I know no one of that name. If you come from Mundara Khan, tell him his suspicions are—" "Then you do not know this either," Conan said, fishing the ruby necklace from his pouch and dangling its gold-mounted length from his fingertips. He chuckled to watch her face change again, deep blue eyes widening in shock, mouth working wordlessly. "How?" she fumbled. "Where?" Her voice dropped to a whisper. "Where is Emilio?" "Dead," he said harshly. She seemed neither surprised nor dismayed. "Did you kill him?" "No," he replied with only partial untruth. Emilio's true death had come before their meeting in the tower. "But he is dead, and I have brought you the necklace you want." "And what do you wish in return?" Her voice was suddenly warm honey, and her arm holding the strip of blue had lowered until pink nipples peered at him, seeming nestled in the silk. He did not think it an
It's the
accident.
titillation of Conan.
Inside, Conan replied, "Emilio spoke of 100 pieces of gold." "Gold?" Her tinkling laughter dismissed gold as trivial. Rounded hips swaying, she moved closer. Then, suddenly, she was pressed tightly against his chest. In some fashion, the silk had disappeared. There are many things of more interest to a man like you than gold, she breathed, snaking an arm around his neck. Of much more interest. What of he who turns the fan? He asked. He has no tongue to tell what he hears, she murmured. And no one will enter without being commanded, except Renda, my tirewoman, who is faithful to me. Mundara Khan is far from the city for 2 nights. Can you only ask questions, barbarian? She tried to pull his head down for a kiss, but he lifted her, kissing her instead of being kissed. When she moaned softly deep in her throat, he let her drop. What? She began as her heels thudded to the floor, but he spun her about and his hard palm flattened her buttocks. With a shrill squeal, she tumbled head over heels among the cushions, long
Let's
bare
see if
legs
this works.
windmilling in the air. The gold first, Davinia, he laughed.
Protected.
Crawling
Nearly.
to her knees, she threw a cushion at his head.
Everything except that.
Gold, she spat. I'll summon the guards and never see the necklace again, he finished for her. She frowned fretfully. Either I will escape taking it with me, or the guards will take me and the necklace to Mundara Khan. He will be interested to find his leman is receiving jewelry from such as me. You did say he was suspicious, did you not? Erlich, blast your eyes. Her eyes were blue fire, but he met them coolly. The gold, Davinia. She glared at him a time longer, then, muttering to herself, crawled over the cushions. Carefully keeping her back to him, she lifted a tile set in the floor and rummaged beneath. She need not have bothered, he thought. With the view he had as she knelt there, he would not have looked away to survey the treasure rooms of King Yildiz. Finally, she replaced the tile and turned to toss a bulging purse before him. It clanked heavily when it hit the floor.
Materials.
There, she snarled. Leave the necklace and go. That was an end to it. Or almost, he thought. He had the gold. The amount did not matter. The tellings of Sharrock's star charts had been fulfilled, but the woman had thought to use him, as she had tried to use Emilio. She had threatened him. The pride that only a young man knows drove him now. Count it, he demanded. She stared at him in disbelief, but he thrust a finger at the purse. Count it. It would pain me and you to discover you'd given me short weight. May the worms consume your manhood, she cried. She made
Oh, that's not very nice.
Rondels of gold ringing and spinning on the white tiles. 1,
Norfolk Base
2,
War destroyed.
3. As she counted each coin, she thrust it back into the small sack as viciously as though each coin was a dagger that she was driving into his heart. Her acid eyes remained on his face. 100, she said at last. Tying the cords at the mouth of the purse, she hurled it at him. He caught the gold-filled bag easily in one hand and tossed the necklace to her. She clutched it to her breasts and backed away, still on her knees, eyeing him warily. He saw no shimmers of magic when she touched the necklace, but by all the gods, she was a bit of flesh to dry a man's mouth and thicken his throat. He waved the purse in his hand. To feel this, he said, no one would suspect that you counted 5 coins twice. It is possible I made an error, she said, still moving away. And if it is so, I'll give you the 5 gold pieces more. Conan dropped the purse on the floor, unbuckled his sword belt, and let it fall atop the gold. What are you doing? She asked doubtfully. 'Tis a heavy price to pay for a wench, he replied, but as you do not want to pay what you agreed, I'll take the rest in your stock and trade. A strangled squawk rose from her throat, and she tried to scramble away. He caught her easily, scooping her up in his muscular arms.
Is that it? Is that all the
But he pulled her
crude
to
oil
as easily as
veins?
if she had not tried at all. Her hands were
Yes,
caught
it
inside the
is.
circle of his arms, her full breasts
Good.
flattened against his broad chest. Thank you, she gasped, that I'll lie with you after what has passed here. After you've struck me, called me strumpet, manhandled me. Her angry words gave way to protesting splutters. Mundara Khan is old, Conan said softly. He trailed one finger down her spine to the swell that began her buttocks. And fat, He brought the finger up to toy with a strand of golden hair that lay on her cheek. And he often leaves you alone, as now. She sighed and softened against him. Blue eyes peered into blue eyes, and he said quietly, "Speak, and I will go."
Building destroyed.
"Do you want me to go?"
Darkblock base core destroyed.
Wordlessly, she shook her head. Smiling, Conan laid her on the couch. 10. Conan was still smiling when he strolled into the Blue Bull much later in the day. Davinia had been very lonely indeed. He knew it was madness to dally with the mistress of a general, but he knew his own weakness where women were concerned too. He was beginning to hope the army took Mundara Khan from Agrapur often. The common room was half filled with the usual crowd of sailors, laborers, and cut-purses. Sharok and Akiva shared a table in one corner, conversing with their heads close together, but instead of joining them, Conan went to the bar. Farian greeted him with a scowl and began scrubbing the bar top even faster than before. "I've nothing for you yet, Cimmerian, and I want you to get that wench out of here." "Is she still secured in my room?" Conan demanded. Yazbet had become no more reasonable about being rescued for finding herself in a waterfront tavern. "She's there," the innkeeper said sourly, "but I'd sacrifice in every temple in the city if she disappeared. She near screamed the roof off, not a glass gone. Thank all the gods she's been quiet since. That's no troll or doxy, Cimmerian. Men are impaled for holding her sword against their will."
Insufficient materials.
"I'll see to her," Conan replied in a soothing tone. "You keep your eyes and ears open." He hurried upstairs, listening to what suddenly seemed an ominous silence from his room. The latch cord on his door was still tied tightly to a stout stick. A man might break the cord and lift the latch inside, but for Yazbet it should have been as good as an iron lock, unless she had managed to wriggle through the window. Surely that small opening was too narrow even for her. But, muttering oaths beneath his breath, Conan unfastened the cord and rushed in. A clay mug, hurled by Yazbet's hand, shattered against the door beside his head. He ducked beneath the pewter basin that followed and caught her around the waist. It was difficult to ignore what a pleasant armful she made, even while her small fists pounded at his head and shoulders. He caught her wrists, forcing them behind her back and holding them there with one hand. "What's gotten into you, girl? Did that cult addle your wits?" "Addle my..." She quivered with suppressed anger. "They thought I had worth, and they treated me well. You brought me here bound across a horse and imprisoned me without so much as word. Then you went off to see that strumpet." "Strumpet? What are you talking about?" "Davinia." She growled the name. "Isn't that what she's called? That old man, Sharok, came up to try to quiet me. He told me you'd gone to see this woman, and you have the same smug look on your face that my father wears when he's just visited his Zanana." Mentally, Conan called down several afflictions, all of them painful, on Sharok's head. Aloud, he said, "Why should you care if I visit 20 women? Twice now I've saved your fool life, but there's naught between us." "I did not say there was," she said stoutly, but her shoulders sagged. Cautiously, he released her wrists, and she sat down dejectedly on the roughly built bed, no more than straw ticking covered with a coarse blanket, with her hands folded in her lap. "You saved my life once," she
Insufficient
muttered.
materials.
"Perhaps, but this other was naught but kidnap. You did not see what I saw in that place, Yazbet. There was sorcery there, and evil." "Sorcery?" She frowned at him, then shook her head. "No, you lie to try to stop me from returning." He muttered under his breath, then asked, "How did you end up with them? When you ran away from me, I thought you were going home." He grinned in spite of himself. "You were going to climb over the garden wall." "I did," she muttered, not meeting his eye. "Fatima caught me atop the wall and locked me in my room." She shifted her seat uncomfortably, and the remnants of an unpleasant memory flitted across her face. Conan was suddenly willing to wager that locking her in her room was not all that the Amma had done. Barely suppressing his chuckle, he said, "But that's no reason to run away to something like this cult." What do you know of it, she demanded. Women labor on an equal footing with men there and can rise equally as well. There are no rich or poor in the cult either. But the cult itself is rich enough, he said dryly. I've seen some of its treasures, because you went there to steal. And I saw a man ensorcelled to his death. Lies, she cried, covering her ears with her palms. You'll not stop me returning. I'll leave that to your father. You're going back to him if I have to leave you at his door, bound hand and foot. You don't even know who he is, she said. And he had the impression that she just stopped herself from sticking her tongue out at him.
I think I came here for Kimberlite
ore.
ore.
Flight mode.
As he got to his feet, she caught his wrist in both of her hands. Her eyes were large with pleading. Please, Conan, don't send me back to my father. He has said I am to be married. I know the man. I will be a wife, yes, honored and respected, and locked in his zenana with 50 other women. He shook his head sympathetically, but said only, better that than the cult, girl. He expected her to make a break for the door as he left, but she remained sitting on the bed. Retying the latch cord, he returned to the common room.
Dark fog hides for it.
Akiba and Sharok barely looked up when he took a stool at their table. And so I tell you, Sharok said, tapping the table with a bony finger for emphasis, that any attempt at
go
direct
back here.
confrontation will be disaster.
And
What are you two carrying on about? Conan asked. Oh, we are
is
to
that the
attack
only
cult
yellow
of
one I
Doom,
have?
Akiba replied shortly.
Surely I've got other
Besides, for
yellow.
the grim memory of the night before.
No, that's the only yellow I have. I want a better yellow design.
His face twisted with distaste. I am told they call him Great Lord, as if he were a king. And the
No
Khitan,
alien
of
tech.
course, Sharok
Alright.
added.
That looks kind of
But
cool.
Yondar, he is leader of the cult, must have given the man orders. His sort do not kill for pleasure, as a rule. Conan was more than a little bewildered. Khitan, his sort. You seem to have learned a great deal in the short time I've been gone. 'Twas not such a short time, Sharok leered. How was she?
Right, I got that there.
At the look on Conan's face, he hastily cleared his throat. Yes, the Khitan. From Akiba's description of the man who... Well, I'm sure he was from Kitai and a member of what is called the Brotherhood of the Way. These men are assassins of great skill.
No, that's not the one.
A frown added new creases to his face. But I still cannot understand what part the Hyrcanians played. I have never heard of any such brotherhood, Conan said.
Flight mode.
In truth, I no more than half believe Kitai exists. They were strange to me also, Akiba said, but the old man insists they are real. Whatever he is, I will kill him. Oh, they're real, all right, Sharok
Oh
said.
yeah, and I need a
By
place
the
which
time your
gives
years number twice what they do
unipolar
now, you'll
magnets.
begin to learn that more exists beneath the sky than you conceive in your wildest flights of fancy or darkest nightmares.
Insufficient
The
materials.
two of you must be careful with this, Khitan. They of the Brotherhood of the Way are well versed in the most subtle poisons and can slay with no more than a touch. That I believe, Akiba said hoarsely, for I saw it. He tilted up his mug and did not lower it till it was dry. You especially must take care, Conan, the astrologer went on. I know well how hot your head can be, and that fever can kill you. This assassin, Conan shook his head. This matter of revenge is Akiba's, not mine. Sharok squawked a protest. But Conan, Khitan assassins, revenge, Hyrcanians, and the gods alone know what else. How can we turn our backs on such an adventure? You speak of learning, Conan told him. You've still to learn that adventure means an empty belly, a cold place to sleep, and men wanting to put a dagger in your ribs. I find enough of that simply trying to live without seeking for it. He is right, Akiba said, laying a hand on the old man's arm. I lost a daughter to the Grave Diggers Guild this morn. I have reason to seek vengeance, but he has none. I still think it a poor reason to stand aside, Sharok grumbled. Conan shared a smile with Akiba over the old man's head. In many ways, Sharok qualified as a sage, but in some he was far younger than the Sumerian. For now, Conan said, I think what we must do is drink. Nothing would ever make Akiba forget, but at least the memory could be dulled until protecting scars had time to form. Ferry in, he bellowed. A pitcher of wine. No, a bucket. The innkeeper served them himself, a pitcher of deep red Solvanian in each hand, and a mug for Conan under his arm. I have no buckets, he said dryly. This will do, Conan said, filling the mugs all around. And take something up to my room for the girl to eat. Her food is extra, Farian reminded him. Conan thought of the gold weighting his belt and smiled. You'll be paid. The tapster left, muttering to himself, and Conan turned his attention to the astrologer. You, Sharok, he said sharply. Sharok spluttered into his wine. Me? What? I said nothing. You said too much, the Cimmerian said. Why did you tell Yazbet I was going to see Davinia? And what did you tell her anyway? Nothing, the old man protested. I was trying to quiet her yelling. You said not to gag her. And I thought if she knew you were with another woman, she wouldn't be afraid you were going to ravish her. That's what women are always afraid of. Erlich, take it, Cimmerian. What was wrong with that? Just that she's jealous, Conan replied. I have talked to her but twice and never laid a hand on her, but she's jealous. Never laid a hand on her? Tied her like a sack of linen, Akiba said. It must be his charm, Sharok added, his face impossibly straight. 'Tis funny enough for you two, Conan said darkly. I was near brained with my own wash basin. She... As rude laughter drowned Conan's next words, Farian ran, panting up to the table. She's gone, Cimmerian, the tavern keeper gasped. I swear by Mitra and Dagon, I don't believe she could squeeze through that window, but she did. Conan sprang to his feet. She cannot have been gone long. Akiba, Sharok, will you help me look? Akiba nodded and rose, but Sharok grimaced. And you don't want her, Cimmerian? Why not leave her for someone who does? Without bothering to reply, Conan turned to go, Akiba with him. Sharok followed hastily, hobbling with his staff. Once in the street, the three men separated, and for near a turn of the glass, Conan found nothing but frustration. Hawkers of cheap perfumes and peddlers of brass hairpins, fruit vendors, potters, street urchins. None had seen a girl so tall, large-breasted, and beautiful, wearing saffron robes and possibly running. All he found were blank looks and shaken heads. No few of the strumpets suggested that he
Nope,
could find
that's no
what he was
good
looking
enough.
for
I
with
want a
them,
proper
and
blue
some men
science.
cackled that they might keep the girl themselves did they find her, but their laughter faded to nervous sweating under his icy blue gaze. As he returned to the stone-fronted tavern, he met Akiba and Sharok. At the Turanian's questioning glance, he shook his head. Then she's done with, the astrologer said. My throat needs cool wine to soothe it after all the people I've questioned. I'll wager Farian has given our Solvanian to someone else.
Science, blue
The pictures
cube.
remained on the table where they had left them, but Conan did not join.
What's the name of blue science?
Suspect was not done with, not to his mind.
Electromagnetic.
He found it strange that
Electromagnetic matrix.
was a woman to make a man's blood boil.
120 a minute.
Had heated his no more than any
5020 a
other
minute.
when she saw him
Yep, that's the one I want. That's the one for
But he
me.
had saved her life twice for all her denials. In his belief, that made him responsible for her.
Yeah.
Then, too, she needed him to protect her. He was
So
not
I
blind to
copied
the
this.
attractions she had for a man. He became aware of Hyrcanian approaching the table, stooped and bowed of leg.
Blue
the
too.
rancid smell preceding him.
Because I already have one blueprint called blue.
Were even filthier than was usual for the nomads, if such was possible. 2 paces short of them, he stopped, his long skinny nose twitching as if prehensile, and his black eyes on the Cimmerian. We have your woman, he said gutturally, then straightened in alarm at the blaze of rage that lit Conan's face. Conan was on his feet with broadsword half drawn before he himself realized that he had moved. Akiba grasped his arm. Not the sword arm. He was too old a campaigner for that. Hear him out before you kill him, he urged. Talk. Conan's voice grated like steel on bone. Tamur wants to talk with you, the Hyrcanian began slowly. but his words came faster as he went. You fought with some of us, though, and Tamur does not think you will talk with us, so we take your woman until you talk. You will talk?
Let's
I'll
go
talk,
back here.
Conan growled, and if she's been harmed, I'll kill, too. Now take me to her. Tonight, was the thick reply. Now! One turn of the glass after the sun sets, someone will come for you. The Hyrcanian eyed Akiba and Sharak. For you alone. The last length of Conan's blade rasped from its worn shagreen sheath. No, Conan, Sharak urged. Kill him, and you may never find her again. They would send another, Conan said. But after a moment he tossed his sword on the table. Leave me before I change my mind, he told the nomad. And scooping up one of the wine pitchers, tilted back his head in an effort to drain it. The Hyrcanian eyed him doubtfully, then trotted from the tavern. 11. Davinia stretched luxuriously as gray-haired Brenda's fingers worked perfumed oils into the smooth muscles of her back. There was magic in the plump woman's hands, and the blonde woman needed it. The big barbarian had been more than she bargained for, and he had intimated that he would return. He had not named time, but that he would return was certain. Her knowledge of men told her so, though it was but a few turns of the glass since Conan had left her. A tingling frisson of anticipation rippled through her at the thought of long hours more in his massive arms. To which gods, she wondered, should she offer sacrifices to keep Mundara Khan from the city longer? A tap at the door of Davinia's tapestry-hung dressing chamber.
We don't have any magnets, we don't have iron.
With a petulant sigh, the sleek blonde...
So, let's go somewhere where we've got good iron.
Woman returned. Mistress,
not really there.
Brenda said
that's
quietly,
the place.
there is a man to see you. Careless of her nakedness, Davinia sat up. The barbarian?
So,
She confided everything in her tiring woman.
end
Almost
game.
everything. Surely Conan would not
Magnet.
dare enter through the gates and have himself announced. Yet simply imagining the risk of it excited her more than she would have believed possible.
And then
No, mistress. It is
end game.
Jandar, great lord of the cult of doom. Lavinia blinked in surprise. She was dimly aware of the existence of the cult, though she did not concern herself unduly with matters of religion. Why would a cult leader come to her? Perhaps he would be amusing. A robe, Brenda, she commanded, rising. Mistress, may I be so bold? You may not. A robe. She held out her arms as Brenda fastened about her a red silken garment. Opaque, she noted. Brenda always had more thought for her public reputation and thus her safety than did she. Davinia made a grand entrance into the chamber where Jandar waited. Slaves drew open the tall, ornately carved doors for her to sweep through.
right.
As the doors were closed, she posed, one foot behind the other, one knee slightly bent, shoulders back.
Yeah, that's making iron.
Half reclined on a
That's
couch
making
among the
magnets.
columns. For just an instant her pose lasted. Then she continued her advance, seeming to ignore the man, while in fact she studied him.
Mineral depleted.
He no longer reclined, but rather sat on the edge
Copper
of the
veins and
couch.
Alphabet Cat 2 is exhausted. So let's have a look at
Different than
Alphabet
I
Cat
expected.
2. This
He
one
said
here.
hoarsely. She permitted herself
Oh,
a quick
that's
smile.
that's
still
number 3.
looking directly at him.
There's number
Exactly
2.
the effect she had tried for. He was not an unhandsome man, this Jandar, she thought. The shaven head, however, rather spoiled his looks. And those ears gave him
And there
an
comes
unmistakable countenance.
both the magnets and the
First
iron.
time, she faced him fully, lips carefully dampened with her tongue, eyes on his in an
And
adoring
there's
caress.
demand of
She
something to be
wanted to giggle
constructed
when she
there.
watched his breath quicken. Men were so easily manipulated. Except perhaps the barbarian. She hastily pushed aside the intruding thought.
Flight mode.
Carefully, she made sure of a breathy tone. You wish to see me? Jandar, is it not?
So that's that.
Yes, he said slowly. Visibly, he caught hold of himself. His breath still came rapidly, but there was a degree of control in his eyes. A degree. Have you enjoyed the necklace, Davinia?
Flight mode.
Necklace? The ruby necklace. The one
Needs
stolen from me
steel.
only last night. His voice was calm,
So we'll
so
go
conversational that it took a moment for the meaning of his words to enter her. Shock raced through her.
And
She
then
wondered if her eyes were bulging. The necklace. How could she have been so stupid as not to make the connection the moment John Dar was announced?
Flight
It
mode.
was that accursed barbarian. She seemed able to concentrate on little other than him.
Insufficient materials.
I have no idea of what you speak, she said, and was amazed at the steadiness of her voice. Inside, she had turned to jelly. I wonder what Mundara Khan will say when he knows you have a stolen necklace. Perhaps he will inquire forcefully into who gave such a thing to his mistress. I bought. She bit her tongue. He had flustered her. It was not supposed to happen that way. It was she who disconcerted men. I know that Emilio was your lover, he said quietly. Has Conan taken his place there too? What do you want? She whispered. Desperately, she wished for a miracle to save her, to take him away. One piece of information, he replied. Where may I find the barbarian called Conan? I don't know, she lied automatically. The admission already made was one too many. A pity. He bit off the words, sending a shiver through her. A very great pity. Davinia searched for a way to deflect him from his purpose. All that passed through her mind,
I'll put that on
echoing,
maximum.
was a very great pity.
We could
You
put
may
more
keep
in as
the
well.
necklace, he said suddenly. She stared at him in surprise. He did not have complete control of himself still, she saw. He had continually to lick dry lips, and his eyes drank her in as a man in the desert drank water. Thank you. I wear it for me. Of course, she said. There was still a
I
chance.
think
She left the room as regally as she had entered,
Yep.
but once outside, before the slaves had even closed
Might
the
go
doors,
on
she
into
ran,
this soon.
despite the fact that to be
After all,
languid at all times was one mark of a properly cared
Conan's
for mistress.
interesting, but I need to
as her
eat.
mistress dashed into the chamber. Mistress, you startled me. Tell me what you know of this John Dar, Davinia panted, and she dropped to her knees.
But I
and
think
began
this
moving
test
her
has
jewel
been
chest.
successful.
Quickly, hurry. Little is known, mistress, the plump tire woman said hesitantly. The cult professes not that, Brenda.
Every factory I build makes the game crawl to a slow.
Despite herself, she breathed a sigh of relief. Mitra be thanked. Tell me what the servants and slaves know, what their masters will not know for half a year more. Tell me.
Flight mode.
Mistress, what has he... She broke off at Davinia's glare. John Dar is a powerful man in Turan, mistress, so it is whispered among the servants. And 'tis said he grows more powerful by the day. Some say the increase in the army was begun by him, by his telling certain men, who in turn convinced the king that it should be so. Of course, it is well known that King Yildiz has long dreamed of empire. He would not have taken a great deal of telling. Still, Davinia murmured,
If I put
this
that
display
there,
of power. Mundara Khan had never swayed the
There's
king for all
actually-
his blood connections to the throne. How does he
ah,
approach
that's
it?
really stupid.
All men have
Okay,
secrets,
so there's
mistress.
actually a place
John
here
Dar makes
for
it his business to learn their secrets, to keep their secrets. Most men will agree to any suggestion John Dar makes. She paused. Many believe he is
So if
a
I do
sorcerer,
that there, put
and the
that
cult does have immense
here
wealth.
like so.
How immense? It may rival that of King Yildiz. A look of intense practicality firmed Davinia's face. This situation, which had seemed so frightening, might yet be turned to her advantage. Fetch me a cloak, she commanded, quickly. When she returned to John Dar, surprise was plain on his countenance.
No,
A
they'll
cloak
be
of the fine scarlet
proliferated
wool swathed her from neck to the ground.
once the
I do not
spray-coated
understand,
products
he said,
arrive.
anger mounting in his voice. Where is the necklace? I wear it for you. She opened the cloak, revealing the rubies caressing the upper slopes of her breasts. and save for the necklace, her sleek body was nude. Only for an instant she held the cloak so. Even as he gasped, she pulled it closed. But then, rising on her toes, she spun so that her hips flashed whitely beneath flaring crimson. Around the room she danced, offering him brief, tantalizing glimpses, but never so revealing as the first. She finished on her knees before him, the scarlet cloth lowered to bare pale shoulders, and the rubies nestled in her sweat-slick cleavage. Masking her triumph with care, she met his gaze. His face was flushed with desire. And now for the extra stroke. "The man Conan," she said, "told me that he stays at the Blue Bull on the street of the Lotus Dreamers, near the harbor." For a moment he stared at her.
I want to pave this entire planet, and then I
he
think
lurched to his feet.
we'll have a look at the Dyson Sphere.
"I have him,"
We'll
he
call it a
muttered
day.
excitedly, "and the Hyrcanians are found." All expression fled from his face as he regarded her. "Men have no use for lemons who lie," he said. She replied with a smile. A mistress owes absolute truth and obedience to her master. Or at least she thought a mistress should make him believe he had those things. "But you are not my master. Yet." "I will take you with me," he said thickly. But she shook her head. "The guards would never let me go. There is an old
Getting
gate at the rear of
closer.
the palace, however,
Just a tiny little patch left, and
unguarded.
that'll be done.
I will be there with my serving woman one turn of the glass past dark tonight. Tonight. I will have men there to meet me."
Flight mode.
Abruptly, he pulled her to her feet, kissing her brutally. But not so well as Conan, she thought as he left. It was a pity the barbarian was to die. She had no
Oh, just a
doubt that was
tiny
what
spot of
Jaldar intended.
unpaved
But
land, and
Jaldar
then
was a
all of
step
this
into her future.
will be done.
Conan was of the past. As she did with all things past, she put him out of her mind as if he had never existed. 12.
There we go.
The common room of the Blue Bull grew
Very
crowded
nice
as the appointed
indeed.
hour drew near, raucous with the laughter of doxies and drunken men. Conan neither laughed nor drank, but rather sat watching the door with his two friends. "When will the man come?" Sharok demanded of the air. "Surely the hour has passed." Neither Conan nor Akiva answered, keeping their eyes fastened to the doorway. The Sumerian's hand on his sword hilt tightened moment by long moment.
Go
So
here.
startlingly,
No,
his
that's not
knuckles
the one.
cracked. The old
Go to
astrologer
this one.
flinched at the sound.
And
"What adventure is this? Sitting and waiting for Mitra knows how long while he is here," Akiva said
it's
quietly.
loading,
But Conan was already
So
getting
what's
to
the-
his feet.
and it stopped
The
loading.
long-nosed Hyrcanian stood in the doorway beckoning to Conan, casting worried glances out into the night. "Good luck be with you, Sumerian," Akiva said quietly. "And with you," Conan replied. As he strode across
The
the
difficulty
common room,
is
he
just
could hear the
providing it with
astrologer's
enough
querulous voice.
solar
"Why
cells.
this talk of luck? They but wish to talk."
Yeah, that makes sense.
He did not listen for Akiva's answer, if answer there was. More than one man taken to a meeting in the night had never left it alive. "Lead on," he told the Hyrcanian, and with one more suspicious look up and down the street, the nomad did so.
Right, let's
Twilight
make this
had gone,
provide
and full night was
everything
upon
that's
the city.
needed.
A pale moon hung like a silver coin placed low above the horizon. Music and laughter drifted from a score of taverns as they passed through yellow pools of light spilling from their doors, and occasionally they heard shouts of a fight over women or dice. "Where are you taking me?" Conan asked. The Hyrcanian did not answer. He chose turnings seemingly at random, and always he cast a wary eye behind. "My friends will not follow," Conan told him. "I agreed to come alone." "It is not your friends I fear," the Hyrcanian muttered, then tightened his jaws and looked sharply at the muscular youth. Thereafter he would not speak again.
Let's have a look here.
Conan wondered briefly.
Number of
who
that
or
are
what it was the
attaching
man
are
did fear.
vast,
But his own attention was split between watching for the ambush he might be entering
but the actual
and
shell
unraveling the
itself
twists and
is
turns
finished
through
being
which it was
built.
taken.
So it's
When
just
the
a case
Vertex
of
man
it needs
motioned him
soda
to a darkened
cells.
doorway and up a flight of wooden stairs, he was confident and surprised that for all the roundabout way they had gone, the Blue Bull was almost due north, no more than 2 streets away. It was well to be oriented in
Proliferator
case the meeting came to a fight
makes it
afterward.
last longer.
You go first, Conan said.
Right. Not really useful for what we're doing, but not to worry.
Loose steps creaked alarmingly beneath his tread. Conan eased his sword in its scabbard and mounted after him. At the top of the stairs, a door led into a room lit by 2 guttering tallow lamps set on a rickety
I mean,
table.
these ones, for example, could I make
Rancid
them
smell
like
of grease filled the
10,
room.
10x speed?
Including his guide, half a score sheepskin-coated Hyrcanians watched him warily, though none put hand to weapon. One Conan recognized, the man with the scar across his cheek. He over whose head Emilio had broken the wine jar. I am called Tamur, Scarface said. You are Conan? With his guttural accent, he mangled the name badly. I am Conan, the young Sumerian agreed shortly. Where is the woman? Tamur gestured, and 2 of the others opened a large chest sitting against a wall. They lifted out Yasbet, bound in a neat package and gagged with a twisted rag. Her saffron robes were mud-stained and torn, and dried tracks of tears traced through the dust on her cheeks.
And now if I have a look here,
I warned this one, Conan grated.
we can
If
see
she
that
is hurt, I'll...
now
No,
there are
no,
ones in orbit.
Tamur cut in. Her garments were so when we took her, behind the inn where you sleep.
The rest of
Had
it,
we ravaged your woman,
Yep.
would we show her to you so and yet expect you to talk with us? It was possible. Conan remembered
Total
the
solar
narrowness of
cells
the window
increasing,
through
but what
which
if I
she
do
had to wriggle.
auto build now?
Loose her feet.
Let's see, 90 gigawatts,
Short curved dagger, one of the
100
knives took the ropes
gigawatts.
at Yazbet's ankles. She tried to stand, and with a gag-muffled moan, sat on the lid of the chest in which she had been confined.
And this bit's
Hyrcanian looked
ramping right up.
questioningly at Conan, and motioned with the knife to her still-bound wrists and her gag, but the muscular youth shook his head. Based on past experience, he
145
what she
gigawatts, I
might
think we
say
can do a
or
bit more
if
than that.
freed. She gave him an odd look,
Copy
but
this.
surprisingly remained still. You were recognized in the enclosure of Baal Sham, Tamur said. Baal Sham, Conan said. Who is Baal Sham? You know him as Jandar. What his true name is, who can say? Tamur sighed. It will be easier if I begin at the beginning. He gave quick orders,
Like
and a
so.
flagon of cheap wine and 2 rough clay mugs were produced. Tamur sat on one side of the table, Conan on the other. The Sumerian noted that the other nomads were careful not to move behind him,
And here's the
ostentatiously
other
kept their
shell
hands
being
far from swords.
rapidly built.
It was a puzzlement. Hyrcanians were an arrogant and touchy people, by all accounts little given to avoiding
But this is
trouble
alright.
in the
I
best
mean,
of circumstances.
the fact is I'm not building
He
anything.
accepted a mug of
And
wine
we've got
from
30
Tamur
UPS.
and forgot to
I
drink
can make it
as
a
he
bit
listened.
better and we get 50 UPS.
5 years gone, the scar-faced nomad began. The man
In fact,
we
let's do
called
that.
Baal Sham appeared among us.
Just to
He
speed
and the
everything
2
along.
strange men with yellow skins. He performed
And
some
if I
small
go
magics,
performance testing,
enough to be accepted among the tribal shamans.
oh yeah, we need unipolar
Began to
magnets,
preach,
so
much as he does here, of chaos and inevitable doom. Among the young men, his teachings caught hold, for he called the Western nations evil.
sod it, I'm not
Said
that
it was the
hungry.
destiny
Let's
of
go
the
and get some
Hyrcanian
unipolar
people
magnets.
once more to ride west of the Vilayet Sea, and this time we were to sweep the land clean. A man of ambitions, Conan muttered.
And the
but
sufficiency
failed
is
ambitions,
slowly
it seemed,
increasing, which is nice.
by the thickness of a fingernail. Not only did Baal Sham gather about him young warriors, numbering in
UPS
thousands,
means,
but he began to have
I forget,
strange
FPS
influence
means
in the
frames per
council of the
second,
elders.
and UPS
Then
means,
creatures were seen in the night, like
saying like,
demons,
well, if I go
twisted
here,
forms of men. And we learned from them that they were spirits
if I
of murdered men.
pause that. So what does it say? FPS balance. Slide the green and blue sliders to adjust the range of render frame rate and logic frame rate. So logic frame rate is how fast the simulation's processing, and the render frame rate is how quickly it's rendered. And I've done, as you can see there, a ratio of 1 to 5. So it favours logic over that. And as you can see, logic, it's very nearly 60 frames a second. So it's very nearly 100%. But the render rate is 15 frames a second. But I'm going to go now and look for... in fact, that's the one. There's Neutron Star. And it's got unipolar magnets on it. And we're going to go fast travel to that then. And when I fast travel, there was a bit of lag because it's loading things. We shall have to wait quite some time, I'd imagine. And we are now on it, and as you can see, that the frame rate and such is good. So if I put it back to 1:1, so here we are at a Neutron Star, and I need unipolar, but this is great. I mean, I'm here and I'm damn near 60 frames a second. Whereas if I go back to Interdimensional Lizard, I think it's called, we can see that this is damn near done. Yeah. And look, we got those Dyson Swarm in nice sort of layers. I like that. That's cool. But anyway, I need to purge everything on this planet before we can have a builder. So Hopper is creating his own Dyson Sphere. Nothing to do with the Vacuum Company. That is very true. I am Dyson Sphering. So let's put in some so I'll just put markers to all of them so I can see what I'm doing. Like that. And like so.
Spaceport destroyed. Dark fog cluster is launching an assault.
Yep, they like to do that. Oh, you're attacking my buildings rather than attacking me. Well, that's a nuisance, and that's why we're purging you from this area.
Building destroyed. Building destroyed.
Can't build it. Why can't I build it? It says it's colliding with other object, but there's no other objects there. Sod it, we'll go and attack the other ones.
Dark fog spaceport destroyed.
Maybe it's because they're attacking I can't do it.
Building destroyed. Dark fog spaceport destroyed. Building destroyed. Flight mode. destroyed.
Oh, look at that. Smash between two of the bases. And I'm still coming out on top.
Dark Fog base core destroyed. Flight mode.
Not so many of you left now, is there?
Dark Fog base core destroyed. Flight mode. Dark Fog base core destroyed. Flight mode.
Now there's only one left, which is over here.
Cruise mode. Cruise ended.
Put power in there like so. Right, that's all of the planet done. So now let's link up the rest of them.
Flight mode.
Put that in there like so. That there like that. And the last two in here. Now, let's get about mining this planet. Grating crystal and unipolar magnet. That's what we want. And with that, I think my science production can start. Or at the very least, the science production that matters in this case. So, we'll request in warpers, because it's a long way to go. Yep. And that's not enough power. It's 131 megawatts, which is nice, but... Now, mind you, 146 for solar power, so if I go... Poles, no, that's not it. Where did I put it? Power stations? That's it. It's just doing it equatorial belts like so. There, very nice. But now I need 7,000 of those. Oh, hang on. Use the auto clicker to save my mouse and my finger. There, there's that. So now we'll request in all the mundane stuff first of all. Yeah. Oh, no, not that. Copper, silicon, titanium. So all the common elements. And then we'll do another one.
Insufficient materials.
146 solar power. That's brighter than a lava planet on the class O star, which is the brightest in the game. So now we'll do more of the same here. We'll have, so after titanium, what was it? Stone and coal. Then comes the exotics. Fire ice. Yep. Kimberlite ore. Yep. Grating crystal. Yep. Gonna request all these things be brought in. Like so. And then we'll do another one. We'll have the warpers go on the conveyor belt like so. Now, unipolar magnet, grating crystal, and kimberlite ore, and fire ice. Yep, fire ice is that one, and then the most abundant there is also titanium, so I'll request that too. Just like that. And unipolar magnet will increase your productivity to 300%, like that. And we have insufficient power, but that's okay. We're going to make sufficient power. So we'll put that there like that, and then in addition to that we'll have miners.
Insufficient materials.
Yeah.
Light bulb.
So weird to think, but that is oh, and it's because there's auto builds of
Relay station detected.
well, we'll fix that.
Light bulb.
May as well connect you as well. And that's it. There's 296 more. Oh, I can do that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, and there's a small band over there which isn't quite done. So let's go to it. Oh no, more there. 1.2 gigawatts, not bad. And you've just landed another one on this planet. I'll put an end to your nefarious ways. Just like that. And look, I think there's the star. You can see it floating, and so that's a neutron star. And you can just see it. Yep, there's the solar panels. They're tilting rapidly as it goes into the into midday on this section of the planet. But anyway, let's go and have a look at this naughty planetary lander. and tell him that
Destroyed.
you got to go back. But the thing is, they'll always keep coming. So let's go and invade. Oh, look at that. There's 2 hives there. You have produced strange matter. Yeah, so that means that unipolar magnets from here have made it all the way to probably over there. Yeah. Yeah, I've got all my ships ready. I'm ready. Let's slam through them. Look how quickly my shield regenerates, which is just as well. Oh,
Mega shield penetrated.
they got through my shield. But that's okay. I've recovered. And then the hull just slowly regenerates. Well, slow in comparison to the shield. Let's have a look, see if I... Yep. Took a couple of hits. But quickly got back.
Dark fog clusters launching an assault.
There's my cursor. Right, I've got ships. But they're all busy pounding away at the base. And they're launching an assault, but that won't do anything for the moment.
Dark fog hive core destroyed.
Pew 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 pew. Pew 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 pew. Oh yeah, we built ourselves up a big base, didn't we? It'd be a shame if I flew along and wrecked it all. That still stuff. So now we go to the other hive over here.
Warp engine activated. Mega state activated.
Oh, not the best place to... So we'll reassemble. And then...
Mega state critical.
And we'll just reassemble. Because fuck you, this is the sandbox. Yep.
Mega state critical.
Oh, no, I didn't mean to do redeploy. Never mind, eh? So now we've redeployed. We've lost all of our nice stuff. That's okay, we can have nicer stuff. And we've got to go back to that place. So I'll put in antimatter capsule. It says, oh, okay. Can't use that. And can't fast travel there, but I can fast travel there.
Flight mode. Cruise mode.
Oh, and it's saying all my stuff is there. Not enough space warpers for a warp. Oh, and I don't have Let's put some energy in me. Fuel. Yes, fuel has a name. Why can't I see fuel? Ah, here we go. Suppressing capsule can slow down even suppress enemies. Ah, but that's not really that useful. Jamming capsules. Yeah, I can't use that as ammo. Just remove all the litter. That looks okay. That looks okay. And if I look at ground forces, they look okay too. All right. Let's smashy them. Come on. Oh, let's actually have some of the music, because I imagine this will be different now. That's pretty cool. So let's go in here.
Penetrated.
Yeah, that's fine. Reassemble, not redeploy. What if I grant myself more shield? Let's have more shield.
Upgrade. 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 Upgrade.
More shield, more. Rah. Oh yeah, oh wow, we completely absorbed the hydrogen fuel. So that's the hydrogen fuel. And as you can see, there's the shield just going up and up and up. Vast amounts of shield, the way it should be. And all of this is taking a big pull on the power. Well, I think that's their fleet dealt with. Yep, that's their fleet dealt with.
Darkfog Highborn destroyed. Mineral depleted.
Where's that? Alphabet cat. Oh yeah, so the copper veins on the starting plant, which is going to be called Alphabet Cat. Now what happens if I go into a neutron star? Go into the neutron star. Go into the neutron star. Da, da, neutron star. So in theory, we should be alright. There should be no more nastiness here. Collection planned? Not yet planned. So now, where do I have science? I think it's here. Let's go to... I think that's the one. So I'll wait as the game loads, because I'm zipping from one part of the star cluster to another. Takes its time to load up. Right, so here we are.
Flight mode.
We have green science, but we don't have other sciences. So let's have all of that being requested and flown in. Now I can request some more as well. I can do that one and that one, like so. Can request that as well. And then we'll request these ones, like so, and also yellow. And this one will have blue and we'll have red being requested in. So now, where are you zipping off to? I think they've come from ingrown tonalia, and an alphabet cat has the blue science. And I think yellow science also comes from there, because if I'm right, I put a big bunch all on, I think it's Eternal Fire. Yeah, that's probably the one. But what I'm going to be doing is, in addition to that, so you see we've got green science here. There it is. It's not much, but it's some. Because that's going as fast as it can. We have just not enough power. Just not enough. Well, you're going to go at 100. There we go. Now we got enough power. We'll tell it to consume fuel at 100 times faster than normal. And then these should start producing, but that one's not producing, and that's not producing because it doesn't have... What don't you have? You don't have enough iron. Why don't you have enough iron? I mean, there's iron facilities. So really it should be ironing as fast as it can. Iron comes down there. Well, it's got enough iron. It's just these ones are dark. They lack particle containers. Ah, right. Well, that makes sense. That bottleneck's going to be there until, yeah, you get sufficient unipolar magnets. Yeah, that's right. They're all separately requesting unipolar magnets. But anyway, if we look at this, we see that over here, the bottleneck in production, I think, is green. Yeah, these aren't producing. Because they need graviton. And the graviton lenses, they need strange matter. And the strange matter needs particle containers. And if I go here to where particle containers are, he says, looking for particle containers. it also wants unipolar. Everybody wants unipolar magnets, but we're only producing so many. So these ones, I'm going to tell them you're going to provide them locally. You, likewise, local supply. You, a local supply. And it's not much, but that means they'll all go here to provide this. No. Unipolar magnets will go somewhere. Here they are. So now the unipolar magnets, they'll all start wending their way here. And as you can see, for some reason it won't show me its making part. Well, it's telling me it's making 56 minute, 56.3. Alright. So the unipolar magnets, which is it's a rare item. I think there's only about 4 million in the game. You only get them from black holes and neutron stars. That is I don't see it. Well, anyway, the unipolar magnet, if I click on it, it's here we go. It is a rare ore with pyrochlor lattice. In order to separate the magnetic monopoles, a magnetic field can be applied to affect the symmetry or rotation of the string. So in other words, imagine a magnet. Most magnets are dipoles, but this one's only got one pole, and because of that, like for example, here's the standard recipe where you have to use turbines, graphene and copper. But the advanced recipe is just unipolar magnet ore and copper. Really simple. If I click on that, it doesn't show me what else it's used in. I know it's used in something else. No, that's the one recipe. So anyway, yeah, the particle containers, you've got a basic recipe for them. And that's what you need to mass produce them later in the game. Interesting, so you're taking over a galaxy worth of resources to power a virtual reality universe. Indeed. It's all to simulate understanding of the universe. So now we have here, we don't have antimatter. So somewhere we should have antimatter being requested, but we don't. So one of these I will have antimatter being requested, like this one for example. Request it and then supply it locally, and there we go. So now antimatter should come in, and then this will start producing excess. Let's just increase the amounts of all this. And now we're making the first universe matrix. So now that's done, normally these are producing white universe matrix. The triumphant, all-encompassing culmination of the theory of everything, revealing the ultimate science of the universe, which is done by combining electromagnetic matrix, the foundation of all technological research, one of the 5 basic source codes, maintaining the center brain simulation. Then you've got energy matrix, which as you can see is made with energized graphite and hydrogen. Then after that comes structure matrix, which is made of diamond and titanium crystals. Information matrix takes processors and fiber optic cables. Gravity matrix takes graviton lenses and quantum chips. And then antimatter, Well, antimatter is just antimatter. So I'm going to tell it to stop, and then I want you to do research. And the reason I want it to do research is because of these. In fact, can I tell you to stop as well? Research. So all of these have exactly the same sort of inputs. So I can quite easily change them from production to research. And the more I do,
Upgrade complete.
so what I'm doing now is, you see all of these, they take coloured science, not white science. And rather than me building a new research facility, it's just a lot easier just to do this. Well, I could build a research facility, but I don't want to.
Flight mode.
So we've got a whole stack of them there doing that thing. And yeah. So we are good on everything. The only thing that we are lacking is the green science, which makes sense. That requires unipole magnets, which, as you can see, short supply. And my God, I mean, this is here. So as you can see, it's right on the edge of the star cluster. And this one here, which I'm going to name Nigel the neutron star. The neutron star. And as you can see, there's only 1 million unipolar magnets left there. And that's it. Oh, but also there's a black hole over here with 1.7 million, which is nice. But that's it. So I thought I had 4 million. I thought I had 4 million unipolar magnets. I don't. All I've got in this is just 2.7 million, which means that at some point this structure will be non-functional because there won't be any unipolar magnets left in the game. But either way, that doesn't matter at the moment. As you can see, white science is slowly accumulating and picking up there. And it's complaining about lack of matrix, but that's fine. So I'm going to fill these with my excess, so they all have them. And you're making purple science.
Upgrade complete.
The vein utilization means that there'll be some efficiency with mining, so it won't all be lost. And if we look here again, why is there no proliferator being shared? There should be shared proliferator. I'll make you there we go. We'll have proliferators in this. I mean, this design is pretty good. I like how it's all laid out, but it's not proliferated, so I will need to find a better green science thing. I put this down to... put it down to 6,000 for all of this. That's why I'm going to have a bottleneck with green science, because it's not producing as quickly as the others. It's not proliferated. And finally, if there is an excess, they'll eventually come to here. So So as you can see, small amounts do eventually wend their way there. So I just put all of those spare ones there. And any more for purple? There it is, there's the purple science. And we'll tell it to research all of those next. Yep. And then we'll do white science, and then, or just the first layer of that, just so that all of the research is done faster. And then we can do the rest of the coloureds. No, these are all white. I think that's all white. Are these? Yep, that's all white. And after level 5 goes to level 6. Like so. Can I increase the speed of this? No, I can't increase its speed. So I just... And then now finally, proliferator is here. So these will be proliferated and be extra sciencey. Can I offload this? Yeah, I can offload all my antimatter. Good. And it's doing 150 hashes a second. But now we can see it's using the proliferator bomb, which will mean production speed up. I don't know if it means that or not. In fact, I'm going to copy you, and I'm going to paste, yep. Oh, that's so much faster. Why didn't I just do it before? I don't know.
Upgrade.
I forgot about copying and pasting setting modes. But anyway, that means all of these are now devoted to research instead of producing white science. So I'll offload all of the excess into these. Yep. Pop that there, and then that there, like so. And it won't be consuming antimatter for some time because of its. They're all just doing research, aren't they? They're not producing. So I'll have to hold on to that excess for now. But once that's done,
Upgrade.
whoops. So I'll go into vein utilization, and that's it. That's all of the coloured science done. And we're doing 294 hashes a second, 300 hashes a second, now that all the products are fully proliferated. So that's doubling the throughput. So what does this do? -6 ore loss per mining operation, 10 mining speed, plus 4 items from debris. And that's it. That's all of the coloured science done. So I'm going to put these back to their, not research. I want you to produce matrix, white matrix. Can't I do this one? Selection's a bit funny on these. There. Oh, and for some reason it can't hold on to the science that was in it. It has to offload them all. Not to worry, because now you've done all that, I can offload them back in here. Well, I can offload most of them back in here. Where's the there's you are. And then I can put the antimatter in there, like so. So, and if I look here, they're producing 5 a minute, and we were asking for extra products, which makes sense because it consumes a lot. I mean, it consumes everything to make white science. It takes all the materials in the game to do it. But this is good. This means now that the extra science is there, and I think I can upgrade these now. You know what? I can, can't I? So let's upgrade them. Is that all? Yep, that's all of those done. But if I did that, and that's 300 hashes a second, and it's just doing stuff automatically now. It doesn't really mind, so I'm going to tell it. I mean, it's great that it is doing that, but I want you to do research speed. And yeah, it's pretty much done. I mean, look, we got ourselves a double layer Dyson Sphere, so we got a Dyson Sphere within a Dyson Sphere, and I think I could I do another one? 1.3 terawatts, but it only provides 44% satisfaction. So yeah, I am going to have another one. So I'll copy that, add a new layer, and we can make it very small. Yeah, I'll make it a very small one. And then, so that layer's created. We paste the details in like so. And as you can see, it's forming very quickly, but that's only added like 200 megawatts. So we add another layer, and this one we shall have here. Can I have it here? I can't have it there because that's the maximum range. So we'll have it a bit out. So we'll create that one like so. We'll paste in the data like that. And I think you can see its production instruction points are there and cell points are there. And is that increasing? 1.45 terawatts. It is increasing. So we'll add another one in. And there we go. Do that there, that. Great. And then we'll paste. Okay. And I don't think it's actually slowing the game down at all. I think it's just a matter of production. That's what makes things go slow. So the trick in Dyson Sphere program, if you want it to run smoothly, is not to have a factory. Just magic your Dyson Spheres into existence. But let's see how much... I mean, I don't know about you, but 1.7 terawatts of total power. I mean, we produce like... what is, like, actually, let me just have a look. How many gigawatts do we produce on Earth? The global power capacity announced to be 11,039.5 gigawatts. So we're producing 11.039 terawatts of power. So this thing, which encompasses a blue giant star, is only producing 1/5, 2 terawatts of our total. So we're producing 11 terawatts of power in the real world, for real. The global power capacity is 11 terawatts. This does not indicate how much power the Earth produces. At the end of 2020, global renewable generation capacity amounted to 2.8 terawatts. So, you know, it's like, it's a fun simulation, but I thought these numbers, they seem like rookie numbers. These numbers ought to be bigger. So if I add another layer, yeah, we'll add in, what, like so, and then, yeah, do that, and then create, and then paste. So with 10 layers, which is the maximum number of layers, and I'm going for big ones, because bigger ones, the bigger it is, the more power it can collect. So I'll create that one. Now some might say, Hobbit, this design you're using doesn't actually provide the most amount of power. I don't see why not. I mean, it completely encompasses the star. I mean, none of its light can shine out. So if I do that and then create that as well, I mean, it's 2 point... oh. So yeah, I've now got, and as we can see, that this has caused a big tank in performance, because I've told it to go ahead and build a whole bunch of layers.
Flight mode. Cruise mode.
So if I fly here, so really it seems that if I go to performance statistics, we don't have energy exchanges or fusion power. If I go, and this has been running for, so I did the past 10 hours, past hour, and then we'll do it in production. Right. Let's get away from the planet if we can. It does, doesn't it? It's got some interesting layers to it. Let's fly away from the laboratory planet. And it's increased. It's gone from 9 frames a second, now it's 11 frames a second. But if I go, for example, production, and then I go to performance test, we can see now every UPS is taking 30 milliseconds, whereas before it was taking like 1.5. So it's telling me I can do up to 31 UPS, which makes sense, because at the start of the game I can have up to 250. And if I do this, what does this tell me? It tells me some numbers. If I do real time, different numbers. So the main logic, that's taking 41%. The production is taking 21%. Dyson Sphere is taking up 14%. And the draw cell part is taking up 56% of the total CPU time. It is 16 cores, a Ryzen 5800 X3D, and which is, I think it's the best processor you can get for AM4 socket. But yeah, I think it's really the draw cells which are doing it. So if I get out of this, star system, let's go back to the beginning planet. So we go here, and already you can see that's made a significant difference in terms of rendering. So if I go here, and yeah, look at that, 56 and 56. So if I have a look at the performance statistics now, it takes 11 milliseconds to do one frame. And if I go to draw cell, 8%, main logic 87%, and the production there takes 42%. So interesting. So there is a bit of production logic on this planet. There is a bit of production on this planet. That's why this part's taking more, but that's good. So in other words, it's fine. But if I go back to here, immediately it starts to tank. But that's okay. I do think that this will soon be built. So in which case, if I fast forward to the launch site planet, and things are going to get very slow again. Oh look, solar energy ratio is 155%. That is better than the neutron star planet. That was 146%. Which is surprising because I didn't think neutron stars gave off much light. But they do give off a lot of radiation. If you could configure solar panels to pick up gamma and X-ray radiation, they could convert that into electricity. Yeah. So here I am. And this is pretty much done, isn't it? Like, as far as I can tell. Yeah, and we got 5.26 terawatts. And the ones which are attaching, they are less and less. So now, if I just say to this planet, is it launching rockets? I mean, those indicate that something's going to happen here. Yes, I do in fact think they are indicating that. Well, if I put one at 10x speed, it doesn't matter because they're too far away to pick up anything anyway. So if I go here, 10x speed on that, launching 100 a minute. I don't think they're actually launching any rockets. No, because you'd see them. You would actually see them leaving. So I think all of this can be bulldozed. Yeah. So if I go to the bulldozer and I do this one here, like so. Yeah, and there's going to be a big eruption of stuff because, of course, it's all been bulldozed. Remove all the litter. The FPS has improved to 12 frames a second. There's a few straggling solar... I say a few straggling solar cells. There is, in fact, 2 million solar sails which are just floating around. Most of them in orbit. 153,000 are attaching. But yeah, this is done. So if I go to my other planet, the one which I think you can see a few patches here. No patches. No, it's pretty much done. So if I go to, is it this one? That's the one. So if I fast travel here, this entire planet of ray receivers it's satisfied all of them. So they're requesting 2.83 terawatts, and the Dyson Sphere status is 6.56 terawatts. Which again, I'd just like to remind people, it's not that's not half of the total power production of our world. So, I mean, at one point you have to say it's a game, it's a simulation, it can't be scaled up that much, and that's for billions of people and power stations all around the world. But, I mean, I don't know really, I think to myself, yeah, because you start off with like a windmill or something that produces something like 360 kilowatts, and solar power's doing a similar thing. And you're getting to these things which are, well, they are producing gigawatts of energy. I mean, this one, for example, it's requesting 572 megawatts, but it's doing it to harvest critical photons to make antimatter. Because with no antimatter, no white science. It's like, you know what? I could do more than that. In fact, let's go back to another place. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. We've got no, not 4-star systems. There's 5-star systems. So I've only exploited 5-star systems in this thing. So if I go there, for example, and the FPS, yep, it's 60 and 60. And if I tell it I prefer a bit more UPS, so this actually gives me a lot of hope, because the fact is, I've built a fairly sizable factory on 5-star systems. I've got a massive Dyson Sphere, which as long as I never fly to it, I'll be okay. I think the next thing I'll do in this experiment is I'm going to go ahead and build a factory for solar cells and rockets, because if I look at the production here, we can see that the biggest demand is iron, followed by iron ingots, and really the biggest sort of demand should be hydrogen and titanium, because if we look at, say for example, a solar cell, it takes graphene and photon combiners. So graphene and photon combiners, okay, that means fire ice. Well, there is another way. You can make graphene using graphite and sulfuric acid, but it's easier to do it with fire ice, and then you get hydrogen as an end result. Photon combiners, if I have a look at them, that takes stone, copper, iron. I'm looking at the basic recipe, which is prisms and electric circuits. So that's those. A small carrier rocket takes frame material, deuterium fuel cells, and quantum chips. Quantum chips take up silicon, titanium, and stone for glass. And the frame material takes solar cells, and processors. Processors, again, is just lots of silicon and copper and iron. But the frame material takes carbon nanotubes, which we can make from graphene. You take graphene and titanium and you push them together, or you can also make it from the stalactite crystals. It also takes titanium alloy, and titanium alloy is produced via the following. Where is titanium alloy? It's not that, that's steel. And it's not that, that's plastic. There's titanium alloy. Sulfuric acid, steel, and titanium. So all of these things, they're asking for large amounts of silicon and titanium. But anyway, that's for next time. Thanks for watching. I had a lot of fun. You had a lot of fun. We got to listen to a lot of Conan the Barbarian. answering some questions I had. So let's all go away now because it's dinner time. Goodbye. Bye. Goodbye.